Hello everyone. We are pushing 2 videos a day with little to no budget. You can help with Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon. Link in the descriptions. Chapter 1426 Taking Shape. His overcoat gained a lively aura. Though the addition of a small spiritual fragment taken from Zygra's surviving spirituality did not encompass a lot of strength, the effects on his coat became very noticeable at close proximity. Every other fragment that Ves made use of up to now went on to become the design spirits of his mech designs. The scale and scope of such uses was on a completely different level from now. The size of his coat was many times smaller than the size of a mech, which meant that its aura emanated from a vastly smaller surface area. In addition, the physical interaction between a human and another human is a lot more closer than the interaction between a human and a mech. Most bystanders kept a very healthy distance from a mech, even if they weren't active. Nobody wanted to be squashed under the feet of these massive machines. The same didn't apply to humans, though with the aggressive, prideful, and intimidating aura his coat acquired, Ves may as well exhibit some of that effect if he wore it around his body. "I like it," he grinned. Though the aura's ire directed a lot of animosity towards himself, Ves did not take it to heart. This little bit of pressure did not disturb him at all. The spiritual fragment locked inside his overcoat was as harmless as a kitten, so why should he be worried? Ves patted the soft but firm surface of his coat in satisfaction. "I wonder how other mech designers will react to my appearance." He tested it out by calling both Gavin and Nita to his stateroom. As soon as they entered, their eyes practically bulged as their minds and bodies instinctively reacted as if they were being stared at by a predatory beast. "What did you do, boss?" "Ha! Nothing much. I just made some adjustments to my coat." "Well, whatever you did, it's a lot like coming in close proximity to one of your mechs." "That sounds about right. I'm afraid you overdid it, though. I can't relax in your presence while you're wearing your coat." Though Ves easily resisted the intimidation factor of his spiritually enhanced overcoat, others were not so comfortable. When Ves removed his coat, its aura still radiated a powerful presence while it remained in sight. He frowned a bit. "Humph, behave!" He mentally swatted at it with his spirituality, but that did not do anything to make the spiritual fragment subside. In fact, Ves noticed that it still possessed a connection with Zygra's main spirituality. This meant that the fragment in fact did not possess a separate consciousness. Unless the Crown Cat himself changed his mind about Ves, his overcoat would continue to emanate a hostile and intimidating aura. He scratched his head. "Benny, go retrieve a cough or something." When Gavin rummaged through the closet and returned with a spare briefcase, Ves folded his overcoat and stuffed it inside. Once he closed the briefcase, a portion of the intimidating aura disappeared. Though Ves still perceived some tension in the air, it seemed that putting his overcoat out of sight succeeded in dampening his overcoat's effects. "It's much better now that the coat is out of sight," Gavin sighed. Nita concurred. "Maybe a thicker case works better." "I doubt it. Some things can't be blocked no matter how many layers are in the way." From what he knew of auras, only distance weakened them due to the inverse square law. Right now, Ves hadn't found any materials that blocked auras outright, though perhaps he might find one in the future. One thing he found curious was that other people like Gavin and Nita clearly perceived the intimidating aura emanating from the coat, while not sensing a lot of abnormalities from the P-stone. Ves, Lucky, and to a minor extent Nita all perceived Zygra's hostile spirituality, but Gavin completely ignored the P-stone. Apparently, P-stones possessed a minor isolating effect that only worked on spiritually weak individuals. Curious. Ves scratched his chin. In any case, he got the results he wanted, so he ended the experiment. As Gavin stowed the briefcase and the other pieces of his new outfit in the closet, the distraction ended. After taking care of his other business, Ves resumed his work on the Devil Tiger project. It's been a long time. As Ves projected the main schematic of his unfinished mech in front of his vision, he compared its dimensions to Zygra's physical appearance when he was still alive. The two diverged in several aspects. Zygra used to be a lot bigger, stronger, and heavier. The Devil Tiger relied a bit less raw strength and immense size and more on its mobility to get the better of its opponents. Should I scale up my design? He wondered. He quickly ruled out of the option. Increasing its proportions was not as simple as magnifying all of its components by 30% or so. Ves did not look forward to initiating a complete redesign just to accommodate its design spirit. In any case, it wasn't as if his mechs no longer worked if they carried divergent design spirits. His Aurora Titan worked fine despite hosting a non-human design spirit. The intention of his mech designs was not to bring the deceased back to life. Neither did he seek to clone the capabilities of powerful humans or exobeasts. He saw no future in imitating or emulating products developed by nature or products cooked up by biotech specialists. Ves believed that proper mech designers ought to be capable of creating entirely new and original mechs that exhibited the strengths that fit them the best. I shouldn't lose sight of the purpose of my work. My mechs still have to function as products that serve a useful purpose. He knew he had a tendency to romanticize his mechs and mech designs. The danger to this was that he could easily lose perspective of the nature of his profession and the actual demands of his customers. Once he sobered himself up, he rejected any thoughts of trying to turn the Devil Tiger into an artificial copy of Zygra's formidable body. It just didn't make any sense from a fundamental design perspective. His Tiger mech design performed the best if it remained in the medium weight class. Still, Ves saw plenty of areas which could use some adjustments. He wanted to steer the Devil Tiger away from a design that relied heavily on ambushes and maneuver warfare to one more suited to brawling and dueling. This would make the Devil Tiger match the brutal and prideful inclination of its design spirit. Before he visited Felixia, Ves hadn't made up his mind on the final vision of his mech. Now that he returned with Zygra's spirituality, the end product was no longer shrouded in fog. He knew exactly what he was working towards. Let's get to work. As the fleet quietly traveled to its next destination, Ves dove into his design work. With the peastone trapping Zygra's spirituality resting on his desk, he comfortably basked in the crowned cat's hostility, and used his sensations to inspire him in his design work. His recent successes along with the rewards he received put him in a fantastic mood. Even the temporary deficit in his spiritual energy did not hinder him significantly in any way as his passion overflowed as he worked. Several days passed as Ves achieved rapid progress in the completion of his design. While the incorporation of asthmas into his mech design meant that Ves had to do a lot of things differently, he eagerly tackled the novel problems that came with configuring the pure asthmas and substitute asthmas into empowering the Devil Tiger to the fullest extent. The momentum that Ves accumulated caused him to set aside every other distraction in an attempt to complete his mech design as soon as possible. Many problems seemed trivial to his eyes, and those that posed a larger hindrance hardly stalled his momentum. Within a matter of days, his incomplete design rapidly exhibited fewer gaps. Even the fleet's arrival to its next destination could not bring Ves out of his design frenzy. He brushed off Gavin and Nita's attempt to urge him to meet his appointment on the surface of the planet they orbited. I can't stop now! He shouted as his shaking eyes kept staring at the zoomed-in portion of his mech design. His hands neurotically flicked around the projection to add, remove and adjust various components to his design. I'm on a roll here! Tell whoever I'm meeting on the planet to reschedule my appointment. They won't like it, boss. Ves snorted. They're mech designers. They should understand the importance of when a fellow colleague is in an inspired design mood. Now get out and let me work in peace. Once he got rid of his latest distractions, Ves spent an entire week on completing his design. As the devil tiger became more and more whole, it began to embody some of the aspects of its name. The mech that Ves had shaped truly looked and fought like a devil in the form of a tiger. Not only was it a devil to its opponents, it also posed a risk to its mech pilots. When Ves had reached the stage of adding in and configuring its cockpit, Ves briefly paused when he had to decide which neural interface model he should incorporate into his design. Previously, he considered utilizing a neural interface model with very loose safety limitations. However, he made this decision before he picked up an extremely hostile design spirit. What would Zygre do if he obtained the power to screw around with the minds of the mech pilots of the Devil Tiger? Ves grimaced. Nothing good would come out of that. Should he change his mind and opt for a safer neural interface model? One with stricter safety limits would mean the mech pilot wouldn't be able to establish a deeper bond with the Devil Tiger. That went against the purpose of his experiment, and the vision he laid out for his mech. The Devil Tiger is and will always be a double-edged sword. Still, it wouldn't do his machine any good if it immediately killed its mech pilot right at the start. Ves therefore opted for a different approach to the problem. First, he scoured the galactic net for a neural interface design that the MTA never authorized for usage. It wasn't very hard to find one, as various black market organizations seemed to find some uses for them for some reason. They probably use them to boost the performance of underground dueling mechs, Ves loosely guessed. It was an easy way to improve the odds of winning, but once the mech pilots encountered mishaps, it would be all over for their careers. Even their lives may be lost due to the severe repercussions of using these unsafe neural interface models. Once Ves grabbed a black market neural interface model suited for Tiger mechs, he dove into its programming and adjusted its safety parameters. Whenever a new mech pilot interfaced with the Devil Tiger, its neural interface would start off with relatively standard safety limits. Only when the mech pilot spent a few hours with the Devil Tiger would the temporary safety limits slowly retract. This way, both the mech and mech pilots enjoyed a brief period of time where they could get to know each other under safer but more limiting circumstances. If the Devil Tiger liked its mech pilot, then the loosening safety limits meant that the mech pilot would benefit from the closer bond he formed with his mech. If the Devil Tiger hated its mech pilot, then the lifting of the restrictions would definitely lead to various shenanigans. Ves chuckled at the thought. I shouldn't make it too easy for Zygre to get rid of its mech pilot. He has to work for it if he wants to get rid of someone he doesn't like. Chapter 1427 Spirituality and Technology. As his mech took shape, Ves wondered on how he should address the later stages of the design process. Ordinarily, it would have been irresponsible of him to finalize his design and begin with fabricating a copy intended for consumers. However, his Devil Tiger project was not like any of its other design projects. Its exorbitant cost, illicit nature, and various radical design aspects meant it was a bad idea for Ves to produce and test a physical prototype. Besides, Ves was confident that the Devil Tiger's theoretical performance wouldn't diverge from its actual performance. Why should he adhere to a traditional design process anyway? Even if his mech came with a major flaw or two, Ves wouldn't incur any penalties. The target audience for his Devil Tiger consisted of Nixian pirates. Ves cared nothing for their well-being. In fact, Ves considered them as potential test subjects ready to be subjected to various experiments, such as his Devil Tiger. Even if there's a couple flaws, my mech is inherently self-correcting. I'll intervene in person if necessary. As a mech meant to serve as an experiment, Ves wanted to access the data his Devil Tiger accumulated. He knew that it would be very hard, if nigh impossible, for the mech to transmit its data back to him, especially if the machine failed to piggyback a connection to the galactic net. Ves tried his best to program some hidden routines inside the core programming of the mech. Once it connected to a local network with access to the galactic net, the Devil Tiger would immediately compress and encrypt its log data before uploading them to a random, publicly accessible storage site. As long as this happened, Ves would always be able to retrieve the log data through anonymous means. This way, he could keep track of the Devil Tiger usage and whether it performed as intended. This is a two-way street, Ves smiled. As long as my mech can access the galactic net, then it isn't limited to uploading data. It can also receive new instructions. Ves programmed in various obscure addresses it had to keep an eye on whenever it accessed the galactic net. Once it encountered an encrypted file on one of those addresses, the mech would download and decrypt it in order to process the new instructions he provided. This way, he could continue to tweak, update, and modify the Devil Tiger's design from remote. The malleable, smart metal nature of his mech meant that the mech required no human intervention in order to adjust its own design. It's brilliant! He grinned. Of course, these measures also came with various downsides. The exchange of data took place within the most open and insecure communications network in the galaxy. Ves could not have picked a less secure network than the galactic net. Though Ves incorporated heavy encryption onto the data packages, he was under no illusion that it would hold against determined decryption attempts. Ves couldn't do much about attempts to crack the encryption of the log data. There shouldn't be too much harm in it as long as nothing in the logs contained any clues that led back to his identity. What he worried about more was if some joker mech designer figured out a way to imitate the process that Ves used in updating the instructions of the Devil Tiger. If this third party utilized the same encryption method and uploaded a new set of instructions onto a specific address, then they would easily be able to hijack Devil Tiger. I need an extra layer of security. After a bit of thinking, he came up with a novel way to reduce the chances of third-party interference. Even if a hacker managed to upload some instructions onto the data banks of his Devil Tiger, the mech would not accept them unless its design spirit inputted a code that unlocked the final pass. No matter how good a hacker is in intruding in electronic systems, they can't do anything to influence a design spirit. Manipulating them was unique to Ves, thereby granting him sole control over the most core aspects of the workings of his mech. Of course, Zygra's spirituality shouldn't be the one who decided which instructions to accept. Instead, Ves configured the arrangement in a way that it would only be able to unlock the final pass if Ves intervened directly. The Pride of Dusk can help. His new overcoat housed an active spiritual fragment of Zygra. Ves noted that it shared its consciousness with the main spirituality that was locked in his P-stone. This essentially means I can observe and manipulate Zygra's spirituality from remote. This was a very novel arrangement, and Ves felt very enthused about implementing it for the first time. If everything went well, then Ves might apply this arrangement to his other works. Keeping pieces of my design spirits close to my person is a good way to rein in my more unruly design spirits. The approach swung the pendulum away from the path of life and closer to the path of determinism, thereby injecting a crucial measure of control over his Devil Tiger. Ves would not allow anyone, not even Zygra's spirituality itself, to ruin his experiment. Programming all of these additional features into his mech entailed a lot of extra work. Ves recognized he had to do a thorough job in order to close as many loopholes and exploits as possible. As long as he left out a single opening, some clever hacker or mech designer would surely jump in to take advantage of his Devil Tiger. He especially encountered a lot of difficulties in envisioning the interaction between his design spirit and the systems of his mech. Ves had to revisit some of his existing mechs, study the extent to which their design spirits influenced the operation of his mechs, and extrapolate from there. Trying to get both spirituality and technology to work together felt like trying to make magic work with technology. Ves had to wear two hats at once in order to figure out the means for one to influence the other. Still, Ves already made some strides in this new and uncharted territory by figuring out how to grant exclusive control over the tail of the devil tiger to the design spirit. While he wasn't sure whether it was a good idea to give Zygra direct control over one of the aspects of his mech, the tail was one of the least consequential limbs of his mech. Whether all of this worked as intended remained to be seen. Ves would only be able to find out once he finally fabricated the mech, which was a challenge in itself. I need a secure and private mech workshop to put this mech together. He already had some plans in mind for that. I'll be picking up the final batch of materials as well as Gloriana's pure asthma's shipment in my next stop. Once I've gathered all of the materials, I can begin to find a suitable workshop. As for finding a workshop, there were plenty of underground workshops and manufacturing facilities on major manufacturing planets. Trying to rent a reliable one that wouldn't screw him over was his biggest concern, but Ves was confident he could navigate the murky swamp. The next point of difficulty was trying to sell his mech. Previously, Ves considered entering the outskirts of the Nixian Gap in order to pass off his devil tiger somewhere, but this was exceedingly risky. It will be a lot more convenient for me if I can sell my mech through the Circle of Mota. Ves initially knew little about this mysterious organization, but Crinden managed to collect some scraps of information on them. The Circle of Mota mainly served as a trading channel between Sentinels and Nixians. Because such trade was very illegal and highly controversial within the Sentinel Kingdom, every transaction occurred with the highest level of privacy possible. The Circle developed several traditions that made it harder to track the buyers and sellers of the illicit goods between trading through the Circle's marketplaces. Considering the special nature of the Devil Tiger, Ves knew he would never be able to sell the mech at a profit. The cost of its pure asthmas alone was enough to bankrupt the LMC. How could Ves possibly expect to sell his mech at such an exorbitant price to the ruthless but shabby pirates that inhabited the Nixian Gap? It was likely that Ves would have to share his mech at an enormous loss, but he never intended to profit from its sale in the first place. The techniques he invented, the lessons he learned, and the solutions he developed represented his real gains. As for the money, that came extra. Even so, if he ended up selling his Devil Tiger for just 30 million bright credits or so, there was no way he'd end up satisfied. I have to do my best to sell my mech at a fair price. From the stories that Crinden collected about the Circle of Mota, Ves knew that the underground organization offered various avenues for him to get what he wanted. First, a lot of goods offered by the Nixian pirates consisted of unknown exotics and strange curiosities. Even the best appraisers in the employ of the Circle of Mota struggled to estimate the value of these prices. Due to their uncertain value and applications, these goods tended to pile up in warehouses as their demand was non-existent. I can obtain a lot of strange exotics in exchange for my mech. While Ves wouldn't know if he got the better of such a transaction or not, there were a lot of uses to expanding his collection of exotics. Even if none of them reacted to spirituality or contained any useful traits, he might still be able to find a use for them in his future mech designs. Every successful mech designer builds up a collection of exotics for this reason. The other, more uncertain alternative would be to submit his mech to the auctions that the Circle regularly organized. Ves pursed his lips at the thought. Mechs like the Devil Tiger are often sold in auctions. The idea intrigued him, but who knew if anyone would recognize the actual worth of his mech? What if the bidders in the auction only possessed a paltry amount of money? Will the circle even allow me to submit my mech for auction? He wondered. Auctions only accepted the submission of great and unique mechs. It was meaningless to auction bog-standard mechs that could easily be bought through other channels. Considering all of the features as well as the overall performance of his Devil Tiger, Ves was quite certain that the circle would love to put it on auction. However, if Ves ever exposed the Devil Tiger to so many auction-goers, then he'd have to be really careful not to leave any clues behind that exposed his hand in its design. This was difficult. Ves had already taken a lot of precautions. For example, one of the reasons why he waited to pick up the shipment of pure asthmas was because he wanted to obtain it in a secure and anonymous fashion from a shadow courier. With how much Gloriana paid to the shadow couriers, they'd better keep their mouths shut, he muttered. While Ves was confident he could hide the collection of materials and obscure the fabrication process, all of that would be moot if his Devil Tiger radiated a similar aura to that of his other mech designs. I have to find a way to suppress this effect. This was the final headache he faced before he completed his design. Normally, Ves did everything he could to maximize the external influence of his mechs. The more impressive their auras, the greater their ability to influence allies and enemies alike. This was one of the core strengths of his products. How can I go against my instinct and suppress my Devil Tiger's aura? Ves frowned. Chapter 1428 Aura Manipulation. How could Ves design a mech that advanced his design principles without tying it back to his identity? The Devil Tiger is way too controversial. I can't allow it to taint my reputation, he grumbled. He already switched up his distinctive design style in many ways to obscure his fingerprints on the Devil Tiger's design. Ves never designed a bestial mech before, which made it easy for him to disassociate himself from the Devil Tiger design. While Ves could employ all manner of technical tricks to erase the similarities between his public designs and his Devil Tiger design, the one area which he couldn't erase was his specialty. The X factor of his mech was certainly going to be very strong. Ves knew that for certain. If the effect only applied to the mech pilot, then that was okay, because the chances of exposure were minuscule in that case. However, one of the distinctive features about his mechs was that as their X factor increased, their auras became more noticeable as well. They became especially perceivable on any mech that Ves crafted by hand, as in the case of his gold label mechs and custom mechs. Should I deliberately weaken the X factor of my Devil Tiger? He wondered. He quickly shook his head. His pride as a mech designer would never allow him to sabotage his efforts for such an inane reason. Though he was afraid of exposing himself, he detested crippling a mech that had the potential to be something great. There is no way I'll allow my Devil Tiger to be born in a stunted state. I just can't. Ves had become way too invested in this project to dial his efforts back. Nothing compelled him to go this far for what he considered to be an experiment. He did not expect to gain any recognition or material rewards either. He simply wanted to design a mech that surpassed his previous efforts. In many of my mech designs, I have to restrain myself. I have to abide by the rules. The demands of my customers rank first. Yet that can get tiresome at times. Working on the Devil Tiger design challenged him enormously. He also felt liberated. The design project reinvigorated his love for mech design. Creation was boundless and limitless. A mech designer like Ves would only stagnate if he kept to just a narrow slice of possible mech designs. Due to this, Ves initially resisted attempts to restrain the strengths of his mech design. However, as he thought about it more, he considered it to be an interesting exercise. This might not be the only time he wanted to restrain the outward expression of the X factor of his mechs. When Ves thought about the problem, he recalled a distinct phenomenon concerning the mechanics behind auras. When multiple identical mechs are standing side by side, their auras overlap with each other. In fact, they didn't just overlap, but they also synced with each other. This caused them to merge their strengths and amplify their effects to observers. If auras could be layered on top of each other to amplify their effects, what if they could dampen each other instead? Interesting. Ves rubbed his chin in an intrigued manner. However, this can only be done if I have at least two mechs. If there's only one source of aura, I don't have anything to dampen it with unless. What if he split Zygra's spirituality in two? Then put them both into the Devil Tiger? Could a mech design accommodate two identical but separated design spirits? The idea tempted him a lot, yet it sounded way too crazy even for Ves. The risks involved with splitting a spiritual entity into two was way too reckless. He could hardly predict what might result if he attempted such a radical act. The entire point of the Devil Tiger is to see how it will function with a complete spiritual entity. If I split them up into two supersized spiritual fragments, the entire nature of my experiment is different. Besides, Ves doubted he could arrange the two spiritual fragments together in a way that caused them to completely negate each other's auras. He had to find a different approach. As he mulled over the issue, he came up with another simple idea. What if the X factor of my mech is expressed inward rather outward? Is it possible to tweak this aspect? He had never consciously tweaked the parameters of the X factor, mostly because he never imagined he could manipulate it directly. In all of his previous works, the X factor always came about indirectly. One source was the focused emotional and spiritual investment he put into his designs. Another source was the design spirit he placed into his designs. The latter had stolen the show the last few years. As an external source of strength, the use of design spirits vastly strengthened the X factor of his mech designs. Yet underneath my shiny design spirits rests a bedrock of subliminal spirituality that serves as the spiritual foundations of my mech designs. This was something that he could influence directly. While it was ordinarily too weak to affect the strength of a design spirit, what if he strengthened it to a degree that it could? It's worth a try. Of course, his enthusiasm quickly subsided when he thought about how much spiritual energy he had to invest to negate Zygra's aura. If he tried to dampen it directly, then the amount of energy he had to expand would likely suck him dry. I have to resort to a different approach. Dozens of theories flitted past his mind as he tried to come up with a novel approach that produced his desired result with as little sacrifice as possible. Ves eventually palmed his head. Why am I thinking of dampening when I can just block it instead? What if I can shape the spiritual aspects I'm in control of into a container that blocks any aura from radiating outwards? It was kind of like treating his mech as a source of radiation. If he wanted to contain the radiation and protect the outside environment from becoming exposed, then he could simply build some kind of barrier that expressly disallowed its passage. The key was that this barrier did not have to be too strong or fancy. It just had to be strong enough to contain the aura of the X factor of his mech. Aura is a byproduct of the strength of the X factor. It's not really all that strong on its own, Ves realized. I can use this property to develop an efficient barrier. He invested all of his mental processing power to this solution. He called up a projection of his largely complete mech design and injected it with some of his spiritual energy in a specific fashion. He formed an intangible, conceptual barrier along the outer contours of his design. Ves used his imagination to instill his spiritual barrier with a specific instruction. Its only goal was to prevent the Devil Tiger's aura from escaping from the mech. He contemplated adding more instructions, but he was afraid of screwing up his original intentions. As soon as the barrier took effect, Ves immediately perceived the difference. The devil tiger design no longer appeared to radiate anything remarkable. Ves found his design to be a lot duller now that he could no longer perceive its residual aura. I'm on the right track. Of course, his thin and weak spiritual barrier only blocked the devil tiger's inherent aura. Ves still hadn't instilled it with the design spirit. It's about time, though. Solving this final problem meant that Ves overcame the final hurdle that prevented him from finalizing his design. While he felt rather cross that he couldn't test his design with a prototype, he thought he did a pretty good job regardless. In any case, since his design philosophy mainly affected people rather than technology, Ves never suffered from a huge divergence in simulated tests and real space tests. Ves took a mental step back and evaluated his work up to now. After several weeks of intensive design work, his mech looked as formidable as he envisioned. The mech's overall appearance bore a vague resemblance to Zygra, though he opted to dye the mech in a deeper, darker and more striking shade of red. Black stripes interspersed across its exterior added a menacing tiger-like quality to the mech. In order to make its name even clearer, Ves also stamped a small but noticeable label of its name onto its flank. This way, no one would mistake its actual name. While its cost was way higher than its actual performance, the Devil Tiger was no slouch. Among third-class mechs, its performance equaled that of an expensive custom mech like Lord Javier's Loquacious Raphael. It's more accurate to describe the Devil Tiger as a mech that straddles the zone between second-class and third-class mechs. With asthmas at its core, his mech had the potential to complete its step into second-class mechs. The only issue was that his mech would have to consume a lot of expensive materials and upgrade all of the third-class components that the mech wasn't able to upgrade on its own. Human intervention is still required for some of the upgrade and repair processes, Ves grumbled. Smart metal in the form of pure asthmas and substitute asthmas comprised about 75% of his mech design. While this was a very high proportion, the 20% that consisted of regular mech parts still required human attention in order to repair them or upgrade them with better parts. The configuration that this proportion resulted was a mech that excelled in land-bound skirmishes. Its endurance was quite decent, though its pure asthmas expended a considerable amount of energy and spare materials each time it produced a new batch of substitute asthmas to repair its losses. Still, it was better for the mech to perform its own repairs than to let enslaved or ill-educated pirates tool around the guts of his mech. Ves had already programmed his mech with various nasty responses if anyone incompetent tried to screw around with his machine. As Ves evaluated his mech for one last time, he picked up Lucky, who was lounging next to his P-stone, and showed off his design. Look at this design. Isn't it a beauty? Meow. Don't you wish you'd be as huge, dangerous, and menacing as my Devil Tiger? Meow. Size matters, Lucky. Meow meow. Lucky angrily phased out of V's arms and floated out of reach. Who claimed bigger cats were better? A gem cat like him was perfect for cuddling and sneaking. Once he finished chuckling, Ves grew solemn. It was time for him to finalize his design by adding its final, special touch. He picked up his P-stone and inspected its intangible prisoner. Zygra's spirituality still hadn't let up on its animosity towards Ves. The deceased crown cat wanted nothing more than to hit back at Ves in retribution for the hunt. Your struggles are pointless, you loser cat. Behave for a moment and accept your new home. It will be the only safe harbor you'll enjoy. Ves mustered up his spirituality and dragged Zygra's spirituality out of the P-stone long enough to immediately shove it into the conceptual space of the Devil Tiger. A transformation occurred. While the aura barrier that Ves formed around the devil tiger successfully blocked his design from radiating a distinctive aura, it wasn't perfect. The mech still took on a very subtle quality that hinted at something more beneath the surface. Ves immediately had the feeling that he created something special. All of the risks he had taken and all of the time and resources he invested into its design resulted in a mech design with limitless growth opportunities. As long as his devil tiger evaded total destruction, then it possessed the potential to grow into a truly formidable mech. His design seed seethed with excitement. Even it acknowledged that Ves had created something exceptional. "My devil tiger design is complete!" Now, all he had to do was to produce its only copy. Chapter 1429 Commanding Attention. Ves admired his finished mech design from multiple angles. He noted that forming a barrier to contain the aura that resulted from its strong X factor did not magically make the aura disappear. As Ves examined the interaction closer with his spiritual senses, he realized that as the aura found no outlet to escape outward, it instead sank into the interior of his mech design. This resulted in a strange effect that gave the devil tiger design a very strange and subtle quality. "The devil tiger doesn't feel like my regular mech designs, which is what I wanted, but..." It was as if his mech glowed in a different way. Instead of radiating a clear aura, it started to emanate a hidden pressure that made him doubt the wisdom of what he did. He had the feeling that percolating his mech with its own aura all the time might lead to unpredictable results. Instead of worrying about it, he actually looked forward to what this might result. "Ha ha! I hope you won't succumb too soon." This alternate expression of aura served as a way to disassociate himself from his creation. Although both expressions shared a couple of similarities, the inward expression of aura was a lot less blatant about drawing attention to itself. "There's enough differences to establish plausible deniability. That should be sufficient." Ves nodded in satisfaction. The only other concern he held was the lack of restraints keeping Zygra's spirituality in place. Unlike the P-stones, his mech designs did not possess a powerful attracting force on spiritual entities. This basically meant that Zygra's spirituality was free to stay or leave as it desired. Of course, when Zygra realized this soon after inhabiting the mental space of Devil Tiger design, he immediately tested the waters outside his open cage. As soon as Zygra made his escape, his spirituality immediately began to deteriorate. In fact, its existing wounds along with the gaping hole from the time Ves carved out a fragment accelerated the breakup process. There were no other places that could shelter Zygra's spirituality except for the P-stone that it had just left. There was no way Zygra wanted to return to its former prison. At the very least, his new home presented him with the hope of escaping in the future. He just had to bide his time for an opportunity to hop to a better home. Ves grinned. He sensed Zygra's thoughts and knew that there was a risk that the crown cat's spirituality wanted to leave. However, Ves believed that Zygra would gradually become used to the devil tiger. The mech possessed a high growth potential that wasn't any inferior to that of the crown cat's original body. He actually considered the devil tiger to be a much more effective prison than his P-stone. The best prisons aren't the ones with the thickest walls, but the ones whose inmates want to stay. Now that he finally completed the devil tiger design and confirmed that Zygra had nowhere else to go for the time being, Ves switched off the projection and deactivated all of the jammers and security precautions in his stateroom. As soon as he reconnected to the rest of the galaxy, Gavin immediately entered his stateroom with a concerned expression. "Are you finally done with your work?" Ves nodded. "Yeah. I'm done tinkering. Sorry for being so rude, but I can't control the onset of inspiration and creative moods. Creative and passionate states of mind are very valuable to me. All of my best works came about with inspiration. I know, boss. You've told me that before. I know how you tend to be when you are completely taken in by your work. I just want to suggest you ought to find a balance. You can't just isolate yourself in your room for weeks or months on end. It was much better when you worked with keddies, because at least you were forced to come out of shell. Now that you're back to working alone, you've regressed. You have a point. Though he recognized Gavin's concerns, Ves wasn't apologetic at all. He considered appending his schedule a small price to pay to rush his mech design to completion. Right now, our fleet is orbiting Rain's Eye for a while. We originally scheduled appointments with 2 journeyman mech designers who reside on the industrial planet. Have you successfully rescheduled those appointments? Surprisingly, the journeyman expressed a lot of understanding for our request to postpone the appointments. Gavin replied in a puzzled manner. I don't know what's up, but their secretaries have been very accommodating to us. They've basically told us that you're welcome to drop by their headquarters whenever it's convenient. Sounds like my reputation has already spread. Haha. He knew that taking part in the crown hunt had been worth it in the end. Though the commoners outside of Felixia didn't pay much attention to this blip in the news, those in the know were aware of its true significance. By participating in one of the Sentinel Kingdom's celebrated hunting traditions, Ves had made a lot of inroads in the local power structure. His acquaintance with Lady Miralix meant he also enjoyed a measure of native noble support, which further enhanced his standing in the state. Once Ves got up to speed with what he missed, he immediately proceeded to get down to the surface of Rain's Eye. As he emerged from the armored shuttle surrounded by the mechs of the battle criers, he decided to wear his overcoat over his normal business attire. The addition of this single article of clothing made a huge difference to his stature. Every employee of the headquarters immediately felt or noticed his ostentatious presence. The living spiritual fragment locked within the overcoat emanated an aura of both menace and pride. The effect it had on the receptionists, the security guards, and everyone else within sight caused them to feel suppressed and compelled to show their respect to Ves. While Ves found this reaction to be exceedingly interesting, he became a bit annoyed at how strong his overcoat affected the moods and emotions of other people. At this rate, the planetary guard would probably arrest him on suspicion of brainwashing everyone in the vicinity. He needed to modulate the strength of his overcoat's aura. When Ves thought about the problem, he realized he already developed a solution. As he and his followers stepped in the elevator that brought them to the top of the headquarters, he quietly went to work. He expended a small portion of his spiritual energy to form a weaker but otherwise identical barrier to the one that encompassed his devil-tiger design. Once he stabilized the barrier, he gently enveloped his overcoat with it, making sure to cover both the exterior and the interior portion of his garment. The tense shoulders of Gavin and Nita immediately relaxed a bit as the tenseness in the air immediately subsided by half. That's better, Gavin sighed. Was that your doing, boss? Yup. What do you think? It's a lot less threatening. It's less of a punch in the face and more of a slap in the face. You still look like you demand attention, but it's not as forceful as before. Ves nodded in satisfaction. That's the effect I was going for. What do you think, Lucky? Meow. His cat arrogantly perched on his shoulder as if it enjoyed sitting atop a crowned cat. Now that Ves had taken Zygra out of the P-stone and placed him into an intangible design, Lucky could no longer bully the captive spiritual entity as easily as before. The only way for the gem cat to establish his dominance over the crowned cat was to mess with the pride of dusk. Don't you dare scratch my coat! Meow! I'm serious! Soon enough, the elevator reached the top floor. After leaving Gavin and Nita behind at the security checkpoint, Ves passed through the entrance of the office and met with the first mech designer he wanted to meet today. As soon as Ves stepped foot into the office, the dynamics within the room immediately reversed. Ves subtly weakened the barrier filtering some of the aura his overcoat emanated, and the effect became palpable. The man sitting behind his desk on the opposite side of the room immediately stood up in respect. "Mr. Larkinson! Welcome to my headquarters. I have looked forward to your visit for a long time. I'm honored you've decided to meet me first." Ves calmly stepped forward and stretched out his arm to shake the other journeyman's hand. As the distance closed, his counterpart experienced an increasing amount of pressure. "Thank you, Mr. Pell. I hope I haven't troubled you with the changes in my schedule." "Oh, not at all. There is nothing else on my agenda that demands my attention, so it is no issue for me to meet you at this time." Marcus Pell was a local Sentinel journeyman who hadn't come to success on his own. While he showed some promise when he graduated from a technical university, the man lacked the capital and connections to start his own mech company. It was only when one of the local noble houses in the Reigns system recognized his capabilities and invested in him that Pell propelled his way into success. He even managed to advance to journeyman a few years ago when he reached 35 years old. While the mech industry did not consider anyone who advanced to journeyman at that age to be remarkable, it still served as proof that Pell possessed the drive and competence to reach greater heights. Within the mech community, Marcus Pell's age, experience, and abundant portfolio put him in a senior position over Ves. Yet, as the small talk proceeded, the Sentinel mech designer did not put on any airs and instead gave ground to his guest. Ves knew that Pell's unusually accommodating attitude came from the intimidation effect of his coat as well as his recent bump in reputation. Considering the man's close ties to a noble house, the man was especially sensitive to noble associations. While Ves enjoyed establishing his superiority over Pell, he quickly reined in this vain desire. If he started to revel in this act, then it might come back to bite him in the future. Relying on fear and intimidation to coerce others into cooperating with him would only breed more hostility. Therefore, as much as Ves wanted to indulge in his macho desire to put himself on top of others, he consciously tweaked the filtration barrier that enveloped his coat to reduce the effect of its aura to a point where it faded into the background. The shift happened so discreetly that Marcus Pell hardly noticed the air between them lightening up. While the man grew a bit more comfortable with his guest, he still maintained some guardedness. "Let's move on to the exchange, shall we?" Pell suggested. "You first." Generally, Ves liked it when others went first. He could gauge the sincerity and the willingness of the other party to conduct an honest exchange by the opening they delivered. Those who wanted to conduct a sincere exchange were fairly liberal in what they revealed. In contrast, those who wanted to hoard their secrets spent much of their time on vague descriptions and worthless anecdotes. Considering the circumstances, Marcus Pell did not dare to mess around. "Are you aware of my design philosophy?" "Yes." Ves nodded. "According to your record, you specialize in designing space-borne mechs that are suited for extensive deployments. Your products are famous in Sentinel for being able to operate in space for weeks." Marcus smiled. "That claim is already outdated. My latest mech design is able to operate continuously in space for more than a month." "That's very impressive." Was it unique to design a mech that could operate for months at a time in deep space? Not really. However, those who wanted to design such mechs had to make a lot of considerations that other mech designers never thought about. One of the most prevalent problems that occurred when mech pilots were deployed in the cold of space for so long was that they tended to become unstable. What Marcus Pell actually specialized in was designing mechs that mech pilots didn't mind piloting for weeks at a time. Ves saw a lot of similarities in their priorities, hence why he became eager to exchange with this Sentinel Mech Designer. Chapter 1430 Gaping Void. Marcus Pell began to explain the rationale of his design philosophy. One of the biggest threats plaguing the Sentinel Kingdom is the pirates spilling out of the Nixian Gap. As you have probably heard by now, the Nixian Gap is not a normal region of space. Unlike regular space, which consists of empty space interspersed with star systems that consist of one or multiple suns orbited by varying amounts of planets, it almost entirely consists of an endless field of asteroids. The amount of asteroids floating within the Nixian Gap defied natural law. Some very strange anomalous effects caused a huge region of space within the Komodo star sector and its neighboring star sectors to host a seemingly endless sea of rocks, most of which consisted of worthless materials. However, the Nixian Gap also represented a source of wealth. Some of the rocks floating in the Nixian Gap contained scraps of exotics of varying rarity and value. Low-grade and medium-grade exotics were fairly prevalent in the finds that prospectors uncovered, but sometimes they hit the jackpot by uncovering a small deposit of high-grade exotics. The wealth buried within the Nixian Gap attracted the greed of every state that surrounded the hazardous region. Despite the pirates and other scum infesting the area, the Sentinel Peacekeeper Association continually dispatched outfits and expeditions to the mineral-rich portions of the Gap in order to prospect for exotics. The Sentinel Kingdom's territories weren't all that remarkable. The reason why the kingdom grew so impressively to the point where it became the strongest third-rate state in the star sector was because of how much wealth they extracted from the Nixian Gap. Due to the Sentinel Kingdom's preoccupation with the Nixian Gap, their mech culture distinctly placed a lot of emphasis on space-borne mechs. That did not mean that the Sentinel Kingdom saw no use in land-bound mechs. Notable mech pilots like Lady Miralix still had plenty of fighting in store if they deployed to the Nixian Gap. Anomalous heavy-gravity planets such as Morshell attracted a lot of land-bound mechs, while many moon-sized asteroids transformed into secret pirate settlements sometimes required boots on the ground as well. Still, most battles still took place in space in the Nixian Gap. Due to the complex environment within this area, the peacekeeper outfits sometimes develop unusual demands. There are many uses for mechs that can operate continuously within the Nixian Gap, Marcus Pell elaborated. One of the biggest problems with the Nixian Gap is that FTL drives are completely useless in this region aside from a few exceptions. Fleets have to navigate perilous routes, surrounded by asteroids in every direction, in order to reach their destination. Such journeys can last for months or even years. Ves idly rubbed Lucky behind his ears. Since a lot of time is invested in these journeys, the expeditions have to be sure they reach their intended destinations. Exactly. Navigation is very difficult in many portions of the Nixian Gap. Asteroids are constantly spinning and colliding everywhere, thereby scrambling navigational markers that help both peacekeepers and pirates from figuring out their positions within this territory. My mechs are often deployed as part of long-range reconnaissance units. They are sent in different directions in order to figure out which direction leads them to their intended destination. Ves could hardly fathom how these outfits and expeditions kept track of the mechs they sent out. Navigation within the Nixian Gap was so difficult that every outfit that operated in the region depended on the services of specialized navigators. You're not the only one who designs long-deployment space-borne mechs, right? Correct. There are a number of mech designers from Sentinel and other states with an interest in the Nixian Gap who compete in this market. What separates your products from your competitors? Well, aside from the high energy efficiency and various power-saving settings of my designs, I've invested a lot in developing methods to maintain the mental health of my customers. It's something that none of my competitors has paid as much attention to than me. Mental health isn't something that ordinarily comes to mind when mech designers embark on a new mech design. In other words, Marcus Pell's actual specialty largely encompassed the field of psychology, and other fields related to the human condition. Both Ves and Pell developed pilot-centric design philosophies, which caused them to share some kinship with each other. Just as with Ves, Pell's mech designs didn't feature the greatest and most efficient performance. Nevertheless, the high regard of its customers caused his products to develop a modest but very devoted fanbase. I take it that your specialization goes beyond loading up the data banks of your mechs with games and drama series. Pell nodded. Isolation breeds lots of problems. Outfits try their best to mitigate this problem by sending out multiple mechs on reconnaissance missions at a time, but this is fairly costly and not very efficient. Carrier vessels can only bring so many mechs, and they constantly require protection wherever they find themselves. Not a single region in the Nixian Gap is devoid of pirates. Except for the outposts, right? Ves asked. Even the outposts aren't completely safe. The Sentinel mech designer shook his head. Whenever they get too big or attract too much traffic, the Nixian pirate gangs tend to gather together and launch a massive assault. Even if the peacekeepers have placed a lot of defenses at these sites, the Nixian pirates can't tolerate the presence of any lawful settlement in their playground. They quickly went back to the main topic. Even pairing mech pilots up isn't enough to stave off isolation, right? Correct, Mr. Larkinson. Even if you are grouped up with your closest comrades, my research indicates that there are instances where colleagues can grow estranged from each other. The Nixian Gap is a very strange space, and while I haven't been able to gather any proof that it agitates them in any measurable way, the strange conditions already exert their own form of pressure. In other words, the unknown and uncomfortable space environment was so weird from the regular, orderly universe that mech pilots started to believe they were stuck in a dark, endless hole where no respite could be found within several light years. In fact, the stories that Ves heard about mech pilots going crazy in the Nixian Gap were so prevalent that he started to suspect that there might be a spiritual effect at work. Sadly, the only way to verify his guess was to step foot in the Nixian Gap himself, which he really wanted to avoid at this stage. So how do you best stave off the negative effects of isolation? The question pointed straight at Marcus Pell's core specialty. He paused for a moment, as if to contemplate how much he wanted to reveal. Eventually, he gave out one useful nugget of information. One of the most obvious ways to defeat isolation is to make mech pilots feel they aren't alone. The answer sounded simple, but Ves sensed the depth in those words. Even when they are deployed on their own for weeks at a time? Even then, there are ways to make mech pilots experience a connection with the wider galaxy despite lacking any connection to their ships or the galactic net. Before I came around, the most predominant solution to this problem is to drug the mech pilots with stimulants that suppressed their fears and prevented their moods from sliding. I've heard about that. They're quite effective, right? That's true. A lot of peacekeepers have relied on these drugs to mitigate the destructive effects of isolation. However, I don't consider any of those drugs to be perfect. Each drug affects more than just the fears that emerge from enduring isolation. What's so bad about that? The skill, attentiveness, motivation, and judgment of the mech are depressed as well when taking these drugs. While they might not necessarily have a severe effect on hardened and experienced mech pilots, their performance drops are very significant. I believe there are better solutions to stave off isolation than drugging our mech pilots stupid. Ves agreed with such a sentiment. As someone who dealt with several addicts in his life, he knew that a reliance on drugs and stimulants often led to severe or outright destructive repercussions. What is your alternative to drugs? He pressed, eager to hear the solution that Marcus Pell came up with as his specialty. Surrealism. Pardon? Surrealism, Pell repeated. It's a simplistic description of what I do, but it succinctly describes one of the earlier methods I came up with to keep mech pilots active and engaged in their mission. Ves wanted to stop petting Lucky in order to rub his ears. Did he hear correctly? Had he mistakenly entered into an exchange with a graphical artist rather than a mech designer? Of all the possible answers I expected, I never imagined you'd come up with this, Ves said mildly. After so many instances where he confounded other mech designers, this time it was his turn to be perplexed. What is so surreal about your products? Pell smiled at Ves. I've altered the sensory perception of my mechs. There are many ways to process and translate sensory data in ways that allow mech pilots to interpret them through the man-machine connection. What I've done is to add a mode to the sensors of my design that alters some of their parameters when the mechs are continuously deployed. Ves frowned at this response. So, if I understand this right, instead of depending on stimulants, you instead mess with the sensors of your mechs in order to simulate some of their effects? Somewhat. The Sentinel mech designer shrugged. It's anything but a perfect solution, but the results I've achieved are surprisingly effective. I've learned much about how mech pilots think and how their moods change as a result of specific external stimuli. It still sounds weird for me. Are you projecting eyeballs onto the surfaces of asteroids or something? Heavens, no! You can't just mess with the perception of mech pilots with such disturbing images. So this method can easily backfire and go awry. Right. Frankly, this method is very dangerous and can easily lead to the deaths of your customers. That's why I don't recommend you utilize this method yourself. Pell spent some time to warn Ves of the many possible repercussions if he attempted to imitate this method without a foundation in the underlying theories. Ves sensed the seriousness in his counterpart's warnings. You've been very clear about the dangers inherent with messing with the sensory perception of mech pilots. Why do it in the first place, then? What is the point of this method? The simple explanation is, it serves as a distraction. Space is monotonous. While boredom can be staved by serving up entertainment to mech pilots, that will almost always result in a massive reduction in situational awareness. Distracted mech pilots are easy marks for pirates. Exactly. In addition, not every mech pilot derives enjoyment from such static entertainment. The sense of isolation can creep up at them regardless if they immerse themselves in virtual simulations. All of it is fake. Isn't surrealism fake as well? But that's the strength of this method. Pell grinned. You see, the surrealism that I've resorted to is all real. All real? Ves couldn't resist scratching his head this time. So if I understand this right, the illusions you serve up to your mech pilots reflect reality? Indeed. If you place a red filter in front of your eyes, your vision will turn red. Does that mean the reality you perceive is any less true? Ves frowned. I'd say that my perception is distorted in that case. What is truth and what is false? What is illusion and what is reality? I think that absolute truth doesn't exist, and that reality can never be perceived in an unbiased perspective. There is always a form of distortion at work, no matter how precise and how accurate a sensor claims to perceive and measure reality. Chapter 1431, Paying Test Subjects. What was real, and what was fake? To Marcus Pell, the difference was a matter of perspective. Perhaps one person found an imitation mech that precisely copied an authentic mech design to be real, while others insisted that it would always remain a fake. A lot of arguments could be made about what was fake and what was real, but Pell did not stop at this point. Instead, he took a step further and came up with a surprising principle. If what is real and what is fake is in question, why not play around with this ambiguity? This was where Pell's interpretation of surrealism came into play. The mech designer manipulated the sensors of his mechs into blended truths and untruths, thereby causing mech pilots on long deployment to become plagued by strange sensory outputs. This wasn't as straightforward as turning every asteroid into a floating dog or something. Instead, Pell tweaked the sensors and the filters in a way that caused them to transfer more junk data to the minds of the mech pilot. Garbage that ordinarily got filtered out before they transferred through the neural interface essentially got a free pass, though still within reasonable limits that prevented mech pilots from getting overloaded. The result was that mech pilots would become subject to strange but fascinating illusions. Perhaps 1 minute the environment looked blue-shifted all of a sudden. In the next minute they perceived the smell of rotten eggs from a distant starship. After that they spot something ridiculously funny from a distant glow. What is the point of messing with the perception of mech pilots to this extent? Ves frowned as he repeated his question. The goal is to stave off the creeping sense of boredom and isolation without causing mech pilots to lose situational awareness. It may surprise you to hear this, but my solution has actually turned out to be effective. Instead of becoming distracted by watching irrelevant action dramas, they instead place their attention more fully on the environment for many hours at a time. The theories Marcus Pell developed relied on very strange assumptions. Ves found it difficult to follow the other mech designers' train of thought. He understood some of the gist of it, but his perspective on mech design simply diverged too much from that of Pell's to accept what he heard. In the end, his gains from this exchange did not amount to much. Ves did develop some interesting insights about the nature of truth and falsehood and how it could be manipulated to achieve certain goals. When he thought about it, Ves already engaged in something similar by turning the imaginary into reality. The images he created into mind became capable of affecting reality when infused with spiritual energy. The mechs he designed influenced the mentalities of both mech pilots and observers through unusual means. Ves always had the sense that anything pertaining to spirituality possessed both a real and imaginary quality. It followed fewer rules than more mundane forms of matter and energy. As long as someone grew strong enough, they became capable of breaking more and more rules, allowing them to achieve a myriad of extraordinary feats. During the meeting, Marcus Pell successfully managed to claw back some of the initiative he lost, but Ves didn't mind. Though Pell probably believed he successfully confused Ves by babbling on about surrealism, the man had no idea what kind of help he'd been. As Ves finally departed Pell's headquarters, he entered in a thoughtful mood. As his armored shuttle took off to his other appointment for the day, he reflected on his understanding of his spiritual techniques. Pell and I both have something in common. They both manipulated their mech pilots with elements of fantasy. While Pell resorted to technological means by messing with the sensors of his mechs, Ves utilized spiritual means to manipulate the interaction between mech pilots and their mechs. The comparison made him feel a little uncomfortable, because how far was he allowed to go before he crossed the line? His recent actions, such as intimidating Marcus Pell with his overcoat and developing a radical mech like the Devil Tiger, both pushed his manipulation abilities to a new extreme. In both instances, Ves got caught up with the rush of possibilities that opened up when he utilized his new spiritual techniques. Just because I can, doesn't mean I should, he whispered to himself. Ves recognized he'd been indulging himself a little too much. The temptations of the path of life lured him into a direction that compelled him to perform increasingly more radical actions. The unusual and frankly unethical methods that Marcus Pell developed in order to keep the users of his mechs awake and alert repelled Ves to an extent. Mech pilots didn't get the full story and were subjected to strange surreal illusions without their consent or control. It reminded Ves to how neural interface specialists such as Old Man Terrence surreptitiously manipulated the neural interfaces of his mechs. In all of these cases, the mech designers all treated their customers as test subjects. Maybe this perspective is much more widespread than I initially thought, Ves mused. In most cases, the mech designers harbored good intentions, but that did not necessarily make it right. His Devil Tiger project especially crossed a lot of lines he really shouldn't. It was fine though, since it was just a one-off experiment. He would never dare to introduce such enormous dangers to his commercial mechs. Not all mech pilots are my test subjects. Only some of them are. A temptation always existed to push the boundaries with every mech he designed. With how frequently he came up with innovative new techniques, he always had to try his best not to get caught up too much in his excitement. Admittedly, this was a lot harder than he thought sometimes. He always believed his new inventions worked and hated the thought of restraining himself due to an abundance of caution. Ves always thrived by pursuing his passions. Yet surrendering to them also made him prone to warping his judgment. The ideas he came up with sounded very frightening to him when he recalled them afterwards. In cases like these, Gavin's recent words reminded him of a solution against this judgment problem. I should stop designing mechs alone, he muttered. He remembered the times he designed his mech alongside the likes of Professor Ventag and Kedis. Each time they discussed their collaborative works, they constantly conducted small professional exchanges as they shared some of their own insights and perspectives. Ves also had to rein himself in and ground himself to reality each time he wanted to explain or justify his design choices. He sighed. When I get home, I should really intensify my efforts to expand my design team. In the following hour, he met up with another journeyman on Rain's Eye. Sadly, Ves gained much less out of this exchange. Their design philosophies diverged even further than he expected. Nonetheless, Ves was already happy with his gains from his first exchange, so he didn't mind his lack of results this time. In any case, he became more practiced with manipulating the aura of the Pride of Dusk's overcoat. It hardly took any effort for him to dial its intimidation effect up or down. He also managed to find a sweet spot that lowered the intensity of its aura to the level where he commanded respect without arousing too much fear and suspicion. Let's leave this boring planet and be on our way to our next destination, Ves spoke at the end of the day. Once he and his escort returned to their ships, the fleet quickly entered FTL travel and headed to a special destination. This time, the fleet headed to one of the port systems of the Sentinel Kingdom. Just like the Bentheim system, the Hisneck system served as a major trade nexus in the surrounding region. A lot of visitors and trade goods passed through Hisneck, causing a wealth of money to flow in the pockets of the noble houses that divvied up the planets of the system. Ves aimed to complete multiple tasks in the Hisneck system. Its abundant shipyards meant he could finally send his Barracuda to a dry dock. Its expansive industries and trade channels meant that he'd be able to get in touch with both the Sentinel Peacekeeper Association and the Circle of Mota. If either of these clubs offered what he wanted, then he could always divert to the other underground organizations that operated in the underbelly of the Hisneck system. Every port system hosts a lively underground economy. If Hisneck is anything like Bentheim, then there's an abundance of gangs operating beneath the surface. Even so, the Sentinel Kingdom acted a lot more strictly against any organizations with connections to pirates. The Circle of Mota's presence in Hisneck was extremely sensitive and prone to frequent relocations. If Lady Miralix hadn't vouched for him, he would have never been able to get his foot in the door with the secretive and elusive trading platform. Just before the fleet emerged in the Hisneck system, Nita requested a private meeting with Ves. Her grave face caused him to raise his vigilance. What's the matter, Nita? I've performed some research and got in touch with some of my former comrades. What I've learned is distressing. It's likely that the Five Scrolls Compact maintains a presence in Hisneck through yet another splinter organization. Ves paused for a moment. Do you think it's the Circle of Mota? It's possible. She tentatively nodded. I haven't been able to determine for sure, but it sounds like something that they would facilitate. Most splinters serve as conduits for information and intel. If they're really involved with the Circle of Mota, then the Compact also gains a clandestine trade channel that they can use to obtain valuable resources without leaving any obvious trails. Both of them grew grave as they processed the possibilities. While Ves was a bit annoyed that Nita hadn't been able to confirm whether the Circle of Mota acted as a front for the Compact, he'd have to be a lot more careful with his identity while he was present. Ves had the feeling that he might be entering a lion's den if he visited one of their temporary trading sites. The Compact already controlled an even larger black market organization in the form of the Angel's Wing Foundation. This made him feel that his fears were justified in this case. Still, just because the Compact had their tentacles on them both did not deter him from doing business with them when it suited him. In any case, as long as he did not give away any clues that he possessed the system, then it was fine for him to transact with the lackeys of the Compact. Is there a chance that a main member of the Compact is present in the Circle of Mota? The chances of that are low, Nita replied. The brothers and sisters of the Compact are very hesitant about visiting highly populated systems. I don't think you'll have anything to fear on that front. They briefly discussed the precautions they had to take to keep Ves safe. Once they finished going over their plans concerning their visit to the Circle, Ves asked another question. Have you heard anything about what the Compact is doing these days? Have they made any moves recently? Her face scrunched up in worry. I did receive some hints that the Compact has become more active starting a few months ago. The Order of FL-19 back in the Kinner tribe has begun to make some secret preparations. For what, I'm not sure. Could it be the ruined temple? She shook her head. I don't think so. Their envoys should still be years away from arrival. From what I can read between the lines, the Order of FL-19 may have received a warning for something that might occur in the near future. All of this sounded disconcerting to Ves. Something that worried the Five Scrolls Compact should definitely be something that concerned him as well. Chapter 1432 Hisneck. Ves smiled as the fleet emerged on the outer edge of the Hisneck system. Just as he expected, the star system hosted a boisterous amount of traffic as thousands of trade vessels and passenger ships. One of the strengths of the Hisneck system was that it held a large number of planets and moons. All of this real estate enriched the ruling noble houses and attracted even greater amounts of trade. The Hisneck system hosted 3 notable planets. Hisneck 6, under the control of House Evanson, hosted a large number of mech companies. While the other planets in the system produced mechs as well, Hisneck 6 worked hard to become the premier destination to anything related to mechs. Hisneck 8, under the rule of House Jintefa, excelled in education and research. It hosted a large number of universities and research institutions that produced and employed a large number of highly educated people. Many of these universities ranked in the top of their respective fields in the Sentinel Kingdom. Hisneck 12 may be the most distant planet from the local star, but it hosted lots of non-mech related industries. Most raw materials entering the Hisneck system arrived at Hisneck 11 in order to go through extensive processing before they were being passed to the hungry industries elsewhere on the planet and in the system. The latter planet also happened to feature an extensive orbital industry geared towards producing, repairing, and modifying all kinds of starships. The first priority that Ves wanted to address was to bring the Barracuda to one of the drydocs they booked. While the ships of the battle criers parked in the orbit of a moon, the Barracuda flew ahead and entered one of the massive structures orbiting Hisneck 12. As the corvette settled into the drydock, Ves called up Crinden and Captain Sylvestra for a brief meeting. Has the shipwright company agreed to perform the planned overhauls? The captain nodded. Yes, sir. Nothing has changed despite the slight delay in our arrival. Aside from paying an additional fee, the work can still proceed. After this, my vessel will be a lot more secure, right? Relatively. Crinden noted with care. Jammers will still be necessary if you want to enjoy a moment of privacy. We're essentially exchanging Fridayman ship components with Hexer ship components. You can bet that the Hexers will keep a very close eye on you through the backdoors they've implemented in their own parts. In addition, the CFA and MTA will always have access to the systems of your ship. Ves groaned in exasperation. How do the pirates manage this problem, then? They're smart enough to produce their own homegrown communication systems, sir. While not every pirate is as diligent, the more established and powerful pirate gangs all tear out the existing communication systems and replace them with versions developed by their own kind. Of course, it's very probable that those communication systems come with backdoors as well. This is why belonging to a pirate alliance is so highly prized by their ilk. If they are to be subject to monitoring, then they would be watched by their own side. That made sense. The Dragon Alliance and the Ravian Alliance were the two premier pirate blocs in the Ferris Star region. A lot of pirates that Ves encountered in the frontier dreamed of becoming a part of those alliances. The backing they provided massively increased the chances of survival for the pirates who were lucky enough to shelter under a large umbrella. I'm getting really tired of dealing with all of these backdoors all the time. Ves groaned again. When we get back to the Bright Republic, I think I'll start developing and producing my own communication systems from the ground up. Do you think that's viable? Crinden immediately expressed some doubts. It's a lot more complicated than you think. While it is easy enough to create a decent communication system, it's the security issues that require the most attention. I can help on this front, but I'm not trained to program security suites from scratch. You have a point. I guess I'll have to consider this option further. I think you're heading in the right direction. Every large and wealthy organization develops their own communication systems. While this does not make them immune to hacking, they will at least be able to minimize their vulnerabilities against their own rivals. However, Captain Sylvestra added another caveat. You can't replicate every communication system. Instantaneous communication across all of human space is an essential capability, but the COM Consortium maintains a tight grip on the development and production of quantum entanglement nodes. This is one communication system that you can never reproduce. That was also true. It was unthinkable for Ves to rip out the quantum entanglement node residing on the Barracuda. The best the upcoming overhaul could accomplish was replacing some of the external subcomponents produced by companies they trusted more. Ves left Crinden and Captain Sylvestra and the rest of the crew of the Barracuda to assist and supervise the extensive overhaul in the works. All of the work being done required about 2 to 3 weeks to complete, which meant that Ves had plenty of time to fulfill his other goals in the meantime. A week went by as Ves visited numerous journeymen on Hisneck 6. He got to see his new reputation at work, as every mech designer he exchanged offered at least something substantial. While none of these meetings prompted Ves to learn anything drastic that shifted his paradigms, he still picked up a few useful insights. Every mech designer viewed mechs in a different light. Though Ves started to encounter a lot of overlap in the opinions expressed by the local mech designers, he nonetheless felt he gained something by broadening his perspective. As he wrapped up his schedule of exchanges, Ves also briefly met with a shadow courier to obtain some of his long-awaited cargo in a seemingly abandoned warehouse on Hisneck 6. Your package, Mr. Larkinson. The dark-robed woman spoke as she passed a secure box to Ves. Please inspect its contents. Ves did so. As he opened up the box, he whipped up his Vulcan eye and scanned all of the key materials held within. The selenium, beta-otracin, and flesh's tears he asked for were all present in the right quantities. Their quality also passed muster. Everything is in order. He smiled as he stowed away his multiscanner and passed the box to Nita. Before you go, can I pass my own package through your network? We are at your service, Mr. Larkinson. The robed woman bowed with perhaps a bit more deference than usual due to the pride of dusk. "We guarantee that every message or parcel you entrust to us will be delivered without fail, or your money back." "Good, because I have a small package that I want to deliver to someone in the Alvain Protectorate." Ves and the Shadow Courier quickly concluded a deal. He had to pay a considerable sum in the tune of tens of millions of bright credits for what amounted to the delivery of an encrypted data chip, but he had no other choice. The contents of the data chip contained his request for Calabas to scour the resource markets for more possible P-stones. Ves included all of the scanning data on the 2 P-stones so that Calabas and her underlings would know how to identify them based on their distinct emission footprints. Once he concluded his meeting with the Shadow Courier, Ves felt ready to proceed to the next phase of his stay in the Hisneck system. "Let's visit the local branch of the Sentinel Peacekeeper Association," he announced. He and his escorts had to move all the way to Hisneck 12 where the Peacekeepers set up their branch. Since Hisneck was a port system, the Peacekeepers established a very large and extensive branch on the surface of Hisneck 12. Many mercenaries and treasure hunters travel back and forth between the Hisneck system and the Nixian Gap, Gavin explained. "The Peacekeeper branch on Hisneck 12 attracts a lot of mech pilots, mech commanders, mech designers, traders and representatives of major companies. A lot of goods and services change hands here as Nixian spoils are highly prized. Some of the most lucrative transactions in the system take place in their exclusive trading halls." The key word here was exclusive. The Peacekeepers existed to organize every private outfit that was willing to undertake missions in the Nixian Gap under a united banner. Because some of their spoils were in high demand, the Peacekeepers limited the possible business partners that were allowed to take part. In general, the Peacekeepers mainly catered to the nobility of the Sentinel Kingdom. In rare instances, people like Ves who received the backing of a noble were also permitted to do business under certain circumstances. The pass that Ves received from Lady Miralix only allowed Ves to participate for a couple of days. It was much harder for her to arrange a permanent pass to a foreign guest like him. At its heart, the Sentinel Peacekeeper Association existed to advance the interests of Sentinels, not foreigners. "Do any organizations like the Peacekeepers exist in the Bright Republic?" Ves asked as he leisurely stroked Lucky's back. "Not as far as I know, boss. While the Bright Republic is fairly close to the frontier, most of our private outfits are more engaged with jobs closer to home. The frequent wars against the Vesia Kingdom makes it difficult for us to turn our attention to the wealth that we can extract from the frontier." "Ah. That makes sense, Benny." Right now, Ves and his usual followers were traveling aboard an armored shuttle that slowly brought them to the expansive grounds of the Peacekeepers. A small squad of battle-crier mechs discharged their usual task of escorting the shuttle as well. Commander Cinnabar accompanied him as well this time. "What do you think about the mission of the Peacekeepers, Commander?" He shrugged. "I don't think the Peacekeepers are as honorable and upright as they claim. The Nixian Gap is one of the roughest regions in our star sector. Communication is difficult if not outright impossible, so anything can take place inside. I'm sure the Peacekeeper outfits have all been driven to desperation at some point as they performed their missions." "That's very cynical of you to say that, Commander. The Nixian Gap is a region that operates without rules. Those who try to abide by them will always face a disadvantage against those who possess no scruples." Ves glowered a bit when he heard this. As far as he knew, his missing father still hid somewhere in the Nixian Gap. The investigators hired by his grandfather hadn't managed to discover anything else. This illustrated the immense difficulty in obtaining any useful intel from this dreaded region. "What do you think, Nita?" "I'm not too familiar with the Peacekeepers, but I know that some of the outfits have hired fellow kinners. Some tasks are so sensitive that employers demand absolute trust from the mech pilots they send into the Nixian Gap. And these Kinners are okay with being deployed to the Nixian Gap? Both Nita and Commander Cinnabar shared a look with each other. That's the life of a Kinner, sir. To be fair, we're only willing to perform these dangerous tasks if we signed a good contract. We're expensive for a reason. Ves knew very well, considering that he paid a lot of money to permanently secure the services of 2 Kinner bondsmen. After some time had passed, the shuttle finally landed at a landing zone within the campus-like grounds of the Peacekeepers. We're here! The branch of the Peacekeepers occupied as much space as a city district. Interspersed between plazas, parks, and broad avenues, Ves spotted many different trading halls, employment centers, warehouses, mech workshops, and other facilities. As soon as Ves went through a brief inspection where the security guards verified the validity of his temporary pass, he quickly led his followers to one of the trading halls. Let's go! We don't have a lot of time, so I plan to make the most of this visit. Chapter 1433 Nixian Hearsay. Ves became dazzled by the variety of goods on offer. Though most of it consisted of exotics prospected from asteroids and other satellites within the Nixian Gap, he became impressed at the sheer variety on offer. The selection of goods here is only topped by the sheer variety of goods for sale at Centerpoint, Ves gasped. The trading halls of the Sentinel Peacekeeper Association offered a lot of juicy goods at a lot more reasonable prices than those that Ves encountered at Centerpoint. Of course, this was one of the benefits of getting access to the Peacekeepers. Only the well-connected Sentinels enjoyed such favorable treatment. It made him miss his access to the Clifford Society. He could have exchanged all of the merits he saved up on something good. It would have been nice if Ves managed to obtain permanent membership to the Peacekeepers, but that was not in the cards. So what are we looking for, boss? It would be nice if I can get another Peastone. Ves mulled for a moment. I'd also like to secure more Gerald spice and learn where it comes from. I'll also keep my eyes peeled for other curiosities. This time, Ves opted to wear his full Pride of Dusk ensemble over his business attire. The sight immediately attracted the attention and respect of others, especially as he weakened the aura-filtering barrier around his overcoat. Normally, he loathed presenting himself in such an ostentatious fashion. This time was different, though. Just like other exclusive trading platforms, the traders here cared a lot about the people they transacted with. A nobody would not be able to gain access to the more exclusive goods and services on offer. Even if they managed to convince a trader to sell something, then the prices they had to pay may turn out to be prohibitively high. The effect of his outfit made a huge difference. As he calmly waded through the bazaars, not a single vendor or trader treated him lightly. Even when he placed his silly decorative cat ears on top of his head, this still didn't detract from the respect he received. Neither his wealth nor his status of a journeyman caused the Peacekeepers to take note. Instead, with the aid of his Pride of Dusk, the locals mainly acknowledged his involvement in a successful crown hunt. Sadly, even as Ves encountered numerous interesting goods, he didn't actually encounter anything he considered a must-buy. Conscious of his budget, he was loath to blow his reserves on expensive trinkets with dubious value. While the Peacekeepers offered an impressive variety of exotic, none of them were relevant to him. Occasionally, he did come across a few materials that Ves wanted to add to his Devil Tiger mech, but he left them alone. It was too expensive to buy all of these interesting exotics. The Devil Tiger already forced him to expend too much money and resources. There was no need for him to sink more investment into a mech that was already prohibitively expensive. Of course, just because Ves didn't feel the urge to procure anything special didn't mean that Lucky was the same. Meow! 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 Just like when they visited Centerpiece's marketplace, Lucky acted like he entered a dragon's hoard. His cat clung to his shoulders and constantly patted his cheek and pointed his paws at a certain store within the trading hall. "Stop hitting me, Lucky!" "Meow! I don't care if there's Rorica's bone for sale in that store. Do you know how expensive they can get? The windfall mine from the glowing planet has all been gobbled up by the various states that took part in breaking it apart." In fact, Ves wasn't sure whether the Rorica's bone emerged from the Nixian Gap or the glowing planet. Its regenerative properties were highly valued but also hard to work with. While he could think of plenty of uses for the material, obtaining a sample of Rorica's bone was more of a luxury than a necessity to Ves. "Meow! I'm not neglecting you. I'm just watching my budget, that's all." In order to placate Lucky, Ves bought some cheaper exotics, forking over the equivalent of tens of millions of bright credits each. Lucky's complaints quickly subsided with the purchases. The cat comfortably munched on a hearty mineral as Ves and his followers moved on and visited other trading halls. Aside from exotics, the peacekeepers also traded a lot of salvaged and captured mechs and ships. "A lot of pirate spoils are for sale here," Ves noted. "If you want to pick up some mechs or ships for cheap, here's your chance." Ves grimaced. "No need. I can produce my own mechs, and I'd rather obtain my ships from reputable sources." He still browsed the venues to learn what kind of equipment the Nixian pirates used. While he encountered plenty of mechs and vessels they probably stole from their victims, he also stumbled across numerous offerings that appeared to be produced by the pirates themselves. "While the Nixian Gap is a harsh region, the Nixians can be very inventive sometimes, sir," the vendor politely explained. The pride of Dusk exerted a lot of pressure on his shoulders. "The Nixian Gap is home to quite a number of exiled mech designers and even shipwrights. If they're skilled and good enough, the pirate outfits lure them to work on their behalf. That's how most of the products that I'm selling have come about." Ves grew curious as he inspected some of the salvaged mechs. The quality of most of them were quite decent. "How much industry takes place in the Nixian Gap?" The vendor looked apologetic. "I have no idea. Most of the Nixian Gap is just an empty sea of asteroids, but I've heard stories that there are places where the pirates have built space stations or larger settlements at some sites." "How large are we talking about?" "Not as large as Sinac 12 or anything. I don't think there's any settlement that hosts more than 100,000 Nixian pirates, but don't take my word for it. I only hear some rumors every now and then." Though the seller claimed he didn't know a lot, his position within the peacekeepers exposed him to a lot of hearsay and rumors. One of the reasons that Ves spent so much time in the trading halls was to sample some of these rumors. He wouldn't be able to approach so many peacekeeper staff otherwise. Ves kept his ears out for stories of random pirates and dark mercenaries, hoping to hear any signs of his father. However, his father probably did everything possible to obscure his identity in the Nixian Gap. There was no way he'd be stupid enough to use his real name while he remained in hiding. "The Oblivion Hand has been gaining ground lately," one of the vendors gossiped. "Ever since the Dark Cleaver, their new commander, launched a coup against Commander Defoe, they've been making a lot of noise. They made a lot of enemies along the way, but under the leadership of the Dark Cleaver, the Oblivion Hand managed to break every enemy that stood in their way and absorb the defeated remnants into their ranks." "Uh-huh. That sounds very interesting, but let's move on," Ves muttered with a disinterested expression. "Have you heard about any settlements in the Nixian Gap?" "Well, supposedly there's a really huge pirate haven in the Nixian Gap. Some of the pirates the peacekeepers have captured have claimed to have visited a hollowed-out rogue planet in the deepest parts of the Nixian Gap." That immediately aroused V's interest. "Tell me more." It's supposedly called the Archport and is under the absolute control of a pirate boss who styles himself as the Enlightened King. From all of the pirates the peacekeepers have captured and interrogated over the years, we're pretty sure that the Archport exists. Such a massive pirate haven sounds like a great target for the peacekeepers. It would, if it wasn't so deep in the Nixian Gap, the vendor retorted. Unless the peacekeepers manage to find some sort of shortcut, it literally takes decades to reach this far into the Archport. That sounds ridiculous. That's how space travel is like in the Nixian Gap. There's a lot of oddities at work. Distances don't make sense sometimes, and this problem will only grow more severe the deeper you head into the inner region of the gap. It's as if there's a massive hole in reality in the center of the region that radiates all kinds of strange anomalous effects in the surrounding space. That might very well be true. A lot of scientists crack their heads to figure out how the Nixian Gap came into being. Perhaps some kind of extremely powerful magnetar got struck by some ancient alien superweapon which collapsed and scrambled the space it used to occupy. The phenomenon of space compression meant that the Nixian Gap encompassed a much smaller region of space than it appeared on the maps. It was just that the inability to engage in FTL travel counteracted this effect. I see. VS nodded thoughtfully. If it literally takes decades to reach the Archport from the outside, then I'm not surprised that the peacekeepers haven't done anything about it. Do you think it actually exists? Yeah. We don't have any idea how to get there, though. I'm sure that some kind of shortcut exists that shaves off the travel time, but strangely enough, the pirates who claim to have visited the Archport literally don't know. The knowledge of this route has been plucked from their brains. That caused VS to grow suspicious. He began to wonder whether the Five Scrolls Compact secretly controlled this so-called Archport. It made a lot of sense, and it fit their modus operandi. However, VS could lodge this accusation to a lot of things. He even entertained suspicions that the Compact even managed to infiltrate the peacekeepers. VS vigorously shook his head. There he went again, letting his paranoia get the better of him. It was ridiculous for him to suspect that the peacekeepers were secretly controlled by the Compact, considering that the aristocracy was firmly in control of the organization. As VS continued to interact with the vendors and other staff, he abruptly paused when he noticed a very remarkable piece of salvage for sale. VS turned and immediately approached a specific store. He walked up to one of the projections that showed something that he never expected to find in this region of space. This? Gavin hesitated. This wreck looks like it came from an Aurora Titan. Is this your mech? His lips curled downwards. No. It's an imitation, and a good one at that. The imitation mech suffered very heavy damage, and almost every part of its exterior sustained damage. Nevertheless, VS could easily imagine that the machine performed close to the authentic versions produced by the LMC and Nora Consolidated. VS shook his head at the sight. Let's go. Don't you want to purchase the wreck and investigate it further? Gavin asked. Nah. I've already seen what I've wanted to see. I'm pretty sure the copycat mech didn't come from one of the underground mech manufacturers based in the Reanald Republic. I'm not interested in learning more. Every mech designer who designed a good mech suffered from copycats looking to rip off their work. It was futile for VS to try to stamp them out completely. If the MTA wasn't able or willing to do so, then what could he do? What VS found most egregious about the wreck of the imitation he encountered was that he actually sensed a hint of something remarkable in its projection. This meant that the copycat mech manufacturers managed to obtain the full design schematics and reproduce them well enough that they even managed to impart their imitation mechs with a hint of X factor. This did not bode well for VS and the LMC. Chapter 1434 Another Find. VS got what he came for during his visit to the Sentinel Peacekeeper Association. The gossip, rumors, and other nuggets of information he pumped from the mouths of the peacekeepers at their branch on Synack 12 might not be the most reliable intel around, but collectively they painted a broad inside picture of the Nixian Gap. His perspective of the Nixian Gap had deepened. He became a little bit more aware of the dynamic between peacekeepers and Nixians. The Nixians themselves also fought against each other for supremacy, survival, or greed. The highly unusual anomalous effects within this vast, disturbing region of space led to the emergence of a unique society where fugitives and exiles found second lives as brutal pirates, or merciless dark mercenaries. As Ves and his followers entered a private courtyard in order to enjoy some lunch, they began to share their own thoughts. The Nixian Gap is like a supercharged version of the frontier, Ves opined. The resources there are richer, but the pirates there are far more ruthless. Commander Cinnabar scratched his red beard. The population of humans in our star sector is astounding when you think about it. Only about 3.5% of them are potentates, of which many of them become mech pilots. Of this group, only a minuscule proportion turn into bad apples. When you think in percentages, the proportion seems small. But when you start counting in absolute numbers, the figure is quite astonishing, Ves summed up. No one knows how many mech pilots roam the Nixian Gap, but I've heard estimates ranging from 1 million to 100 million mech pilots. 100 million mech pilots. Though Ves personally thought this estimate was way too inflated, if the pirates could muster up even a fraction of that number, they could easily overrun the Sentinel Kingdom. However, while analysts generally agree that the Nixian Gap harbored a lot of scum, their sense of unity was non-existent. Pirate alliances existed, but the effective size of the Nixian Gap was too large to exert effective control over large regions of space within the gap. In the Ferris Star region, both the Dragon Alliance and the Ravian Alliance held sway over considerable portions of space. Navigating between their holdings was generally easy, as it didn't take more than a few months to go from one end to the other end of their territory. Not so for the Nixian Gap. Dozens or even hundreds of disparate pirate alliances existed in a region where it took decades, centuries, or even millennia to travel from one end to the other end of the gap. The lack of FTL travel really hampered any group's ability to assert effective dominance over the entire region. Surprisingly, Gavin mentioned an upside. The Nixian Gap is a magnet for trouble, but I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. Don't you realize how few wars the Sentinel Kingdom has fought against other states? Sentinel and the other states in the vicinity of the Nixian Gap are more interested in defending against pirates and exploiting the boundless resources of the Nixian Gap than waging destructive wars against each other. The states know if they are pulled in any war, then the Nixian pirates will all come out of the woodwork to take advantage of the chaos, Nita remarked. They'll be the only winners of war by the time the fighting ends. All of this sounded probable to Ves. He never heard of any instances like the Bright Visual Wars occurring in this corner of the star sector. Every state already had their hands full trying to defend their territories against the ravages of pirates. No matter how many pirates they exterminated, there was always more. This reflected the ubiquity of bad apples within the mech piloting community. Potentates did not magically transform into virtuous saints when they trained to become mech pilots. While the mech academies did their best to instill notions of honor, duty, sacrifice, justice, and other virtues, people were just too diverse. Some mech pilots were just too rotten to redeem or turn a new leaf. When these dangerous and unstable individuals entered the cockpits of their mechs, their capacity for murder, destruction, and other violent acts went through the roof. When these rotten mech pilots finally showed their true nature, they were no longer welcome in civilized space. They needed to find somewhere to escape pursuit. Places like the frontier and the Nixian Gap therefore ended up as the garbage dumps of the star sector. They accumulated all of the human trash that the Komodo star sector generated and digested them into the next generation of pirates and scum. Hey, it's not just the mech pilots who have turned pirate, you know, Gavin complained. An even greater number of norms like us are driven to desperation as well. Even mech designers aren't exempt. Ves nodded in agreement. A lot of people who entered the Nixian Gap didn't have what it took to survive or retain their freedom. Many of them died, and most who survived ended up as slaves or lackeys to powerful pirate gangs. Only the strongest and most ruthless among these fugitives ended up on top and gained a measure of power over their lives. The Nixian Gap constantly brought out the worst in people because they had no other choice if they wanted to survive. The thought of his father trying to stay alive while avoiding the 5 Scrolls compact weighed heavily on Ves. He had to grow stronger before he could save his father. However, even as a journeyman, his ability to influence his father's fate was still non-existent. At this rate, by the time Ves finally advanced to master, his father might reach the end of his lifespan. He vigorously shook his head. He couldn't let himself fall into despair. Perhaps he might be able to offer aid sooner. Ves would just have to keep his eye on the Nixian Gap and wait for opportunities to help his father or hinder the 5 Scrolls compact. Meow. Lucky just finished crunching the minerals served in a small bowl placed on the table, but he was already begging for more. You already ate enough for the day, Ves admonished his cat. Meow. If you want to earn more, then be on the lookout for anything interesting. Once everyone finished their lunch, Ves resumed trawling the trading halls and other venues for gossip and something interesting to buy. Along the way, Ves also kept a lookout on imitations of his work. Yet aside from the copycat Aurora Titan wreck he encountered earlier, he hadn't found any other rip-offs. He didn't know whether to feel relieved or insulted. The LMC hasn't expanded its reach to this part of the star sector yet, Gavin noted. Give it time. I'm sure more imitation mechs will pop up in the markets here. Ves sighed. Yeah, you're right. There's no way we can beat the plague of copycats. The best the LMC can do is to expand their presence in the Sentinel Kingdom and elsewhere. When there are legitimate copies for sale here, many mech buyers will opt to buy from us. All of our mechs are certified by the MTA, after all. Who knows what kind of corners and backdoors the illicit producers have sneaked into their copycat mechs? Ves snorted. According to what I've heard, the black markets have developed their own solution for that, though their reliability still isn't as good as the MTA. Black market organizations knew that they had to provide some measure of assurance to their buyers. They employed various mech designers as mech appraisers who could inspect and judge the true state of a mech for a fee. While the reliability of these mech appraisers were always in question, they were better than nothing. As Ves continued to hang around in the Peacekeeper halls, he began to attract an increasing amount of attention. His overcoat as well as his recent accomplishment caused various peacekeepers to observe him closely. He even received a couple of commission requests from various outfits. He refused them all on the spot. Ves did not intend to entangle himself any further within the Sentinel Kingdom. None of the commissions promised anything interesting as a reward either. Ves had better things to do than to spend months to design a custom mech for an underwhelming sum of money. Though Ves felt a little bit flattered at being approached, none of the offers matched the rewards given by Lady Miralix. None of the peacekeepers managed to match her sincerity. As Ves kept browsing the goods for sale, he continually kept his senses, hoping to catch another peastone in the wild. According to Lady Miralix, his second peastone originally came from the Nixian Gap, so Ves held some hope that he'd be able to find another sample among the goods that the peacekeepers managed to gather. Sadly for him, Ves failed to uncover any new peastones that he could add to his collection. However, he did find one interesting exotic that attracted his attention. When he idly brushed his spiritual senses over the rock, his spiritual energy suddenly seethed in excitement. Ha! Even Lucky, who clung to his shoulder, suddenly jerked his head at the mineral. Meow! I know! Stay put! Wary of being ripped off, Ves did not immediately enter the store that sold the exotic that reacted to his spirituality. Instead, he lingered around the section of the trading hall and pretended to browse the other wares for sale, while he cautiously inspected the rock with his spiritual senses. From his brief glimpse, he saw that the exotic looked like a gnarly bright yellow rock with strange red dots spread throughout its surface. It resembled a squat, solid mango infested by parasites. It was these strange red dots that caused the spiritual energy he extended to react. As Ves extended a more solid spiritual tentacle towards the strange exotic, he closely observed the interaction that took place. As soon as his spiritual tentacle pressed against one of the red dots, a charged sensation ran through his spirituality. It was as if he encountered a high-quality source of spiritual energy. This! His eyes widened as he kept inspecting the exotic with his spiritual senses. He continually revised his evaluation of the strange exotic as his spirituality continued to experience charged sensations from the strange rock. What is happening? Upon closer inspection, he realized that his spiritual energy actually started to change upon interacting with the red-spotted yellow rock. Ves immediately drew back his spiritual senses for fear of contamination. Yet despite this threat, his fascination for the exotic did not decrease. Exotics that reacted to spirituality were far too rare, so even this suspicious rock merited his attention. Ves continued to act nonchalant for 10 more minutes before he finally gave in to his temptation. He casually entered the store that sold the yellow rock and a variety of other exotics, and slowly came over to his intended destination. I haven't seen anything like this before. Where did you get it? He asked the vendor. The man on the other side of the counter hesitated for a moment. Right now, Ves had dialed up the strength of the aura of his overcoat, thereby exerting a lot of pressure to the salesman. The staffer did not have the courage to pull off any shenanigans. He answered the question without any embellishments. This sample is part of some spoils brought back more than a year ago by one of our peacekeeper outfits. Ostensibly, the rock came from the center of the Nixian Gap. While we have no way of verifying this claim, we've never found anything like it, so the chances are low that it can be found in the periphery of the Nixian Gap. That discouraged Ves a bit. The second type of exotic he found that reacted to spirituality turned out to be another unicorn-like exotic that was extremely difficult to find. It was impossible for the peacekeepers to travel all the way to the center of the Nixian Gap. Chapter 1435 Charged Energy. Ves already spent several days at the Peacekeeper branch on Sinak 12. While its trading halls sold a large variety of exotics and other spoils, he hadn't bought anything aside from snacks for Lucky. He didn't consider any of the goods he'd seen so far to be must-buys. While some exotics possessed interesting properties, they were usually expensive for him to bother. The second-hand mechs, ships, and other equipment for sale were not in good condition and of dubious construction. If Ves wanted to buy some new equipment, then he might as well buy them from the legitimate markets. Amidst all of the junk, the yellow rock covered with mysterious red dots stood out from the junk due to its intriguing reaction to spirituality. Even now, when Ves had already retracted his spiritual senses, he still felt some lingering charge running through his spiritual energy. It was as if his spirituality had been injected by a stimulant that turned it hyperactive. What's it called? Ves asked the intimidated salesman. Its official name is a bunch of serial numbers, as we haven't found anything like it before. Personally, I like to call it the fruit rock. Don't you think it kind of looks like a passion fruit but with its seeds strewn all over? The name sounded undignified for a rare exotic that reacted to spirituality, but it wasn't as if his own naming sense was any better. What does this so-called fruit rock do? The vendor shrugged. In truth, we don't know. While we've subjected it to lots of scans that confirms that it is an exotic due to its activity levels, we haven't found any effects or applications so far. It's just another weird space rock that might be capable of achieving something great in the right hands. Ves smirked. If this rock is really great, then it would have been sold by now. You said it was recovered a year ago? How much time did it spend in this display cabinet? It looks like you have a hard time getting rid of it. I don't blame you since it doesn't look like it does anything. That's just because its full potential hasn't been uncovered yet, customer. A messy negotiation ensued. Despite the intimidation that the vendor experienced from Ves and his coat, his salesman instincts were too strong to be suppressed. Even so, Ves firmly held the upper hand during the bargaining. With the tantalizing fruit rock within such close reach, he no longer wanted to play the long game and pressed for a quick transaction. While Ves eventually paid more than what he would have if he expressed less interest, he still found the cost to be bearable. All in all, he managed to get away with a valuable exotic that promised something new to him by forking over the equivalent of around 78 million bright credits. That was still a lot of money, but easily bearable to a journeyman like him. In fact, Ves secured an absolute steal at this insanely low price. As the salesman carefully transferred the rock into a container and passed it over, Ves thanked the man and eagerly stepped out of the store. Meow. Lucky jumped down to the top of the container in V's grasp and directed his cute eyes towards the contents. No, Lucky! This isn't your food, so stop begging. Meow meow. Look, just like the pea stone, if I find more samples of this exotic, I'll feed you some, okay? Meow. Lucky only stayed long enough to secure this concession from Ves. The cat jumped back to his shoulder and settled down constantly. As soon as Ves secured his prize, he quickly led his group out of the Peacekeeper branch and back to their hotel on Sinak 12. There, he immediately jammed his hotel room while inspecting his new find with great interest. What's with all of the excitement, boss? Is this exotic really that good? I'm about to find out, hee. Ves eagerly rubbed his hands before whipping out his Vulcan eye. Along with his purchase, he also received a lot of files containing scanning data, but Ves wanted to make sure they were accurate. So far, the scans his Vulcan eye returned concurred with the data he received. Only a single discrepancy occurred. The activity level of the exotic he dubbed the F-stone had dropped by a tiny but measurable degree. Had the exotic degraded over time, or did his recent actions drain it of some of its energy? Ves began to investigate by extending his spiritual energy in the form of a detached spiritual projection while keeping his Vulcan eye active. Upon contact, his spiritual projection reacted as if it gained a very energetic charge all of a sudden. The effect was even more pronounced this time as the charge concentrated solely on the projection rather than the rest of his spirituality. In truth, his probe was very reckless. If not for his haste and eagerness to uncover the secrets of his new F-stone, he would have never sent out a chunk of his spiritual energy as a lab rat. Nonetheless, as Ves became fascinated at the strange charge infused in his spiritual projection, he hardly cared about the potential dangers it posed. His intuition hinted to him that he was observing something good. However, when Ves directed his gaze towards his multiscanner, he found that the activity level of his F-stone experienced another drop during the moment his spiritual projection came into contact. Evidently, the F-stone acted as a container for a finite amount of unknown energy. The more he charged his spirituality with this strange energy, the more he depleted the F-stone's reserves. Damn it! Is it a finite source? As Ves continued to monitor the activity level of the F-stone, it didn't look like it was starting to recover what it lost. Though he would have to keep an eye on the F-stone for a longer period of time to be sure, he suspected that nothing would change no matter how long he waited. This meant that Ves had no way to recharge the F-stone once it expended its entire reserve. Ves felt a bit bummed at the finding. His enthusiasm for the new F-stone diminished now that he realized that it was essentially a single-charge battery. What a waste! Rechargeable batteries are always better than single-charge batteries. Nonetheless, he should be happy that he uncovered something pertinent to his interests at all. Exotics that reacted to spirituality was way too rare, so finding the F-stone still represented a major coup. Now, he just had to figure out what the hell this strange charge did to the spiritual energy it touched. He began to inspect his charged spiritual projection. The detached tentacle floated before his eyes as he engaged his spiritual vision. As he delved deeper into the altered concentration of spirituality, he inspected its attributes. This was where he suddenly found a difference. It's changed! No, it's still the same, but there's something extra in the mix. Ves knew his own spirituality the best. He long memorized every spiritual attribute that could be found in his spiritual energy along with their relative proportions. The most dominant attributes pertained to Mechs in some way, but there were also plenty of other attributes related to his personality that he couldn't quite identify for the moment. Regardless, in the years since he gained awareness of his own spirituality, he never experienced any drastic changes in the mix. Yet now, his charged spiritual projection suddenly gained an additional attribute. And in large quantities as well. It was as if he drank coffee without sweetener for his entire life, but one day accidentally dropped some sugar in his drink. Ves compared his main spirituality and his detached projection and saw that the latter contained much more of the extra attribute. This meant that the charge that he previously gained was in such low quantities that it didn't really result in a noticeable shift. Only when he charged a portion of his spiritual energy did it become easier for him to spot the addition. Now that he found out that his spiritual energy gained an extra attribute, he quickly started to investigate its nature. It was very difficult for Ves to uncover the exact nature of an attribute, especially since he did not possess a frame of reference. He wasn't even sure about the natures of his own attributes. Nevertheless, Ves did not encounter a lot of ambiguity when he inspected the nature of the extra attribute that the F-stone infused in his spiritual projection. For some reason, he got the sense that the attribute was related to might and offensive power. He began to regard his spiritual projection as a sharp knife that could inflict a lot more damage than before. Curious. Ves spontaneously decided to test it out. The only other spiritual entity on hand was Zygra's spiritual fragment that he locked within his overcoat. He immediately turned his attention to the garment, which he hung up at a nearby coat rack, and mentally sent out his charged spiritual projection. His overcoat pulsed in pain. The changes in the aura were so acute that Nita and Gavin unconsciously flinched. Ves quickly retracted his spiritual projection, which seemed to have lost some of its charge. The experiment confirmed his suspicion. Whatever charge his F-stone held, transferring it to his spiritual energy before using it to attack another spiritual energy resulted in a lot more damage than before. This exotic is a treasure! After performing several other, less drastic experiments, he found out that he could empower his entire spirituality if he wished so, but he needed to absorb a lot more charge if he wanted to empower it to a drastic degree. Since the F-stone's charge did not regenerate or recover on its own, Ves was loath to perform such a wasteful experiment. As long as he only possessed a single specimen, he couldn't afford to expend its charge too quickly. Ves happily ended his observation and experiments, and stowed away the F-stone into its container. He'd carry it around for now until he returned to the Barracuda, where he could safely stow it away in the ship's vault. "What's this exotic all about?" Gavin frowned. "You've been slobbering all over your new purchase as if it was a giant piece of candy. Is it really that valuable to you?" "Oh, it's very valuable, Benny. Perhaps others might not know what to do with it, but it's different for me. From now on, we should add F-stones to the list of must-buy exotics. I can never have too few of them. As for what they do, let's just say that they're valuable. Not just to me, but also others." Ves pointedly turned towards Nita. "Did you sense anything strange about the F-stone?" She shook her head. "No. My nose didn't pick up anything different." Nita happened to be one of the few people around who possessed a small but noticeable quantity of spiritual energy. An idea came to mind. What if instead of charging his own spirituality, he made use of the F-stone to charge someone else's spiritual energy? He had no idea what might result from such an interaction. Though Ves felt tempted to whip out his F-stone again and see what happened if it charged Nita's spirituality, that was way too reckless. It was too irresponsible for him to treat his own bodyguard as his test subject. If only he had one of the cursed people's beast riders around. Ves had no qualms about subjecting them to this potentially dangerous experiment. Ves sighed and shoved his complaints aside. "I'm very happy with my purchase today. Our visit to the Peacekeepers has been more than worth it in my regard. Since we've already scoured their trading halls, there's nothing for us to find. I'm not interested in socializing with the Peacekeepers or partaking in their services." "So, does that mean we'll visit the Circle of Mota next?" "Not yet." Ves shook his head. "First, I want to rent a secure workshop. It's time for me to fabricate a very special mech." Chapter 1436 Rented Equipment. Once his excitement for the discovery of the F-stone faded, he began to address a priority that he had long been waiting to tackle. "The Devil Tiger yearns to be born." Ves already finalized the design shortly before he arrived in Hisneck. Not only did he impart it with a very lively if rebellious design spirit, but he also collected all of the requisite materials. The battle criers even received the shipment of pure asthmas on his behalf. Right now, the supply ships of the Kinner Mercenary Corps stored all of the materials in their cargo holds. Ves summoned both Nita and Commander Cinnabar for a meeting. "Nita, have you secured a suitable workshop where I can fabricate my mech in secret?" His bodyguard nodded. "I've anonymously approached an underground syndicate that's in control of an industrial district in a medium-sized city. They've agreed to let us use a well-equipped but abandoned mech workshop in exchange for a hefty fee. They demand half of the payment up front." "Details, please." The tall woman handed over a data pad to Ves where he studied the layout and the equipment of the workshop. Though the tools and equipment looked a bit aged, they were well maintained. That was better than he expected out of an illicit workshop. "I'm okay with it. Go ahead and confirm the agreement. Take care of the upfront payment as well." "Will do, sir. We're free to enter the workshop as soon as the syndicate confirms they've received the money." "Good. I want this done quickly. Commander Cinnabar, please coordinate with Crinden about the transfer of materials down to the workshop. I don't want to leave any traces, understood?" Both of them nodded. While they had no idea what Ves was up to, they were Kinners. It wasn't in their nature to question their employers too much. "We'll have to shuffle the materials around for a while if we want to obscure their providence, sir. To be safe, we should also transfer its contents to different cargo containers and dispose of the empty ones." Take care of it. I trust that you'll ensure we won't leave any loopholes behind for investigators to trace my activities to me. Do you need more time or resources to complete these arrangements? Nita looked confident. It won't take more than a day. If any complications arise, I'll inform you as soon as possible. Sounds good. Don't hesitate to ask for advice from Crinden if necessary. Having a diverse staff on hand provided him with a lot more conveniences than before. Ordinarily, Ves would have contacted a black market organization himself to make all of these arrangements. But now that he expanded his staff, why not delegate these tedious tasks to his underlings? While assigning Crinden to this task would have been better, his security expert was still preoccupied with supervising the overhaul of the Barracuda. In any case, Nita was not a simple bodyguard. While she failed to perform well enough to be admitted into the Order of FL-19, she still acquired many of their skills. The Kinner Order did more than guarding people. Spying, investigating, and interacting with underground organizations also fell within their competences. In short, Ves regarded Nita as a budget spy. The only major deficiency she suffered from was that she didn't know how to hack. The most she could do was utilize an automatic hacking tool or program. Nita and Commander Cinnabar immediately started rolling the ball. Taking care to hide their identities with each step of the way, they confirmed their agreement with the syndicate who owned the mech workshop before starting to transfer their cargo down to the surface of Synac 12. While Synac 6 provided a much better infrastructure for the production of mechs than Synac 12, Ves did not wish to bother with the hassle of moving back to the sixth planet from the local sun. Besides, Synac 12 possessed its own advantages. The presence of the branch of the Peacekeepers along with extensive heavy industries meant that a lot of cargo got shifted around. It was easy enough to insert a few unremarkable cargo containers in the enormous flow of traffic and shuffle them from warehouse to warehouse. Though the logistical operation kept Nita and the battle criers very busy, at the end of the day all of the cargo containers safely arrived at the workshop through an underground entrance. Ves also arrived at the mech workshop through shifty means. He secretly departed from his hotel with the use of his stealth augment and under disguise. He had to leave Gavin behind along with a member of the battle criers who acted as a decoy by wearing the Pride of Dusk. While the deception was far from foolproof, it was good enough to confuse most casual inspections. In the end, Ves, Lucky, and Nita arrived at the mech workshop through the same underground tunnels they used to deliver the cargo containers. As Ves stepped foot in the mech workshop, he briefly inspected all of the equipment and became satisfied with what he saw. "All right, Lucky. Go snoop around and see if the syndicate we've hired the workshop from have left behind any bugs." Meow. Ves sighed. Okay. He put his hand in the pocket of his obscuring high coat and withdrew a small mineral chunk. He threw it over Lucky's head, who immediately jumped up to snap the exotic with his maw. Having received his prize, Lucky happily floated away with his tail swishing in happiness. "You too, Nita. Please sweep the mech workshop to make sure there aren't any traps lying around." "Understood." You could never be too sure when dealing with these underground organizations. While Lucky and Nita thoroughly inspected every corner of the facility, Ves approached the equipment and started inspecting their software and hardware. If the syndicate wanted to keep an eye on what went on in the mech workshop, they wouldn't do something as crude as placing hidden bugs and sensors all over the place. They'd bug the fabrication machines instead. While the 3D printer, assembly system, and all the other equipment seemed in order at first glance, Ves was very familiar with how they worked. If he wanted to bug the machines, he could think up a million different ways on how it could be done. With his paranoid tendencies, Ves did not hesitate to waste half a day inspecting all of the machines in person. He cracked open the 3D printer and scanned every individual component inside. He utilized an automated hacking software to access the root programming of each machine in order to find any discrepancies. He activated the machines and used some spare materials to test and witness their performance. This proved to be a prudent precaution because he found that some of the subcomponents had become misaligned due to extensive use. To be honest, the misalignment was not a big deal, but it annoyed him to hell when he thought about leaving them alone. After he diverted his time, he continued to delve in the guts of the production equipment. Aha! Gotcha! I knew they wouldn't be able to resist! While the 3D printer ostensibly appeared proper, in truth Ves found an extremely tiny component hidden deep within the enormous machine. The component acted as a secret logger. While the 3D printer's regular logging software and components had already been removed, this tiny, non-standard part essentially replicated some of their functioning in secret. Anyone who retrieved the data the tiny component gathered would be able to reconstruct what Ves had produced with the machine. Ves removed and crushed the tiny component as soon as possible. Having found solid proof that the local syndicate lied to him, he resumed his search with much more diligence than before. He found no more bugs. Did I catch them all, or did I miss some? He wondered. He wasn't sure, but he wouldn't be able to find anything else even if he searched again. As much as he wanted to indulge in his paranoia and conduct another search, he already wasted enough time. It's about time for me to start, he declared. He began the long preparation of taking out the materials. He did not use the Mech Workshop's own lifter bots to move all of the heavy goods but instead used the ones he bought earlier in the day. He already inspected them thoroughly and planned to destroy them afterwards to minimize the risk of exposure. I can never be too sure. He felt as if he was back to fabricating a prohibited gamma laser rifle. While his Devil Tiger was not strictly as egregious as a weapon of mass destruction, its existence would most definitely lead to a lot of controversy. Still, the risks he was toying with exciting him. The thought of finally bringing a dangerous mech like the Devil Tiger into existence quickly stoked his passion. It's been long enough. I can't hold back any longer. Ves eagerly dove into the fabrication process. First, he took out the pure asthmas that formed the inner core of his mech. Stored in a huge barrel, the pure asthmas that Gloriana procured for him looked no different from a gray, mercury-like soup at first glance. Preparing it was the simplest step of all. Ves merely had to pass on the programming and instructions he already composed beforehand. In fact, the fabrication process this time proceeded very differently than normal. The high degree of smart metal utilized in the mech meant that his Devil Tiger was essentially capable of constructing itself. Once he inspected the pure asthmas and verified that it had all implemented their new programming, he began to place several piles of materials surrounding the alien-like mass of shifting metals. After sending a few more instructions, the pure asthmas began to engulf some of the metal and alloy bars. An uncountable amount of nanomachines quickly began to break apart the bars into tiny particles. A second pool of shifting, morphing metal began to form. This was the substitute asthmas made of lesser materials. As more than half of the Devil Tiger consisted of substitute asthmas, its production took a lot of time, all the while the pure asthmas demanded a constant supply of energy to power its nanofabrication activities. Ves witnessed the slow process of forming the initial mass of substitute asthmas with a mixed expression. He had the feeling he was looking at a potential future direction of mech production. If smart metal technology ever matured to the point where they could compete with conventionally produced mechs, then it may become more in vogue, thereby making huge mech manufacturing complexes redundant. Well, that's unlikely. Materialization technology is already making some strides, so that will probably achieve universality first. He quickly centered his mind and rid himself of all distractions. This was a period where he had to devote his utmost into fabricating the Devil Tiger. Even though the use of asthmas took a lot of work on his hands, there were plenty of parts that still had to be built conventionally. With a focused mind, he began to activate the 3D printer and other production equipment, and proceeded to churn out various parts. The power reactor, the mech engine, the cockpit, portions of the internal frame as well as other miscellaneous components quickly flew out of the production machines. His passion and enthusiasm for his project caused him to enter into a strange state of tranquility. While he didn't burn with as much passion as he did when he fabricated the transcendent messengers, he nonetheless believed he was doing a better job than before. The parts of the Devil Tiger slowly accumulated. Though Ves had not put them all together yet, he already sensed the potency hidden within. With the exceptional amount of care and attention Ves directed to his work, practically everything went flawlessly. Even as Ves triple-checked the freshly fabricated parts by subjecting them to scans, he hardly found any discrepancies. His belief in his Devil Tiger grew. With such exceptionally flawless parts, Ves wanted to do everything possible to turn his latest mech into something exceptional. His pride as a craftsman demanded no less. Chapter 1437 State of Absolute Focus. The Devil Tiger design represented several milestones of progress in his design career. It was his first smart metal mech. It was his first true bestial mech. It was his first mech which utilized a complete spiritual entity as its design spirit. It was his first mech where he used an involuntary design spirit. It was his first mech that utilized a much more unrestrained neural interface. If his Devil Tiger only encompassed one of those firsts, then the mech did not merit such weight. Yet because his design pioneered so many aspects in a single mech frame, it gained greater significance in his eyes. Though he was proud of his Aurora Titan and Transcendent Messenger designs, he considered the Devil Tiger to be his first true inaugural work since becoming a journeyman. His design seed matured enough that it provided a great amount of assistance in his latest design project. It not only accelerated his design work, but also led him to develop many small but ingenious innovations. In addition, conducting exchanges with numerous journeymen polished his design work even further. Even if the lessons he learned did not pertain directly to his specialty or his interests, he still found it useful to acquire a perspective on how his Devil Tiger stood among the immense spectrum of mech designs. From a commercial standpoint, the value of the Devil Tiger looked dubious. Though it performed better than third-class mechs, it did not match up to the standards of a second-class mech. Yet its cost firmly pushed it up to the latter anyway due to its expensive asthmas. A product like this was a huge commercial failure. In truth, the businessman within Ves found the Devil Tiger to be highly repellent. Its price-performance ratio was abysmal, and he wasn't even sure if any demand for this type of mech even existed. Its whole mech concept went against the established grain on the rare terrestrial battlefields of the Nixian Gap. Yet for all of these impracticalities, the artist and craftsman side of Ves viewed his Devil Tiger design in a completely different light. Aside from the innovations he incorporated as experiments, the Devil Tiger also represented a sharp divergence from established convention. It was the first living mech designed by Ves that extensively embraced the path of life. Its high autonomy, its self-dependence, and its ability to help or hinder its mech pilot to a much more extensive degree led to great implications. Ves believed it to be the first living mech to shift the power balance between mech and mech pilots. Mechs should always be under the control of their mech pilots. This was one of the fundamental principles that defined mechs for hundreds of years. The mech community did not have a good opinion of mechs aided by AIs and heavy automation. Mech pilots ought to express their genuine skill and spontaneity rather than leave most of the decision-making to rigid, static processors. Yet the Devil Tiger might be the first mech that broke this convention but suffered none of the usual downsides. Empowering his Devil Tiger with Zygra's spirituality did not mean the mech pilot could sit back and let the deceased crowned cat do all of the work. No. The mech pilot still had to pitch in. Only through combining the strengths of the mech and mech pilots in a symbiotic relationship would they both be able to achieve an astounding level of performance. My Devil Tiger will surely live up to its promises. One of the most central aspects about his Devil Tiger was that while it may not be too impressive right now, it possessed the greatest potential of growth than any other mech he designed. In both a spiritual and physical aspect, the Devil Tiger was still in its infancy. As long as the mech was not fully destroyed, it could always bounce back greater and stronger than before. Theoretically, there was no upper boundary to its growth. As long as Zygra's spirituality kept growing and the mech kept digesting more powerful exotics, it might one day be capable of rivaling first-class mechs. This was not an empty boast. Back when he occupied Axlar Strion's mind during one of his mastery experiences, he learned that first-class mechs did not differ all that much from third-class mechs. Sure, their tech and amazing materials granted them amazing strength, but underneath the hood they all shared common roots to the most humblest mechs. Since the Devil Tiger shared the same roots as well, theoretically the mech might be capable of surpassing the Ouroboros, the first-class hero mech that he designed for Axlar. It requires both time and investment, but I believe in the Devil Tiger. Its urge to survive and thrive will see it through. Imparting it with Zygra's spirituality may not have been his original intention, but Ves believed it to be a real boon for his Devil Tiger. Their qualities and inclinations matched too well with each other. It's like the Devil Tiger is tailor-made to accommodate the spirituality of a metal-eating crowned cat from the start. The fabrication of the mech proceeded in a different fashion than before. The production of substitute asthmas that constituted the bulk of the frame of his mech required little intervention. The only problem was that the process happened a bit slowly. However, this left Ves with much less fabrication work than normal. He took great advantage of his reduced workload by spending much more attention on the fabrication of conventional components. Nothing contained any notable flaws. Ves demanded the utmost from each and every part, even if his design could tolerate a lot more imperfections. He only had one shot at making the Devil Tiger. There would never be a second copy of its design. My Devil Tiger has to start off on the best footing possible. The immense significance of the Devil Tiger to his artistic and philosophical progression drove Ves to enter in a peculiar state of mind. Rather than burning hot with passion or being driven by momentum, Ves entered an altered state where his focus had become razor-sharp. His normally jumbled and chaotic mind grew incredibly quiet. His focus reached a degree where it became a sharp that cut through all of the distractions conjured up by his overactive imagination. The absolute focus helped him enormously in maintaining an extreme but incredibly consistent quality level during his work. He became extremely meticulous but not too inefficient. It was as if he always came up with the right solutions at the right time. No problem confounded him. Even if he worked with old, worn production equipment, he effortlessly compensated for their quirks and idiosyncrasies. Once he finished fabricating and inspecting all of the parts, he returned to the site where he let the asthmas work on its own. Ves found it to be a bit discordant for him to be so detached from the fabrication of the bulk of the mech. While the pure asthmas did its work wonderfully, he found it a bit jarring because of its heartless and overly inhuman replication process. Even though Ves extensively programmed the pure asthmas during the design process, he did not possess a strong sense of ownership towards both types of asthmas. It lacks a human touch, He always emphasized the importance of involving humans in the creation of mechs. This was especially so for custom mechs. While the pure asthmas went on its merry way to churn out more and more substitute asthmas, Ves decided he had to do something to correct its inadequacies. He called up his design in his mind and tried to impress it on the asthmas. The substitute asthmas took it on surprisingly well. The pure asthmas less so because Ves hadn't originally produced it himself, but in time it gained a spiritual quality that conformed to the design. He still sensed a lingering discrepancy, though. Ves spontaneously invested a small portion of his spiritual energy into the asthmas. This decision quickly caused the asthmas to take on a more personal feel, as if Ves had crafted each and every single nanomachine by hand. "That's better," he smiled. A sudden realization struck him immediately after he did this. He even paused his state of absolute focus over this amazing development. He invented another new spiritual technique. This new technique, which he came up with to address a glaring deficiency, addressed a problem that long hindered Ves. The fabrication of his gold label mechs consumed too much time. While its value was undeniable, it did not make sense to remain stuck in the mech nursery for years on end just so that he could churn out a gold label mech every 3 days. He'd deprive himself of too much time that he could spend on more productive activities such as designing a new mech or studying new knowledge. Yet the new technique served as a possible means to liberate himself from this time-consuming activity. If I'm right, I can essentially upgrade a silver label mech into a gold label mech. He decided to call it spiritual imprinting. This was because he essentially imprinted a mech with his spiritual energy in a way that made it as if he crafted it by hand. The only downside of this technique was that the imprinting required him to invest his spiritual energy. Perhaps he might not care too much if he did it once, but if he continually performed this technique several times a day, then he would quickly be sapping his strength. His dreams of converting all of his silver label mechs into gold label mechs were dashed. Everything had a price. The only way he could make it more bearable was to grow his spirituality. If he became 10 times or 100 times more formidable, then the amount of mechs he could spiritually imprint became vastly more. In fact, considering its limitations, Ves largely reserved the technique to the mechs of the avatars of myth. Only a portion of his personal force piloted LMC mechs, and of those mechs only a fraction actually consisted of gold label mechs. As Ves wanted to turn his avatars into a glorious example of a mech force that consisted fully of LMC mechs, they deserved as many gold label mechs as possible. Previously, I've always been limited by my lack of time, but now that I can substitute that with spiritual energy, it's much easier. Time was a finite resource, while his spiritual energy always regenerated over time. The stronger he grew, the more his spiritual energy regeneration sped up. Since he was still a journeyman, he had plenty of room to grow in this aspect. He did not linger about the implications of his new technique for long. He highly prized the strange state of absolute focus he had previously immersed himself in. The longer he paused his work, the more it started to fade from his mind. I can't afford to lose my groove. Ves proceeded to the assembly phase. He gradually re-entered his inspired focus state as he obsessively pieced his mech together. Portions of the internal frame along with its critical parts were put into place. Hints of the devil tiger's feline form already emerged. Due to the scarcity of fixed parts, Ves finished his work quickly. He found himself forced to wait until the pure asthmas finished replicating all of the substitute asthmas necessary to constitute a complete mech frame. He sat patiently on a stool as he watched the amorphous, mercury-like pools of asthmas continually dwindle the stock of materials. Once the asthmas completely consumed the available stock, he directed it to engulf the partially assembled mech frame that Ves had prepared. It was time to put some meat on the bones of his devil tiger. With rapt attention, he watched as the pure asthmas and substitute asthmas crawled over the workshop floor. They neared the assembly system where the incomplete devil tiger awaited the arrival of its other half. The moment of completion was at hand. Chapter 1438 Sin of Altruism. Ves dreamt of this moment for months. Ever since he conceived of the devil tiger, he imagined many ways he could complete his mech. Witnessing the asthmas crawl from one section of the workshop to another section of the workshop under his instructions seemed surreal to him. The strange and unconventional way the devil tiger came together emphasized how different it was from his prior works. A sense of anticipation welled up in his mind. He would finally be able to see the results of the ludicrous amount of resources and effort he put into the devil tiger. After several days of working on the mech, he already believed the sole copy of his devil tiger design surpassed all of his fabrication attempts. The focus, care and attention he put into its creation exceeded the investment he put in his other great works such as the Transcendent Messengers or the Shield of Samar. Perhaps a part of Ves found it to be an enormous waste of energy and potential to invest so much in a non-commercial, experimental mech. Yet now that the devil tiger finally came into being, he held no regrets. As the asthmas slowly arrived at the skeletal mech frame, it began to take its place. The pure asthmas moved first. It climbed up to the center of the mech and rested in the belly and lower chest of the tiger mech. This was the deepest and most well-protected section of the mech. The devil tiger couldn't afford to lose its pure asthmas. It had to be preserved at all costs. Considering its extreme importance to the mech, the pure asthmas settled into its place without consuming too much time. Next, Ves transmitted another command that caused the substitute asthmas to crawl over the outer portions of the mech frame. Like adding meat to bones, the much larger quantity of substitute asthmas began to shift into support structures, conduits, artificial musculature bundles, and most significantly armor plating. This did not take much time either. Once the devil tiger looked complete, the gray exterior shifted in color until it took on a dark reddish coating with a black tiger stripe pattern emphasizing its feline nature. This momentous visual change finally turned the devil tiger into the astonishing and exceptional mech that Ves envisioned. The devil tiger emanated an extraordinary powerful splendor that momentarily washed over Ves like a tide. The mere appearance of the mech already suggested that it was a menace to be taken seriously. Even if the machine lacked the distinctive aura that resulted from its exceptional X-factor, the mech looked notable in ways that made a mech designer like Ves ecstatic. Still, as he saw the words Devil Tiger forming on the flank of his creation, he started feeling a bit uncomfortable at the sight. As much as the Devil Tiger already inspired admiration in him, Ves felt it had fallen just short of reaching its height. His design seed churned and seethed with excitement again, hinting at him that the devil tiger was on the cusp of greatness. What is it missing? Why do I feel as if it is close to reaching a certain threshold? Instead of thinking too much over it, he let his instincts as a mech designer lead the way. An impulse prompted him to retrieve a very special pouch in the inside pocket of his disguised outfit. As he opened the pouch, he observed the small collection of exceptional gems. They were some of Lucky's best gems to date. Produced after consuming an entire CFA shuttle among other valuable equipment, the gems possessed remarkable names and even more remarkable effects. Each of them bore marks from his anonymizing stamp to eliminate their presence from sensors and scanners. Even so, Ves still perceived their inner qualities. He already used one of the gems in this collection on the Shield of Samar. The ardent wish empowered the mech gifted to Janzi by increasing its spiritual feedback by a whopping 40%. He wasn't quite sure what that meant, but Ves suspected that the ardent wish heavily assisted Janzi in breaking through to expert candidate. Should I embed one of these precious gems to the devil tiger? He should have taken the question seriously. He already invested so much in the devil tiger that adding anything more to it was extremely unwise. How much more did he have to sacrifice in order to satisfy his artisanal urges? It made no logical sense to impart the devil tiger with a rare gem. Yet, Ves didn't listen to the rational part of his mind. In truth, he already sidelined it ever since he embarked on the project. The artist and craftsman within him took primacy this time. His design seed fully resonated with him as he approached the devil tiger with a gem in hand. Ves briefly studied the gem he had chosen to impart to his latest creation. Sin of altruism. The valor of a great sacrifice by an alien warrior is housed within this gem. Increases the damage resistance of external armor plating by 20%. Ves still questioned its description. He inspected the sin of altruism with his spiritual senses over and over again, and detected no trace of this so-called valor. Despite his brief doubts about the gem, he considered its properties to be especially suitable to the devil tiger. In fact, Ves also considered using the furnace of regret instead. The gem boosted the output of the power reactor by 30%. The devil tiger consumed a constant amount of energy during its operation. The asthmas constantly required at least some power in order to hold itself together. When the mech sustained heavy damage and lost a huge chunk of substitute asthmas, then the pure asthmas required both energy and materials to replenish the losses. If the mech possessed a greater energy output, then it was much more capable regenerating itself on the field. Though the choice tempted him for a moment, he eventually affirmed his choice to use the sin of altruism. Part of the reason was because it addressed the most acute weakness of his mech. The devil tiger's heavy dependence on smart metal meant that it was much less durable than comparable mechs of the same cost. This was the number one reason why his devil tiger failed to meet the standard of a second-class mech. Boosting the durability of its admittedly substandard armor meant that its most acute discrepancy received a very welcome reinforcement. The distance between the devil tiger and a second-class mech narrowed by a considerable margin with this addition. Ves did not hesitate any further. Despite the extremely questionable wisdom of empowering a mech meant to be piloted by pirates or other scum, his pride of a mech designer demanded he do his utmost to transform the devil tiger into his best work to date. This is what must be done. No matter what practical value my devil tiger brings, its creative value must be unsurpassed. The state of absolute focus returned to him as he stepped all the way to one of the hind limbs of the dormant devil tiger. He craned his head upwards and faintly read the words devil tiger on its flank once again. He could scarcely believe he made it this far. He overcame numerous challenges as he recklessly indulged in feature creep. Though he demanded increasingly more out of his design project, all of his efforts were about to come into fruition at this pivotal moment. This is the final touch. A solemn moment descended as Ves stretched out his arm. He brushed his fingers against the solid surface of the devil tiger's hind limb. A small scratching sound echoed as the gem he held within his fingers dragged over the surface of the armor. Though from outward appearances the surface looked like a solid mass of armor, in truth it consisted of an innumerable amount of nanomachines too small to be observed by the naked eye. The armor revealed its true nature by morphing like a liquid surface. It began to catch hold of the gem while ignoring his fingers. Following its programming, the substitute asthmas absorbed the gem and tried to figure out how it could best put it to use. I almost forgot. It needs a little help. I doubt it knows what to do with the sin of altruism. Ves raised his comm and withdrew a small wire from it before slotting it through the semi-fluid armor plating of his mech. He activated an interface and quickly began to program some additional instructions to the asthmas. A few minutes later, he completed the update and closed his comm as Ves looked upwards again. The mech already started to take on a distinctly different quality. It felt as if Ves had given the mech a pivotal push that raised it to a height it yearned to reach. As Ves stepped back in order to behold the mech in its entirety, he attempted to determine his increasingly stronger affection for his devil tiger. Suddenly, two things happened. First, realization swept through his mind. Second, his design seed metaphorically exploded in euphoria. The devil tiger has become a masterwork. Masterwork. Ves could scarcely believe this claim. Yet, as he observed the devil tiger more closely, his certainty only grew stronger. He never expected to fabricate his first masterwork mech at this instance. The definition of a masterwork was rather subjective and imprecise. However, Ves learned in his classes that competent mech designers possessed an innate sense to determine whether a mech had reached this fabled height. A masterwork mech was not the most perfect specimen of a design. If that was the case, then the innumerable amounts of mechs produced through atomic materialization processes should have been declared masterworks. A general description of a masterwork varied a lot. To Ves, a mech that was so coherently put together that its quality in every possible aspect surpassed the theoretical limits of its design. Not only that, but its strengthened aspects melded and reinforced each other so well that the whole exceeded the sum of its parts. When judging his newly completed devil tiger, Ves became increasingly convinced that it fully embodied this definition. Ves abruptly erupted in jubilation, startling both Nita and Lucky. A masterwork! I created a masterwork! My first one! Ha ha! He had reason to celebrate. The formation of a masterwork mech was a product of both skill and serendipity. It was highly sought after by every serious mech designer, but few ever got to experience the glory of producing one. It was impossible to fabricate a masterwork mech on demand. Only seniors or higher were good enough to create a masterwork, but even then a large proportion of them lived through their entire careers without making this accomplishment. While exceptions existed where journeymen managed to create a masterwork, they were extremely rare. A masterwork mech only came into being if the mech designer personally fabricated the mech. While others could assist them in their work, they still needed to exert their personal direction and control over the fabrication process. Mech designers who thought that fabricating a mech in person was beneath them never got to enjoy the unsurpassed glory of creating a masterwork. This was the reason why even seniors or masters achieved amazing feats but never produced a single masterwork mech in their lives. I'm different from them. I'm not just an architect, but also a craftsman. Every artisanal crafting profession opened a door for masterworks. Even the original Amastendera was a masterwork laser pistol. On average, a senior fabricated just 5 masterwork mechs over the course of their entire careers. This figure was higher for masters, but even then the count varied wildly between different individuals. Still, one general guideline was that if a mech designer created a masterwork once, then they were surely able to create one again. It might take decades or even a century depending on chance and circumstances, but someone like Ves would surely be able to achieve this height again in the future. Chapter 1439 Unrecognized Achievement. Ves grinned so widely that Lucky and Nita became afraid that he would break his jaw. Meow? It's a masterwork. Don't you see, Lucky? Just look at it. Don't you feel jealous of its magnificent form? Meow. Lucky angrily phased out of his arms. Who was a masterwork? A magnificent gem cat like him was already a masterwork. Ha! VS brushed off his cat's reaction and continued to admire the subtle but unmistakable presence of a masterwork in his latest mech. All of the money, time, effort, resources, and favors he expended to make it to this point had all been worth it. He had no doubts about this entire venture anymore. In fact, due to the amazing value of this accomplishment, he wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice the LMC and almost all of his entire network in order to form another masterwork. Even now, his design seed underwent a small but seemingly pivotal evolution. Though VS had no idea what it was doing, he nonetheless sensed that its transformation would doubtlessly strengthen it further in a certain direction. VS suspected that this change was related to what happened to mech designers once they created their first masterwork mechs. Once they made this achievement, their affinity for fabrication mechs had grown. This resulted in a comprehensive improvement to any mechs they personally crafted. To VS, this meant that he could produce genuine gold label mechs with a much higher average quality level than before. Another way of putting it was that the gap between his high-quality mechs and another masterwork mech had narrowed. The reason why a mech designer who produced at least one masterwork mech would eventually be able to produce another was due to this very reason. They required a little bit less effort in order to repeat this accomplishment. For this reason, VS considered the creation of his first masterwork mech to be a seminal moment in his life. A new door opened up for him now that he had surpassed this crafting threshold. An immense sensation of pride washed over him as he lovingly admired his devil tiger over and over again. Through his exceptional efforts and his wondrous state during the fabrication process, VS elevated its menacing form and its powerful capabilities to a higher standard, completely surpassing the potential of its original design. VS rubbed his chin as a question came to his mind. Is the sin of altruism responsible for turning my devil tiger into a masterwork? The discrepancy that disturbed him a short while ago must be due to his subconscious perception that his devil tiger fell just short of becoming a masterwork. Only after he added the sin of altruism did he manage to get his devil tiger over the line. VS derived two conclusions from this deduction. First, without the sin of altruism, his devil tiger almost met the standard of a masterwork mech through his own efforts. His skill, experience, principles, and personal inclinations all led him to attach great importance to adopting a craftsman's approach to his works. Second, he could not depend on Lucky's gems alone to turn another into a masterwork. If this was the case, then the Shield of Samar should have turned into his first masterwork mech when he added in the ardent wish. He sighed. It's not so easy for mech designers to produce masterworks. A masterwork mech was the culmination of a mech designer's dedication to their craft from a practical approach. Pure theory had nothing to do with it. A masterwork never emerged by mech designers who purely relied on their brains. It was the application that mattered. The more romantic mech designers described the creation of a masterwork mech as infusing their love and devotion into the crafting process. In a way, whenever VS personally fabricated a mech, he already did this without the intention to create a masterwork mech. He just cared a lot, and it was this unconditional affection for mechs that led him to this threshold. Even so, only a tiny number of journeymen ever get to create a masterwork at this stage in their careers. Generally, only seniors started producing masterworks. While exceptions existed where a minute number of journeymen managed to achieve the same feat, they were almost always very advanced in their careers. If you aren't over a century years old, you can forget about it. It can't be done. Yet VS stupendously managed to produce a masterwork just a short time after he advanced to journeyman. The circumstances boggled his mind, but the devil tiger did not lie. Any journeyman, not just VS, could instinctively tell that the devil tiger was definitely a masterwork. VS clapped both of his cheeks with his palms as if he wanted to wake up from this dream. The devil tiger was still there. It was still the same. This is unbelievable. In truth, Ves already admitted to himself that he did not produce a masterwork mech through legitimate means. He cheated. The sin of altruism that strengthened the devil tiger's armor by a substantial degree addressed the only deficient factor that prevented the mech from becoming a masterwork. How many mech designers possess the same privilege of using such a reality-defying gem? As far as Ves knew, Lucky was unique. No one could buy another gem cat like him no matter how much money they were willing to offer. He sighed. His professional integrity forced him to admit that he did not deserve to be counted among the ranks of mech designers who went above and beyond to produce their own masterwork mechs. If I don't have the luxury of using one of Lucky's best gems, then it might have taken many decades before I'm able to surpass the masterwork threshold through my own capabilities. Frankly, he disrespected the accomplishments of other mech designers by counting himself amongst their ranks. Yet, did he feel guilty for taking a shortcut where others poured blood, sweat, and tears to reach the same height? Nope. Who cares how I got to this point? The important part is that I've reached it. Every mech I fabricate from now on will forever benefit from the gains of this project. Ves successfully concluded the Devil Tiger project with numerous gains. Not only did he develop a multitude of new spiritual techniques, he also progressed his career by creating his first masterwork. Though the costs were high, the benefits he accrued absolutely surpassed his wildest expectations. However, once his jubilation and euphoria mellowed out, a very obvious practical problem popped up in his mind. I can't submit the Devil Tiger to the MTA to get my masterwork certificate. I'll turn into a fugitive if I do so. There was no way he could ever let himself be tied to the Devil Tiger, masterwork or not. The exceeding amount of discretion he employed in securing the materials and the mech workshop already demonstrated his extreme concern in his role in designing and creating the smart Metal Tiger mech. Even now, Ves shuddered at the thought should a mech pilot begin to interface with his creation. Its exceptional quality did not make any difference concerning its lethality to its very own users. Ves bopped his head with his palm in frustration. In the end, no one will recognize my achievement. More than that, Ves also felt frustrated at the reality that he wouldn't be able to sell his Devil Tiger to someone deserving enough to pilot such a grand machine. If he had a choice, then he would not hesitate to bestow the mech to the Larkinsons. He considered the avatars of myth as well, but it was too selfish to keep his masterwork mech to himself. As long as the Larkinsons had a mech pilot who was proficient in piloting tiger mechs, then the Devil Tiger would have been a perfect fit. Sadly, it was not to be. He had to stick to his original plan and find a way to sell his Devil Tiger to some scummy pirate commander who would doubtlessly use the masterwork mech for deplorable ends. I suppose I can overhaul the Devil Tiger to take out its controversial parts, but it won't be the same mech anymore, he muttered morosely. It was immensely difficult to create a masterwork mech, but incredibly easy to ruin them. Each time Ves attempted to upgrade or modify the Devil Tiger, he risked breaking the qualities that turned it into a masterwork. Of course, now that Ves had reached this point, he became very sensitive to what he should or shouldn't do in order to retain the Devil Tiger's masterwork standard. This was why he quickly concluded that the expensive overhaul plan he formed in his mind was way too intrusive to keep the Devil Tiger exceptional. Ves shook his head. I don't want to change my mech anyway. The Devil Tiger partially became a masterwork because he poured his love into its design and creation. How could he betray his love by butchering and mutilating his own child? No matter what kind of nasty properties it possesses, it's still my work. He was even tempted to call his Devil Tiger a perfect mech, but he thought better of it. He wasn't Gloriana. She'd probably be ecstatic when I show off my mech to her. Sadly, he wouldn't be able to show off his devil tiger to her up close. The most he could do was to make detailed recordings of his mech so that she'd be able to enjoy at least some of its grandeur in high-fidelity projections. There's no way the devil tiger can remain in my possession for long. I have to get rid of it as soon as possible. He called up Nita, who had been observing Ves getting absorbed over his amazing accomplishment by himself. Is your new mech really that good, sir? She asked. Yes. It's a genuine masterwork mech. She scratched her head. I can't see that. It's just a mech to me. Are you really sure about your judgment? My judgment is always right when it comes to mechs. Trust me, I'm a mech designer. I know my craft. It did not surprise him that a laywoman like Nita failed to recognize the splendor of his masterwork mech. In truth, most low-ranking mech pilots and mech designers would fail to see its exceptional quality as well. Only the more perceptive and dedicated insiders in the mech community were capable of recognizing the Devil Tiger's true charm. This was also what the MTA's Masterwork Certificate aimed to address. As the ultimate arbiters of everything related to mechs, their judgment was inviolable. If they stated that a mech was a masterwork mech, then no one held any doubts. As for his Devil Tiger, Ves could only hope that the mech appraisers of the Circle of Moda would be able to recognize its true value when he submitted it for exchange or auction. That reminded him of his next step. He still needed to pass his mech to a customer in order to complete the system's upgrade missions. How are you in your attempts to gain entry in the Circle of Mota? He asked his bodyguard. I've already made a lot of headway, sir. I've used the credentials given to Lady Miralix to contact a middleman with ties to the Circle of Mota. It's been difficult to gain his trust despite Lady Miralix vouching for us. Because you wanted our identities to remain hidden, it's taken a very long time to get his agreement. Are there any hold-ups? She shook her head. I had Gavin pass on a message to Lady Miralix to explain our difficulties. She recently intervened to sort out the middleman's issues. There's no problem now. We can depart to the temporary marketplace the Circle of Moda has set up whenever you want. That's great. Where is this clandestine site located? Hisneck 8. A lot of shipments of classified goods enter and exit the planet due to its many research and educational institutions. It's also a trade hub for high-value goods. That made a lot of sense, though Ves suspected that the Hisneck authorities weren't completely blind to the smuggling that went on. How securely would he be able to smuggle his Devil Tiger to the surface of Hisneck 8? Chapter 1440 The More Convenient Solution. Once Ves completed the Devil Tiger and finished celebrating the creation of his first masterwork mech, he moved out of the rented workshop. He loaded the precious new masterwork mech into a large, specialized mech container laced with a scanner dampening layer. A rented transport operated by the battle criers transported the container out of the premises through an underground tunnel network before being passed to a series of other rented transports. Eventually, the transport deposited the container in a small, empty warehouse rented for the purpose. Bringing the container from the surface of Hisneck 12 was a bit troublesome, as the local authorities inspected every piece of cargo. They could still try to smuggle out the container, but they needed some assistance from one of the local underground organizations. Nita already booked a slot aboard a discreet large transport that mostly carried legitimate cargo, but they had to wait a few days before they got their turn. How troublesome, Ves grumbled. We can't help it, sir. She shrugged. As anonymous outsiders, we've been placed on the back of the waiting list. The only way to get priority is if you flash your identity to the smugglers. That would defeat the point of all of this subterfuge. He would rather wait than leaving any trail behind. Masterwork mech or not, designing and fabricating an illegal mech would still land him in big trouble with the MTA. "Stupid hypocrites," he muttered. "They persecute anyone who crosses the line while they're happily allowed to get away with their murky experiments." The difference between the two was that he was just a solitary mech designer, while the MTA possessed the power to dictate and enforce its rules whenever they wished. Who wouldn't want to cut themselves some slack if they could get away with it? The MTA was no different from any other selfish organization in that regard. After spending half a day traveling back and forth in disguise, Ves, Lucky, and Nita finally sneaked their way back into the hotel. They returned to safety. Ves let down his guard and relaxed. Once the decoy who pretended to be him shed the pride of dusk and put the articles back in a closet, the hotel room had turned back into normal. "Did you succeed?" Gavin asked. "Beyond my wildest dreams, Benny. As long as we can send my package from Synac 12 to Synac 8, I can hopefully get it in the right hands." "So we're heading to Synac 8 next?" "Yup. That will be our final stop before we depart the star system. Hopefully the overhauls to the Barracuda is complete by the time we are done." After discussing some more routine arrangements, Ves finally dismissed his assistant. With only Nita and Lucky left in the bedroom, he made sure that enough jamming was in place before materializing his system calm. Fabricating a masterwork mech was a massive accomplishment. Ves believed the system would definitely have something to say about his latest achievement. Once he activated its interface, he received a small number of irrelevant messages. He only paid attention to those related to the Devil Tiger. Design Evaluation, Devil Tiger TGZ. Model Name, Devil Tiger TGZ. Original Manufacturer, Ves Larkinson. Weight Classification, Medium. Recommended Role, Offensive Tiger Mech. Armor A. Carrying Capacity E. Aesthetics A. Endurance B+. Energy Efficiency C. Flexibility D+. Firepower B. Integrity B+. Mobility A. Spotting B. X Factor A. Cost Efficiency F. Project Involvement 100%. Original Component Composition 9%. Overall Evaluation. The Devil Tiger is a tiger mech suited for long-term skirmishing and survival. Its distinctive, augmented ASMAs grants the Devil Tiger the capacity to repair and upgrade its mech frame without outside assistance. Combined with its excellent mobility and armor durability, the Devil Tiger possesses the potential for infinite growth and strengthening. The only complicating factor is its volatile design spirit, who can exert considerable influence in aiding or hindering its mech pilot. The Devil Tiger's X factor is tied to Zygra, the mech cruncher, a former genetic product and crown cat native to Felixia I. You have received 1,000 design points for completing an original design that has no other equivalent. You have received 50,000 design points for designing a mech with a high presence of X factor. Ves immediately noted that the grades swung very wildly. "How did you come up with these grades?" Ves puzzlingly asked. "What are the measuring standards, and how relative are the grades to comparable mech designs?" Of course, the system didn't deign to answer this question. Though Ves personally disagreed with some of the grades, he had to admit that the Devil Tiger was not a well-rounded mech. It lacked both flight and ranged weapon capabilities. Its energy efficiency was pretty decent until it started to consume and process new materials. It couldn't carry any significant amounts of cargo, and so on. This meant that while Ves designed the mech to operate by itself in the field if need be, the Devil Tiger truly excelled if a mech commander built a team of assisting mechs around its use. If its users have any sense, they'll utilize my Devil Tiger as a flanking mech. This was asking a bit much. Ves did not have much faith in the competence of pirates to be able to utilize his Devil Tiger with military-style tactics and coordination. Those stupid degenerates will probably put the Devil Tiger at the head of their swarm of mechs. It was a good thing that Ves added the sin of altruism to the sole physical copy of its design. The considerable upgrade to the armor of the mech essentially provided it with an added buffer against the many errors their pilots likely made over the course of its use. Having spent a considerable amount of time in the frontier, Ves fully witnessed the low standards of the average pirates. More elite pirate outfits such as the Sword Maidens and the Pirate Alliances partially broke the mold, but even they fell short compared to the well-organized military mech regiments. He turned to one of the most important grades of his mech design. So the X Factor has reached an A. I never expected to reach this height again so soon. His first mech design with a solid A-grade X Factor was the Aurora Titan. Back then, Ves predicted that it might take many years before he could design a mech of comparable strength in this area. The Aurora Titan only got this far because of Kalanxo's donation of a precious spiritual fragment. There was no way he could replicate this feat. Just finding a powerful exabeast with the spirituality equivalent to an ace pilot, or a centuries-old sacred god was nearly impossible. Trying to negotiate a spiritual fragment out of them was unthinkable. As for trying to steal a fragment from them, Ves could think of better ways to commit suicide. Therefore, Ves did not actually expect that he managed to make it this far just by utilizing a mostly whole spiritual entity as his Devil Tiger's design spirit. In the end, there's a considerable gulf in strength between a fragment and a complete entity. The system essentially confirmed to him that using an expert pilot-level spiritual entity brought the same degree of benefits as an ace-level spiritual fragment. Considering the scarcity and immense difficulty of securing the latter, Ves vastly preferred the former. Going on a crown hunt may have been rather perilous to Ves, but at least he had a realistic chance of success. In fact, now that he confirmed the viability of harvesting usable spiritual entities from exabeasts who weren't as rare and exceptional as sacred gods, Ves even began to consider farming them. Why should I go out and risk my life on an arduous crown hunt when I can just buy a huge cat from the company who develops and sells their species? House Laterna's research institutions cooked up a lot of experimental huge cats and released them into the Asco continent to record their performance. However, facilitating huge game hunting was not their principal source of business. Instead, they derived a greater portion of their income from selling the best-performing huge cats to customers. Though the occurrence of spiritual potential in the huge cats was minute, as long as Ves made a careful selection, he could potentially obtain a specimen as strong as Zygra as long as he bought a batch of likely candidates. This is how a mech designer ought to handle this issue. To us, any problem can be solved as long as we throw enough money at it. There's no need for us to do all of the heavy lifting ourselves. In hindsight, he shouldn't have participated in the crown hunt to begin with. Though he didn't regret accepting Lady Miralix's offer since the challenges he faced stimulated him into developing several new spiritual techniques, he couldn't keep wasting his time on needlessly dangerous hunts. He had better things to do with his time. Since Ves did not suffer from any money problems lately, he could easily afford to go for the most expensive but convenient option. House Laterna isn't the only organization who develops genetic products. There's a huge market for powerful beasts. The idea had a lot of merit. As long as he set up a large-scale private preserve on some rural planet, he could collect as many weird exabeasts and genetic products as he wanted. Other people would probably dismiss this new preoccupation as yet another weird quirk of his, which was completely fine to Ves. As long as a handful of his collected beasts possessed spirituality, then it was more than worth it, as each of them made another mech design with an A-grade X factor possible. The entire arrangement introduced some much-needed structure, consistency and efficiency in his efforts to obtain powerful spiritual fragments and entities. He would no longer have to get his hands dirty by stealing highly valued relics or hunt down a dangerous beast in person to harvest its spirituality upon its death. It would be even better if I own a research institution myself. Ves quickly shook his head. That was going a bit too far. The research and development of genetic products was an extremely difficult market to get into. A lot of companies who had been in the business for decades or centuries accumulated strong advantages by excelling in their specialties. Starting a biotech research institution from scratch could get very expensive, as it needed decades to ramp up to the point where it started to break even. As a mech designer, Ves mainly wanted to focus his business activities around mechs. Trying to branch off in other sectors sounded like a good way to get distracted and slow down his career progression. I'll have to form some proper plans when I get back to the Bright Republic. He rubbed his chin in thought. Considering the benefits I can accrue, it's still worth it for me to dip my toes in this sector. For now, Ves wanted to move on and see what the system had to say about his masterwork mech. Once he dismissed the evaluation for his design, he finally received his anticipated announcements. You have personally assembled a masterwork mech based on your own Devil Tiger design. Congratulations for assembling your first masterwork mech. As a mech designer, to create a masterwork mech is a grand achievement. Only mech designers and fabricators who thoroughly understand and develop a strong intuition for mechs are capable of creating mechs that holistically surpass the intent of the original design. Now that you have formed the first mech that passes this standard, your ability to produce mechs has undergone a holistic baptism that provides substantial benefits to your future works. Please work harder to replicate this feat to improve your affinity for mechs even further. You have acquired Masterwork Mech Assembly I. Create more Masterwork Mechs to upgrade this sub-skill. You have been awarded with 1 Radiant Lottery ticket. Create more Masterwork Mechs to receive more Radiant Lottery tickets. Ves immediately focused on the last announcement. What the heck is a Radiant Lottery ticket? Chapter 1441 Catching Fish. Ves once asked the system to explain its rating system. Copper, bronze, silver, and gold already spoke for themselves, but the weirder names threw him for a loop. He eventually learned that the aforementioned ratings were collectively grouped in the plainest category of ratings. An additional category of ratings existed beyond gold and proceeded as followed: Exceptional, Radiant, Supreme. An even greater category of ratings existed above that, but Ves was far from reaching a level of strength and capability where he could receive something so great. At his current level, Ves already started slobbering his mouth at the thought of winning 10 golden lottery tickets if he completed one of the system's insanely difficult supply missions. I'm too much of a pauper to think that far. He ruefully chuckled. Right now, Ves only possessed 2 objects from the system rated beyond gold. While Lucky started off with a lower rating, his constant upgrades and assimilation of valuable exotics elevated him to the point where the system regarded him as exceptional. Yet even Lucky still fell short against his copy of Amastendera, which received an immensely high rating of Supreme. Ves won the Amastendera from an extremely lucky pull from a golden lottery ticket. Since the jackpot of a golden lottery ticket already reached this high, how much better was the jackpot of Radiant Lottery ticket? I'd probably be able to win something grand if I make a lucky pull. In reality, Ves did not think much of his odds of striking it rich. He knew the system well enough that most of its lottery tickets only yielded minimal prizes. This was the entire reason why he insisted upon gaining a multitude of golden lottery tickets upon completing the system's supply missions. Perhaps he wouldn't strike it rich with a single ticket, but when he had up to 50 chances to do so, he'd definitely win at least a handful of extremely valuable prizes. Yet the appearance of this radiant lottery ticket suggested that Ves had another way of winning a fantastic prize. "I don't believe this lottery ticket will give me nothing but a consolation message if I don't get lucky. I should at least receive a prize rated as exceptional." He deserved it for fabricating his first masterwork mech. As he reread the system's message, he understood its significance. The system really loved it when he created a masterwork mech. It always urged him to become a better mech designer. The more he progressed, the more he met the system's expectations. A grand reward such as a radiant lottery ticket essentially signaled to him that the system was not opposed to giving him another treat if he created another masterwork mech. Ves always felt like a puppy performing tricks for his master ever since he received the system. Its latest message and reward only reinforced their ongoing transactional relationship. The radiant lottery ticket was not only a reward, but also a bribe. Despite his misgivings over the systems and its motives for fattening him up, for now he needed its assistance to grow stronger. Only until he became powerful enough to hinder the 5 Scrolls Compact would he be able to fulfill his long-standing goals and ambitions. "I shouldn't complain about receiving a radiant lottery ticket. Anything that brings me closer to achieving my goals is helpful." He knew that given the circumstances, it remained immensely difficult for him to craft another masterwork mech. The stars had to align and all kinds of conditions had to be favorable in order for him to reach this height again. Receiving the masterwork mech assembly I sub-skill helped lower the difficulty, but it could not replace all of the personal effort and sacrifice he put into the Devil Tiger. The more he invested in the mech, the more it gained significance to his design sensibilities. One thing about the system's message did hint at something important, though. Just like he learned, the system stated that creating a masterwork mech increased a mech designer's affinity towards mechs. What was the exact meaning behind this phrase? Ves immediately formed a guess and began to concentrate his mind in order to inspect his own spirituality. He immediately discovered a change. His muddy and mixed spiritual energy looked the same as always, but with one key difference. The attribute related to mechs had undergone a small evolution. It became stronger and more pronounced. Other than that, his design seed had also gone through a subtle improvement. Though Ves found it hard to determine what had actually changed, he knew that whatever changed occurred improved both his design and fabrication capabilities. While the creation of a masterwork mech mainly related to the assembly of mechs, his improved affinity for them also meant he would make less mistakes when he designed a mech. "It's as if my intuition for mechs has improved. That will help me out in many mech-related aspects." His improved affinity affected a broad swathe of activities, from appraising mechs to modifying them. No matter what he did with mechs, he would always be a little bit better at it than someone who possessed the same attributes and skills as him. Masterwork mech assembly I was not a sub-skill that he could buy from the system's skill tree. "It is as if I increased my talent for mech design." Even now, he deeply wanted to put his improved capabilities to the test by designing a new mech. However, he quickly shelved aside this urge. This was not the time for him to indulge in a future design. He still had a lottery ticket to redeem. However, he quickly paused for a moment. Right now, he wasn't alone, and the hotel room itself might not be completely secure. "I'll be heading to the bathroom for a moment." Nita nodded. "I'll stand guard outside." Ves grabbed Lucky, who was comfortably lounging on the bed, and brought his cat with him to the expansive bathroom attached to the main bedroom. Once he dumped Lucky onto the sink, he sat down at the closed toilet bowl and engaged his privacy shield. If this lottery ticket was like any of his other great prize draws, then it would definitely conjure up a spectacle. Once he became absolutely sure that no one except Lucky was snooping in on him, Ves diverted to his inventory and finally used his radiant lottery ticket. His entire surroundings shifted. It was as if a vast illusionary projection transformed the entire bathroom. An alien environment greeted him. Green skies, yellow clouds, and multiple moons stretched above his head. Closer to the ground, Ves observed that he was sitting on a rock placed at a raised plateau overlooking a vast, alien prairie. Though the grasses were still green, the soil and rock stood out with their distinctly purple tint. Nothing about the environment suggested that it had been adapted or terraformed for humans. He could even smell the wild and untamed alien wilderness. The scents and smells that assaulted his nose reinforced the impression that he'd been brought to an alien planet. However, the air pressure, gravity, and other factors remained the same as when he was back in his backroom. He was still on Hisneck 12, and the illusion the system conjured up was just another one of its fancy prize draw methods. After spinning a wheel and opening up a pagoda, this is what you've come up with, system? Nothing answered him. He looked around and tried to see how he could draw his prize from the empty clearing at the top of the mountain. Eventually, he encountered a modest pool of water in the very center of the plateau. Dozens of small, finger-sized fish leisurely swam beneath its clear surface. The fish all differed in appearances and inclinations. Some possessed scales that featured every color of the rainbow, while others appeared as black as charcoal. Some of the fish possessed long, trailing whiskers while others possessed extra fins. Ves deduced the intent of this pool. Am I supposed to catch a fish to determine my prize? This method of prize drawing differed substantially from his previous lottery prize draws. The system granted him much more agency this time. Rather than subjecting himself to the whims of chance and luck, now the system gave him greater power to decide his own winnings. He'd be able to maximize his gains from his radiant lottery ticket as long as he caught the right fish. However, which fish is the best? He frowned. Ves had the feeling that the prize draw also served as a test. By giving him the power to decide his own catch, the burden of securing the best possible prize fell solely onto his shoulders. He wouldn't be able to blame the system's miserly nature or his inconsistent luck if he ended up with a consolation prize. Damn it! It's much simpler if I just spin a wheel again. He studied the disparate fish. Aside from their varying appearances and behavior, none of them seemed to be difficult for him to catch. Even if he hadn't upgraded his dexterity attribute by a heap, he would still be able to catch one of the leisurely swimming fish. He did notice that certain fish tended to linger at the edge while other fish lounged closer to the center of the pool. Some fish lingered deeper while others playfully leapt into the air at times. Ves believed that the traits exhibited by the fish carried at least some profound meaning. The flashy, rainbow fish might contain an extravagant object. However, it might also contain a useless cosmetic item. The fluorescently glowing green fish may be carrying an infinitely replenishable energy source. It might also give him a highly radioactive exotic. He really hated puzzling out the meaning of the fish with his mind. He was a mech designer, not a fish breeder. Why the hell did the Mech Designer System serve such a dumb test? He just wanted to obtain a good prize from his radiant lottery ticket. Well, there's no use complaining. He sighed. He began to inspect the fish carefully. After observing them for a few minutes with his eyes, he acted on a hunch and began to employ his spiritual senses and spiritual vision. Nothing. It was an illusion, after all. It seemed as if the system did not intend to test his spiritual perception this time. He frowned and scratched his head. What is the nature of this test? Another thought arose in his mind. The way I see it, it's mainly a test of judgment. The more conventional way of solving it is to form assumptions and utilize my logic to deduce the most worthwhile fish to catch. There was a problem with that. How could VS possibly form the right assumptions when he knew absolutely nothing about fish? It was ridiculous for the system to expect him to be able to distinguish good from bad. This was why VS suspected that the system instead expected him to rely on another form of judgment to catch a good fish. The answer is intuition. Intuition. The ability to instinctively understand something without relying on conscious reasoning formed an important pillar of strength for high-ranking mech designers. Intuition distinguished mech designers from artificial intelligences that had been programmed to replicate their capabilities. Even the most sophisticated AIs never succeeded in replicating the unique strengths of intuition which every sentient being possessed. As soon as he made this realization, he began to look at the fish like he looked at mechs. If he ignored their surface traits and instead tried to get a feel of them, he immediately obtained some results. It's working! These fish are really similar to mechs. When he utilized his intuition towards the flashy rainbow fish, he no longer viewed it as the grand prize of this lottery draw. Instead, all he saw was an overly exaggerated mech design purely to show off. VS found very little substance beneath its bombastic appearance. If VS hadn't utilized his intuition, then he may have fallen for the system's trap and secured the most useless prize out of the Radiant Lottery ticket's prize pool. Chapter 1442 Addressing a Need. At least half of the fish in the illusionary pool of the projected environment consisted of duds. That was his conclusion after brushing through most of the fish in the pool with his intuition. Of course, his intuition might be mistaken, but he had a good feeling that his odds of drawing a consolation prize was truly 50%. If I didn't rely on any judgment and just caught a random fish, then my chances of catching a better fish is small. A considerable amount of fish that fell outside the dud category didn't appear much better. They looked fairly plain and gave VS the impression of basic and serviceable mechs. They did the job, but that was it. They didn't excel too strongly in their categories and they didn't bring anything remarkable to the table. Removing them from consideration narrowed the pool of eligible even further. Of the fish that remained, VS did not spot any major quality differences between them. All of the fish exhibited something remarkable. This suggested that he either failed to spot the grand prize or it didn't exist in this prize draw in the first place. Maybe it's invisible or buried underneath the soil or something. He didn't spot anything that suggested that he missed a fish. VS experimentally dipped his hand into the pool, but couldn't reach further past a certain depth. He couldn't inspect the underlying soil. Whatever. If he couldn't find a fish that slipped through his detection, then so be it. VS just wanted to move on and obtain his prize quickly. Let's see. Which fish is the best? If his suspicion was right, then no fish among those that remained in his consideration possessed a clear advantage over the other. It was just like how different mechs of radically different mech types and configurations were all for sale at the same price level. Their valuation may be the same, but their actual value differed according to the needs of the customer. For example, if VS wanted to form a scouting unit, then he would rather procure a bunch of light mechs instead of a clunky heavy mech. No matter how expensive the latter one sold for, it was virtually worthless for scouting purposes. If VS applied this perspective to his current situation, then he may be able to determine the nature of his own prize. For example, the brown, thick-scaled fish might offer him an object with defensive capabilities. The slimmer fish with the most fins perhaps represented an object that enhanced his mobility. The question that followed was which fish suited his purposes better than the other fishes? He frowned. What do I need? He needed a lot of things. Too much, in fact. He wanted to strengthen his design capabilities. He wanted to grow his spiritual strength. He wanted to increase his ability to hide himself from his enemies. He wanted to find some way to screw over the 5 scrolls compact. He wanted to progress faster than Gloriana. He found it difficult to decide what he wanted the most. Even if I pick a priority, there's no guarantee that the fish that I've picked will truly address my need. An element of uncertainty still remained. His intuition towards mechs might be strong, but it was not invincible. Trying to shoehorn his intuition towards mechs towards fish of all things doubtlessly resulted in many interpretation problems. All in all, Ves had to manage his expectations. Lotteries are inherently fraught with uncertainty, he muttered. Even if my intuition gives me the illusion of choice, absolute certainty doesn't exist. I'd only be deluding myself if I believed too much in my own judgment. He began to pull back from his obsessive need to overanalyze his selection of fish. Though it sounded like a bad idea, why not just narrow his selection to a bunch of fish that appeared useful to him and rely on his gut feeling to make the final choice? Whatever prize I'll draw through this method, I will not have any regrets. He calmly began to consider his needs and selected the most acute ones he wanted to address. Once he drew up a list of priorities, he began to study the eligible fish and noted 10 that conformed to his demands. Once he finished his selection of fish, he began to shift his gaze back and forth. All of them looked great for his situation. No matter which of the 10 fish he caught, he shouldn't have much to complain about. A radiant lottery ticket was not for show. I've wasted enough time. I should just grab a fish. He did not think any further on his choice and just stretched out his hand towards the pool of water. He randomly hovered his hand across the surface until it came close to one of the fishes in his selection. Splash! His hand instantly darted beneath the surface and grabbed hold of his targeted fish. As soon as he squeezed the slippery fellow in his fingers, he quickly pulled back his arm and put some distance between him and the pool in case he dropped the fish. Soon after, he found out that his precaution wasn't needed as the fish instantly turned docile in his grasp. When he unfolded his fingers, he studied the fish he caught. The fish resembled a small and slim herring. It glistened with a grayish reflective exterior but generally did not possess any large fins. Ves licked his lips. I wonder how it tastes. Can it be eaten raw? The fish abruptly exploded in a whoosh of confetti and festive smoke. In place of the herring-like fish, he instead held a vial containing a glowing liquid. As he studied the object, he did not even notice his illusionary surroundings fading away. Now that he completed his prize draw, the system automatically deposited HM back to the bathroom. Lucky, who treated the washbowl like his bed, perked up a bit and glanced at Ves. Meow? Ves did not hear what his cat had meowed. His full attention was transfixed on the reward he received after the fish he caught had disappeared. Radiant lottery tickets are completely worth pursuing. If Radiant lottery tickets continued to provide him with the opportunity to win prizes like these, then Ves eagerly wished to obtain more. System, will I win another Radiant lottery ticket if I craft another masterwork mech? This time, the system answered immediately. Yes. Anytime the system responded to his inquiries, Ves knew it was important. The uncharacteristic lack of reserve on its part signified that the system strongly desired him to create more masterwork mechs. The more he repeated his latest feat, the more he strengthened his affinity for mechs. Still, that was asking a bit much from him. Despite turning his devil tiger into a masterwork mech, Ves did not delude himself that he'd be able to craft another masterwork mech on demand. At the very least, he had to go above and beyond again and rely on serendipity to put him in the right condition to create another masterwork copy of his own designs. He did realize one basic factor that affected his probability of forming another masterwork mech and thereby winning another Radiant lottery ticket. The more I fabricate, the higher my chances that one of my mech becomes another masterwork. In rare instances, professional fabricators who personally fabricated the same mech over and over again to the point where they knew its parameters by heart managed to form a masterwork mech. Even if they hadn't been involved in designing the mech in the first place, they still entered this magical moment where they became unprecedentedly good. These masterwork fabricators were highly sought after by every mech manufacturing company. Ves reread the system description of the vial for the umpteenth time. Grand Dynamo Elixir. Rank Supreme. This ingestible elixir is a powerful substance that enhances the production rate of mental energy. This increase in production does not come with additional burdens, costs, or negative repercussions aside from introducing a foreign substance in the mind. Its name is derived from its effect. Upon consuming the elixir, the substance will accumulate in the mind and form a dynamo that is slightly sensitive to the vast forces being exerted by the closest galaxy. If no galaxies are physically in proximity to the grand dynamo, it will cease all production. How powerful! Worthy of a supreme ranked prize! The herring-like fish delivered something that suited one of his needs exceptionally well. His most important priority right now was growing stronger. In order to do this, he had to design a lot of mechs. However, as he thought about all of the new spiritual techniques he invented, he winced at the costs that some of them demanded. Some techniques, such as spiritual restoration, only worked if Ves invested at least some of his precious spiritual energy. He might be able to bear the price if he designed a mech once every 6 months or something. If he wanted to be more productive, then he would likely bump into a very awful problem. His turgid spiritual energy regenerated at the pace of a snail. His mind could only convert so much of his thoughts, emotions, and other mind matter into spiritual energy. Spiritual restoration was not the only technique he utilized over the course of his career. Perhaps he wanted to empower an image with a substantial amount of spiritual energy in order to give it a lot of strength. Perhaps he insisted on invading the spiritual presence of a notable creature or individual in the imaginary realm at all costs. Perhaps he desired to form an incredibly strong spiritual barrier that could mask an enormously powerful spiritual entity from detection. And this isn't all. The more spiritual techniques I come up with, the more I have to stretch my supply of spiritual energy. If he wanted to take advantage of all of his spiritual techniques, then he would quickly drain his mind until he turned into a bot in human skin. Yet if he waited until his lazy mind made up for his previous losses, months would have already passed. To a mech designer who wanted to make the most of his time, this sluggish regeneration rate was unacceptable. Before he won the Grand Dynamo Elixir, Ves only came up with one possible solution to increase his regeneration rate. Ordinarily, I should focus on raising my spirituality attribute, and the only way to do that is to progress my career and develop my design philosophy further. However, a chicken and egg situation occurred where he wouldn't be able to progress his career quickly unless he designed more mechs. To design more mechs, he needed to spend more spiritual energy. To increase his budget of spiritual energy, he had to design more mechs. While there was nothing improper about furthering this cycle by making the best out of his current circumstances, it was far too slow to his liking. The more he delved into the possibilities his spirituality opened up, the greater his greed. He had so many ideas in his mind, yet far too little spiritual energy to address more than a couple of them at a time. The Grand Dynamo Elixir was like a welcome flood of rain after an enduring drought. It addressed one of his greatest shortcomings in a sustainable way. Unlike the Amastendera, the benefits of this elixir will remain with me in perpetuity. The two were both rated as supreme, but one was an object with a finite lifespan, while the other improved one of the most important functions of his mind. The benefits of the Grand Dynamo Elixir couldn't be lost, broken, or stolen. Unless someone invaded his mind and messed it up somehow, the spiritual dynamo would always serve as the goose that laid the golden eggs. His grin grew wider. I can't wait any longer. Bottoms up! Ves removed the stopper and instantly raised the open vial to his lips. A searing liquid poured along his tongue and dropped through his throat before entering the insides of his stomach. As Ves tried his best not to spit out the contents of the vial due to its acid, burning taste, his stomach quickly transmitted a bloating sensation. The elixir was taking effect. Chapter 1443 The Galaxy Engine. Meow! Ves momentarily collapsed on the toilet bowl seat. A searing heat churned in his stomach before the Grand Dynamo Elixir gradually blurred and phased through his stomach. Then, it began to move upwards. Within seconds, it had reached straight towards the edge of his mind space. Surprisingly, the barrier protecting his mind caused it to stop. Since the elixir kept searing his brains as it lingered in his head, Ves quickly lowered the defenses of his mind, allowing the elixir to enter without any hindrance. The heat slowly faded as Ves no longer physically experienced the elixir. Who made this elixir? Can't they make it easier? As Ves recovered from the searing sensations branded onto his flesh, the Grand Dynamo Elixir began to settle into his mind space. It occupied a space close to the center, not too far away from his design seed. Already, the two began to interact in a strange fashion. The glowing hot elixir began to warp into a peculiar shape that reminded Ves of a machine in the form of glowing energy particles. This must be the dynamo! He noted that the dynamo and his design seed exchanged with each other. The meaning of this interaction quickly became evident as the dynamo started to assimilate some of his spiritual energy. Parts of the dynamo's structure began to expand with the influx, making Ves feel as if the dynamo belonged to his mind. His eyes widened. The Grand Dynamo Elixir is a spiritual product. Not only that, but its complexity and sophistication vastly exceeded that of his own rudimentary attempt at creating a spiritual product. He had blundered his way through the creation of Veskas from the ruins of the Dragon Cat's spirituality. His lack of knowledge and his dearth of theory prevented him from programming any aspects about his artificial spiritual entity. If Ves was just a first-year mech design student who had taken his first class on mech design, then the creator of the Grand Dynamo Elixir must have been the equivalent of a master mech designer. The disparity between their application of spiritual energy was just too vast. An incredible insight struck him as he saw the dynamo starting to become more active. Spiritual energy can be manipulated just like any other matter or energy. Even though it abides by different rules, structure and order can still be imposed. Seeing the obvious mechanisms taking shape made it clear to Ves that the dynamo adopted its shape because it had been designed to do so. Someone or something deliberately developed the dynamo to serve a specific purpose. Ves coined another term. A narrow glimpse of what was possible suddenly expanded into an open sea. He knew now that ever since he started developing his spiritual toolbox, he had already embarked on the road he now referred to as spiritual engineering. Just like physics, mechanics, and mathematics, spiritual engineering is another field of science that I can utilize to design my mechs. The existence of the Grand Dynamo Elixir hinted to Ves that he was not the first individual to embark on the road of spiritual engineering. Just like how Ves lived in a reality where seniors, masters, and star designers loomed over his shoulders, there might be spiritual engineers out there whose applications were much more formidable. As Ves began to consider which organization most likely harbored spiritual engineers, his face began to sour. The system and everything it knew and possessed originally belonged to the only organization in the galaxy that actively toyed with spirituality. The Five Scrolls Compact. The more Ves delved into the secrets of spirituality, the more cult kept intertwining itself into his life. It made him feel as if Nita's sense of worship towards him became more and more justified when he progressed his application of spirituality further. While Ves firmly considered himself a mech designer, his design philosophy was deeply intertwined with spiritual engineering. At this stage in his career, there was no way he could divest himself from this entanglement. It's like I'm tugging back and forth between the MTA and the compact. He had a very clear idea on where he stood. He never possessed a strong sense of belonging to the MTA to begin with, and as he began to harbor more secrets, he diverged more and more from their principles and aims. Instead, as uncomfortable as it sounded, he slowly aligned himself with the compact. Oh, he didn't delude himself that he would ever become a full-blown card-carrying brother of the compact. However, he was faintly aware that some of his attitudes and approaches weren't very unusual among their kind. Ves had something in common with both organizations, but because he dabbled with each other's archenemies, he never fully belonged to one or the other. A rueful laugh escaped from his mouth as the dynamo in his mind began to become more active. I'm both a mech designer and a holy son. Yet I can never trust the MTA nor the compact. He stood completely alone. If either of them realized the extent of his secrets, they would not hesitate to deprive him of his advantages. However, this was the road he had chosen for himself. Even if the actions of his parents and the proddings of the system pushed him into it, Ves fully embraced the direction he had taken in his life. There was no turning back. At this time of contemplation, the dynamo finally assimilated and shaped his spiritual energy into its structure. As its mechanisms removed the final restraints, the supreme quality spiritual product began to fulfill its function. A dynamo is a generator of energy. It converts one form of energy into another form of energy. Though simple and primitive, that did not detract from its utility. Numerous engineers still applied dynamos in all kinds of energy conversion applications. Ves could easily build a basic dynamo that converted the energy from a spinning wheel into a weak electric current. When he compared the basic dynamo he imagined in his mind to the grand dynamo that fully took shape in his mind, the differences were too vast, yet their fundamental principles still remained the same. The grand dynamo slowly started to unleash a trickle of spiritual energy. That trickle quickly turned into a stream, then ramped up into a flood in a matter of minutes. The most remarkable aspect about the output of the grand dynamo was that the spiritual energy it churned out completely conformed to his attributes. It was as if the output of the grand dynamo was an intrinsic part of his mind. No sense of foreignness emanated from it at all, as its entire structure bore his spiritual imprint from top to bottom. The flood of spiritual energy the grand dynamo generated became more and more alarming to Ves. Its output vastly outpaced his natural spiritual energy regeneration. What force is acting on it to produce all of this spiritual energy? He recalled the description of the grand dynamo elixir. Though he did not sense any hint of it, he never had the sense that the system lied about anything. It withheld information, yes, but when it spoke, it always strove to be accurate. Is the grand dynamo truly being powered by the forces of the galaxy? He breathed deeply. He could not even begin to understand the engineering behind it all. The biggest spinning wheel in the galaxy was the galaxy itself. As an enormous disk of gases, stars, black holes, and other astral junk, the forces keeping it spinning was incredibly humongous. For the grand dynamo to siphon an extremely minuscule portion of these vast forces and convert them into usable spiritual energy was incredible. Only the equivalent of a master or a star designer in spiritual engineering could have conceived of such an amazing application. Ves became inspired after witnessing the supreme spiritual product fulfill its purpose. This is what the highest minds are engaged in. Their abilities are lofty, but their vision is loftier. Grand designs are the summit of a creator's work. Those at the very top of their professions were capable of performing unimaginable feats. They frequently engineered miracles on demand. Only now did Ves fully appreciate the worth of the Grand Dynamo elixir. The supreme ranked reward did not disgrace its eminent classification. The system was generous to its owner as long as he continued to excel in his profession. After 10 more minutes of ramping up and other adjustments, the Grand Dynamo finally achieved stability. Its output no longer fluctuated or sputtered but instead formed a stable river of spiritual energy. The modest deficit of spiritual energy in his mind was being rapidly filled up. As Ves studied the output of the Grand Dynamo and tracked how fast his mental capacity began to fill up, he quickly estimated his new rate of replenishment. His eyes widened at his estimated results. Before, it would have taken an entire year for me to replenish my entire spiritual energy reserves. Now I just need 20 days to fill up my entire tank. The Grand Dynamo's output greatly surpassed what he imagined. The sheer difference between the natural regeneration of his mind and the Grand Dynamo's workings was far too vast. The difference in production is as vast as the difference in might between a human and a mech. A human could never beat a mech in single combat. Ves knew this lesson very well. As for the Grand Dynamo, Ves in his current state wasn't able to match its enormous output. However, what about the future? How powerful was the mind of a senior? Or a master? Those who just broke through the extraordinary threshold were only at the starting point of a very long climb. Those who advanced higher became exponentially stronger. It's not ludicrous to imagine that a master or a star designer can easily match or exceed the output of my Grand Dynamo. The value of the Grand Dynamo was proportional to the spiritual strength of its user. To someone who only recently became a journeyman like Ves, the supreme spiritual product was a godsend. As for those who stood at the summit of the galaxy, the Grand Dynamo was just a supplement at best. Ves shrugged. Even if the Grand Dynamo isn't as useful a century from now, that is in the future. Right now, this is exactly what I need to supercharge my progression. The abundance of spiritual energy welling in his mind made him incredibly excited. He could do so much with a deluge of spiritual energy. Spiritual energy is like a currency that I can spend on improving my mech designs. The greater my income, the more I can afford to spend. Even now, his mind quickly reached its saturation point. It could no longer accommodate any more spiritual energy. Ves keenly watched what happened next. Upon finding out that his mind was chock full of spiritual energy, the Grand Dynamo abruptly cut off its output. Some kind of internal mechanism completely disconnected its conversion mechanisms from the forces of the galaxy. The instant reaction made Ves relieved. For a moment, he was afraid that he might leak out his excess spiritual energy from his mind or cause it to compress into a dangerously explosive concentration. However, seeing the Grand Dynamo becoming inert quickly began to chafe at Ves. Letting this extremely valuable spiritual energy generator go to sleep was a massive waste. He had to kick it back to work. Come on, Lucky! Ves grabbed his cat from the wash bowl and quickly exited the bathroom. As he re-entered the bedroom, he grabbed the box that stored his first P-stone. He did something that he never would have imagined doing before. He quickly dumped a fifth of his entire spiritual energy reserves into his P-stone. Yes! Suck it all in! Be a good little rock and accept your fate as my piggy bank! Upon absorbing so much of his spiritual energy, the gray P-stone to gain a lot more spiritual weight in his senses. He determined that his P-stone had not come close to reaching its capacity yet, which was good news. The more excess spiritual energy he stored, the more he could spend at critical moments. It was as if Ves had started off as a spiritual pauper, but suddenly landed a job that elevated him into a spiritual millionaire. The sudden promotion made him dizzy with all of the potential ways he could spend his new riches. Chapter 1444 Spiritual Energy Sink. While Ves wanted to celebrate his new gains even further, he had better things to do with his time. I have to keep moving forward. Ves patted his cheeks as if to arouse himself from his excessive gloating. Indulging in celebration before the race is over is a cardinal sin. Recognizing his small successes raised his morale and strengthened his motivation. Yet they seemed trivial compared to the daunting challenges he faced in the future. He was nowhere close to fulfilling any of his major goals. Once he fully reined in his excitement and sobered himself up, he began to take stock of his current agenda. Soon, he and his followers would depart to Hisneck 13, where he planned to enter a hidden marketplace set up by the mysterious Circle of Mota. There, Ves hoped to find a customer for his Devil Tiger. As a masterwork mech, there was no way for his Tiger mech to remain obscure. If their mech appraisers have any sense, they'll treat my mech with utmost importance. He knew that if he arrived at the circle with a genuine masterwork mech on offer, he would doubtlessly receive generous treatment. Perhaps the circle would even be willing to change his temporary access pass into a permanent access pass. I might even be able to sell the Devil Tiger at a profit. The allure of masterwork mechs were simply that immense. Many seniors were only capable of fabricating 5 masterwork mechs at most over the course of their centuries-long life. This fully emphasized the rarity of such masterpieces. In addition, the selling price of a masterwork mech shot up drastically according to the strength of its performance. After all, if some fabricator somehow managed to turn a cheap frontline mech into a masterwork copy, then its value still did not impress. At most, it might be sold for 10 times its original cost, which would still make it cheaper than a typical black beak. It was a completely different story when it came to premium mechs or custom mechs. The performance of the Devil Tiger may not have caught up with its prohibitive cost, but it still stood far above the level of most third-class mechs. Now that it became a masterwork mech, its actual value may have even exceeded the price of a typical second-class mech. Ves saw hope in recouping a substantial portion of the monetary investment he put into realizing the mech. He always felt uncomfortable about the fact that he had to beg an expensive favor from his girlfriend. While Gloriana did not make a big deal about the pure asthmas she gifted to him, Ves knew that she must have made a substantial sacrifice to get her hands on something that expensive. There was no way that Gloriana had reached the point where she could easily afford to purchase a batch of pure asthmas out of her own pocket. Even if Ves was unable to earn back the total worth of the pure asthmas from selling the Devil Tiger, he could at least ease his guilt by paying back what he could to Gloriana after he completed the transaction. As for the rest, I can slowly whittle that sum down in the future. He knew that Gloriana did not necessarily expect him to repay her. Yet Ves still insisted on doing so. He suspected that the main reason why Gloriana was so generous was due to her Hexer upbringing. To her, men needed to be coddled. Men couldn't take care of themselves. Men were supposed to be dependent on women. Ves hated being treated like a man-child. He furiously held up Lucky in front of his face. I can take care of myself, right? Meow. What do you mean? That's not true. I can be independent. I can stand up for myself just fine. Just you wait, Lucky. Next time I meet Gloriana, I'll show her what a true man looks like. Meow. Though his cat expressed some doubts, Ves paid no mind to them. Now that he augmented his spiritual engineering capabilities with the Grand Dynamo, he felt much more confident that he could surpass Gloriana and advance to senior faster. She better watch out because I'm not going to slow down. His progression depended on the availability of at least 5 scarce resources: time, money, materials, tech, spiritual energy. Every mech designer depended on each of these 5 resources, though they probably called the last one psionic energy or something. The point was that mech designers had 2 ways of increasing their productivity. They could make more efficient use of the resources they already had access to, or expand their supply of resources. Why did mech designers work so hard to earn the merits to redeem expensive light-prolonging treatments from the MTA? It was all about expanding the amount of time they had at their disposal. The more years they lived, the more mechs they designed and the more research they conducted. Ves stood out from other mech designers in that he made much more vigorous use of his spirituality. So far, he suspected that most mech designers weren't able to observe or manipulate their psionic power as extensively as him. As a result, they never utilized their psionic energy as extensively either. Only Ves was capable of spending his spiritual energy in such a profligate manner. Unfortunately, the biggest downside to this was that Ves suffered a problem that most mech designers didn't have to deal with, which was that he was spending his spiritual energy way too quickly. He already suffered the drawbacks from a dearth of spiritual energy in his mind, and he did not wish to repeat this deprivation. This was why he valued the Grand Dynamo so much. Its prodigious production rate, seemingly without any cost to his own physical or mental health, conveniently solved his greatest bottleneck that prevented him from designing more fantastic mechs. In fact, Ves lamented the Grand Dynamo's incredible output because he didn't have enough pistons to store all of the excess spiritual energy. It was as if he was celebrating the arrival of a torrent of rain, but only possessed 2 buckets to store the water for later. If he wanted to make efficient use of his Grand Dynamo, then he needed to find some sort of spiritual energy sink in which he could convert unneeded spiritual energy into something useful. I have plenty of time to figure something out, he muttered. I've experienced enough excitement for one day. He decided to call it a day and sleep over it. He always regained a clearer mind after he enjoyed a good rest. After checking in with Nita to reassure her that he hadn't gone mad or anything with his abnormal behavior, he changed to his pajamas and settled comfortably in his bed. He hugged Lucky against his chest and quickly dozed off despite the rush of activity taking place in his mind. Whether he was awake or asleep, the Grand Dynamo kept churning out more spiritual energy, all of which fully bore his imprint as well as his unique mixture of spiritual attributes. As Ves woke up, he realized that the morning hadn't dawned as of yet on Synac 12. The bedroom was still as dark as ever, with just a sliver of night from the city glowing from the windows that had taken on an opaque tint. Lucky wasn't anywhere near his body either. He knew his cat liked to wake in the middle of the night and rummage around, but he would never be too far away. Lucky? A faint pressure started pressing onto his mind and spirituality. The sensation faintly reminded him of something. As Ves swiveled his head toward the direction of the pressure, it quickly grew stronger. Lucky! What are you doing? Ves could faintly make out his pet being petted by a translucent figure. The intruder, for the person was far too short to be Nita, affectionately scratched Lucky's cheeks. There were several women he could think of who treated Lucky in this fashion. He doubted that kitties left the Bright Republic and traveled all the way to the Sentinel Kingdom in order to pamper Lucky. The only other alternative was... "Mother!" He hissed in alarm. "What are you doing here?" The ghostly form that bore a very familiar face directed a motherly smile at him. The spirituality that Ves sensed from the incorporeal intruder flared with happiness as well. "Ves," she spoke, her voice so achingly familiar to his childhood memories. "I miss you, you know. Your father misses you as well. When I found out that you were passing through the Sentinel Kingdom, I couldn't resist sneaking in to pay you a visit. I deeply regret missing your birthday, so I'm making it up to you today." Ves pressed his lips and shuffled back on his bed as his mother gazed at him with an unnerving stare. "You didn't have to. I'm grown up now. I have my own life. I think you're better off staying wherever you disappeared to. Wait a minute. What are you doing? Stay back. Don't come closer." His mother stopped petting Lucky and began to drift closer to Ves. The pressure exerting upon Ves grew greater as she did so, so much so that Ves now widened his eyes in alarm at the realization why it felt so familiar. His mother was draining him again. He could feel a trickle of his spiritual energy already bleeding out of his mind and entering his mother's ghostly form. Worse yet, as the distance grew smaller, the drain on his spiritual energy increased. "What are you doing? What kind of mother sucks his own son's energy?" His mother responded with an intrigued smile. "Mommy needs a little pick-me-up. Now that you're grown up, you wouldn't be so petty as to deprive the person who raised you some assistance, would you?" "That wasn't what I meant. Stop stealing my spiritual energy." She ignored his complaints. "You've grown, Ves. It was just a short time ago when you were just in your infancy. Now, not only did you turn into a handsome journeyman mech designer, but you've also managed to earn the appreciation of your father's gift. I can sense a powerful source inside your mind. Be a good dear and share some of your bounty." His mother's face turned rapturous as she unilaterally yanked half of his current spiritual energy in her ghostly body. It visibly grew stronger and more defined. As for Ves, the drain was so sudden and abrupt that Ves suffered a disconcerting loss of strength. His body almost flopped down onto his bed as he struggled to adjust to the changes. "Give it back, mother!" he squeezed out through his gritted teeth. "It's mine! You have no right to take my energy!" As his mother came off her vampiric high, she smiled contentedly at Ves. "Don't be selfish, boy. Do you think I borrowed your strength because I am greedy for power? No! All this time, I've stayed at the side of your father in the Nixian Gap, helping him navigate the murky, pirate-infested environment. It's difficult, you know. If not for my help, I doubt your father would have been able to thrive so much." The mention of his father startled Ves. "Dad is still alive and okay?" "Yes. He misses you so much, you know. While your father is capable enough to stay a step ahead from his pursuers in the Nixian Gap, with my help he was able to grasp some power and secure more solid footing for himself. The reason why I've been able to do so is because of your help. Each time you strengthen me, you are helping out your father even further. Do you feel so upset about my actions now?" Though Ves still felt cross, he also believed her words. "You could have explained all of that before you started taking my spiritual energy, you know," he grumpily responded. His mother was insufferable. Chapter 1445 Black Circles. Before his mother continued to talk, her translucent body began to shift and compress in on itself. Ves finally noted the miniature, hand-sized body floating within the center of her ghostly form. That was the crystal builder leader's body. It was something his mother had seized from his possession several years ago. Though his mother had molded its crystalline makeup into a vague feminine shape that conformed to her own appearance, she couldn't do anything about its diminutive stature. She made the best out of her situation by donning it with a colorful red robe. Its traditional fashion greatly enhanced her elegance, and added some much-needed stature to her tiny form. Once his mother fully retracted her exposed spirituality into the crystalline body, the pressure around her disappeared. Like a closed box, the crystal builder leader's body fully restrained her aura and other side effects from her unusual spiritual form. "Ah, that's better," she sighed in pleasure. "Since you've grown to this point, I'm sure you know that taking on my form is unsustainable. I'm truly thankful for this container you've managed to scrounge up. I wouldn't nearly have been able to exert as much help to your father without such a suitable body." Ves grimaced at her words. Each time his mother mentioned something about helping his father, he no longer dared to raise his voice in protest. He really cared about his father. He did not want to mess up by resisting his mother's attempts at grabbing his stuff, even if he hated it every step of the way. "Is this all?" he asked with a sulk. The tiny crystalline form offered another motherly smile to Ves. "Oh, not at all. I told you that I came to celebrate your birthday, and I meant it. Your father and I even pulled together to prepare your birthday gift." "A birthday gift? For me? Really?" It was as if Ves couldn't fathom his mother giving anything to him. Most of the time, it was him who passed on his stuff to her. To find out that her mother actually wanted to gift him for once sounded alien. "Our situation is a bit better now," she said, as if reading his thoughts from his troubled expression. "Whatever you think of us, we are still your parents. We love you and we wish you the best." Though Ves always maintained a sliver of doubt whether she was actually his mother or not, his intuition told him that she spoke the truth. She hadn't uttered any lies since she appeared. He shoved aside his doubts about her identity, and just accepted that the ghost that occupied the crystal builder leader's body was truly her mother. By now, he didn't want to contemplate the alternative. He sighed. "All right. What did you get for me, Mom?" Once he recovered from his abrupt loss of spiritual energy, he stabilized his mood. In any case, it wasn't as if his mother had taken something indispensable. He estimated he could easily replenish what he lost within a couple of weeks. Knowing his mother, it was pointless to do anything else except to go along with her arrangements. Her body floated over to a nearby table, where she picked up a box tied with a colorful ribbon bowtie the size of her own body. Once she lifted it up, she floated towards Ves and dropped it in her hands. "Here you go! Open it up!" His mother grinned with anticipation and the excitement of a teenager as Ves tentatively pulled the ribbon and opened his present. "These are a pair of rings?" "Yes. As you've said, you've grown up, Ves. You're at the point in your life where you should seek to share your life with someone else. When I caught up on what you were up to these days, I heard the loveliest piece of news. Is it true that you have a girlfriend now?" "Yes." "Wonderful! Gloriana sounds like a good catch. Whether you want to tie the knot with her or not, I support your choice. I just hope you have some consideration for your poor old parents. Marry someone before we grow old and senile. I want to hold my grandkids one day." Oh God. Not her too. Ves palmed his face in exasperation. "Gloriana and I just know each other. It's way too soon to think of marriage. You don't have to use our gift immediately. The rings are special. Just save them up for when you are sure you want to spend the rest of your life with the woman you love. If your tastes run different, And you have a liking for men or something, I won't mind. I'm open-minded, and with all of the procreation tech these days. Ahem. Ves loudly interrupted his caught-up mother. You don't have to worry about which direction I swing. Besides, these rings. No offense, Mom, but don't they look a little bit plain? Traditional wedding rings usually consisted of platinum on the cheaper end and varying grades of exotics at the more expensive end. While Ves failed to recognize the materials of the pair of rings that his mother had gifted him, their matte black appearance looked extremely underwhelming. In fact, they differed from something made of cheap carbon. As I've stated, Ves, they're special. She smiled intriguingly at him. I'll leave it up to you to discover its secrets. Know that it carries the love of both your father and I. Besides, the rings are plain for a reason. Since you're a mech designer, I'm sure you can decorate it according to your tastes. Don't you think it's great if you add in your own design to the physical proof of your bond with one another? He had to admit, that sounded very appealing to Ves. Not that he contemplated proposing to Gloriana or anyone else anytime soon. He had time to wait, his mother's urging be damned. Thank you, Mother. Your present is very thoughtful. Lucky climbed up on the bed and stared up at the tiny form of his mother. Despite being large enough to bite his mother's crystalline body in half if he pounced on her, the cat mewed like a kitten in her presence. Ves looked scandalized at his pet. Lucky never acted too subservient to him. Who was his true owner here? Lucky! Come over here, buddy! His cat acted like he didn't exist. The cat comfortably curled up below his mother's floating miniature form. His mother snapped her tiny fingers. My time is short, Ves. As much as I'd like to stay, I have to leave soon. Why? He whined, even though a part of him already celebrated at the thought of his mother's departure. I'm being hunted. I think you know who. The Compact? Don't mention that name, she furiously hissed. You are dabbling with forces you cannot possibly fathom. Ves crossed his arms across his chest. I think you owe me some answers, Mom. I've already brushed with the Compact several times. I've also learned some very explosive details. Her tiny face soured. I never wanted you to get entangled with your ilk. Your father didn't want you to get involved either. It's why he dropped everything in the Bright Republic and went into hiding. He wanted to minimize any possibility that you'd enter their view. I think it's too late for that. Please answer me. Is the system my father gifted me the so-called Metal Scroll? Are you tied to the 5 Scrolls Compact in any way? The air between them grew incredibly grave once he asked his questions. He noted that his mother emanated a subtle field that reminded him of a jamming field ever since she appeared, so he did not hold his curiosity back. Ves. You are asking questions that I can't answer. She shook her head. Some things just aren't meant to be spoken aloud. Ves narrowed his eyes in suspicion. Are you under a compulsion or something? Her lack of answer was an answer in itself. Ves understood that she'd been subjected to some sort of restriction that limited what she could do. Whether she truly couldn't say anything or simply wanted to keep Ves in the dark, he couldn't make up his mind. He had the feeling that his mother wanted him to know as little as possible, and that frustrated him a lot. Do you know about the envoy of the ruined temple secretly making his way to the 5 Scrolls Compact branch hidden in the Nixian Gap? This time, she lost her composure. She genuinely looked alarmed. What? Where did you hear this? How reliable is your information? Ves pointed towards the crumpled heap of his bodyguard resting at the opposite side of the room. His mother probably knocked Nita unconscious with one of her tricks. My bodyguard used to be a former member of one of the Compact's splinter organizations. Though she only heard some rumors, I think she is definitely onto something. Supposedly, The high dignitary from the ruined temple has been underway for a while and will arrive at the Nixian Gap in a decade or so. I'm not too sure. The news really shocked his mother. A short pause ensued as she processed the new information. Her face scrunched up in determination. I see. I'll perform my own investigations. What you've claimed is extremely important. If it turns out to be true, then the forewarning you've passed on is extremely crucial. What are your plans in the event it's true? I already came up with a plan, and even got my girlfriend on board. Ves briefly explained his intentions to go on a grand expedition. His mother listened with rapt attention and eventually nodded. That's very wise. Even if your precaution turns out to be excessive, it's still a good idea to stay as far away from anyone who claims to be from that accursed temple. What about my father and you? What will the two of you do? Don't worry about us. We are more than capable of taking care of ourselves. We don't want to entangle you any further in our difficulties. Our burdens are our own to bear. The best way you can make us happy is to live a good life and start a family. We don't want any further help from you. The more you try to help us, the more you risk getting caught up in our problems. Ves argued a bit with his mother about this. He really did not feel comfortable living a blissful, ignorant life while knowing that his parents might be drowning in the Nixian Gap. However, his mother strongly insisted on drawing a very firm line between them. The sins of the parents should start and end with them. Ves ought to keep his nose out of their problems. Look, even if you want to help us, there is nothing you can do. His mother shook her head as she placed her tiny hands against her hips. I have to go, Ves. The longer I linger, the greater the risk of exposure. I'm constantly being tracked. It's the main reason I don't dare to spend more time with you, even though I miss you immensely. Both his mother and Ves looked sad at that. He still had so many more questions to ask. How many more years did he have to live in ignorance of what his parents had done to obtain the Mech Designer System and provoke the compact? Can you leave me a COM address or something so that I can continue to talk to you? It's really frustrating to me that I haven't spoken to my dad in 5 years. The tiny form shook her head. I'm sorry, Ves. The galactic net is one of the least secure means of communications. Any method of communication presents a risk. We only have to slip up once for us to meet our ends. I can't subject you to the risk of such a disaster. For a moment, Ves felt a bit weird. Did he get his paranoia from his mother? Because that sounded exactly like something he would say. In the end, after a brief chat where his mother continued to say little of substance, she finally bid farewell and phased out of his hotel room. Ves had no idea when he would be able to talk or meet with his mother again, and that realization saddened him in a very profound way. Will I ever obtain the answers I want? Chapter 1446, Reaching Maturity. After his mother disappeared, Ves fell silent for a time. Eventually, he directed his attention to Lucky, who appeared completely relaxed as he snoozed without a care in the world. You're so unreliable. Who do you really look up to, me or my mother? He knew there was no use putting some sense in his cat, so he instead climbed out of his bed and moved over to the collapsed form of his bodyguard. Though it unnerved him a bit to sleep while she remained on guard within his room, he felt better if there was someone in the room to react against unauthorized intrusions. His mother's casual intrusion into his hotel room vindicated his decision. Yet her very appearance also proved that two of his most trusted guards, namely Nita and Lucky, weren't capable of fending off against every intruder. Ves kicked Nita's body. She remained out cold. How did Mother manage to do this? The more he met his mother, the more it became clear that she possessed a much greater mastery of spiritual techniques. He would have loved to learn how to prod someone unconscious by leveraging his spirituality in a certain way. That's another thing my mother didn't teach me, he grimaced. Rather than gift him a pair of incomplete wedding rings, he would rather receive a manual on spiritual power. Why didn't she give him that instead? Was she afraid of the 5 Scrolls Compact's copyright police or something? Above all else, his was anything but forthcoming about her past, her difficulties, and her secrets. Her silence on the question simmering in his mind frustrated him to no end. Ves also realized that he and his mother had more things in common than he thought. It wasn't as if he'd been generous with his secrets towards his closest companions either, and he didn't plan to change that anytime soon. Nita and Calabast may know a bit more about him than he was comfortable with, but that was because they found out his secrets outside of his control. Secrets, they're great if you can keep them, but awful if someone else withholds them from you, he depressingly mused. I hate being on the other end. If his mother was anything like himself, then he shouldn't be surprised that she would want to keep him out of her orbit. At his current state, he could hardly be of assistance to her besides from acting as her spiritual energy battery. What is up with that? He frowned. He tried observing her with his spiritual senses and spiritual vision. He encountered nothing but walls that hindered him assessing her true spiritual state. Yet normally, mothers didn't drain the vigor of their sons. So what compelled her to steal his spiritual energy as if he was a smoothie? Is there a problem with her spiritual state? If Ves assumed that his mother truly died but managed to retain a sliver of life as a ghost or something, then she may not have come back to life unscathed. The evidence strongly pointed towards a deficiency of some sorts. Perhaps she lost her capability to replenish her spiritual energy, thereby making her dependent on external sources to maintain a healthy level of spiritual strength. There's always a price, he whispered. The greater the benefit, the greater the price. I'd imagine clawing yourself out of the maws of death must be a very expensive price indeed. He became a bit concerned about her dependence on the crystal builder leader's body. Though she made his body her own, he doubted that the crystalline body provided her with the right conditions to bring her back to life. Ves wondered if he could give her a better body by designing one on his own. Human size, of course. I doubt my mother wants to become a mech in her second life, he muttered. All of this was largely moot since his mother did not wish to impose on him. She abundantly made it clear that she wished him to live his own life away from the entanglements that continued to tie down his father and his mother. For now, he had no choice but to go along with their arrangements. Hopefully, that would be different one day, but that was very far away. She really has a point. He closed his eyes. The best way for me to go forward is to keep my head down and progress in the background. I'll only endanger myself if I try to get involved. Ves had the sense that his parents were even willing to die in some forgotten place in the Nixian Gap if that was what it took to cut off further pursuit. This was their true love towards him. They unhesitatingly placed his own well-being above their own. Once dawn began to break, Nita slowly awoke from her forced sleep. She immediately realized that she'd been taken out. If not for Ves leisurely enjoying his breakfast in his room, she would have gone crazy. My apologies, sir. I was derelict with my duties. It's not a big deal, Nita. The person who came into my room was not easy to deal with. She's friendly though, so nothing happened to me. I still have Lucky to protect me, so I was never completely left alone. Nothing serious happened to him except for losing half of his spiritual energy reserves. Ves had already retrieved the excess spiritual energy he previously dumped into his P-stone, but he still felt a bit lethargic and in no mood to design a mech anytime soon. Fortunately, with his grand dynamo working at full tilt, the temporary shortfall no longer weighed on him as much as it used to. Where he previously needed months or years to recover his losses, now he'd be as good as new in less than 2 weeks. Sir, it was still unforgivable of me to fail you in such an abject way. As I've said, it's not your fault. You can't defend against the method of attack the guest employed. We are but humans, and humans have failings. It's unacceptable. It took some time for him to stop Nita from apologizing to him. She really took her failings seriously, and even if she no longer expressed her regret, her eyes still looked troubled. Ves decided to throw her a bone in order to drag her out of her cycle of self-blame. Look, if you want to do better, then focus on training your mind. I know you spend a lot of effort on keeping your body fit, but you shouldn't neglect the growth of your mind. If you develop a strong will and unswervingly follow a set of principles, then I doubt you'd be as susceptible to the attack that knocked you out. She looked doubtful at him. Will that really help? Expert pilots are regularly known for these qualities. They are exceptional mainly because of their strong mental conviction and resilience. That put her to thought, as Ves intended to. Unlike most people, Nita possessed spiritual potential. Even if she wasn't a mech pilot or mech designer, Ves still believed that she would acquire something useful if she somehow managed to develop her spiritual potential to the point where she broke through the extraordinary threshold. He even believed that this might be the key to unlocking the full potential of her experimental nose. The 5 Scrolls Compact must have their reasons to pour their research into such an odd augmentation. With all the excitement that went on, Ves welcomed a return to normality when Gavin made his daily report on his business operations. How are the avatars of myth faring these days? Quite well, boss. Nothing serious of note has happened. Commander Melker sounds increasingly more confident about the readiness of the avatars under his command. The cadre that he focused on nurturing first are completely integrated by now. They're loyal, skilled, and committed to the avatars. This opens up your mech troop for faster expansion, because as long as there's a sufficient amount of cadre in place in the new units, we don't have to fear any disloyalty. How many mechs can we currently field? Commander Melker assured me that he can immediately field 2 land-bound and 2 space-borne mech companies. There are an abundant number of spare mech pilots on hand to ensure that all 160 mechs are ready to deploy at any moment. Though the budget of the avatars has ballooned as well, for now the LMC can easily bear the burden. That was good news. The growth of the avatars had been far too slow for his liking. Hearing that they possessed more leeway now that they formed a strong core of loyalists eased his worries for his private mech force. This only counts for our mech companies, right? What about our guard infantry and virtual security contingents? They've sharpened up as well under the lead of Captain Ves Larkinson. In order to accelerate the growth of the guard infantry companies and the virtual security department, Ves has reached out to other Larkinsons as well as their extensive list of contacts. A considerable number of military veterans have bolstered their ranks. This did not sound as good to Ves. When he embarked on his grand expedition, he wanted to bring an adequate number of avatars with him for protection. If most avatars consisted of veterans with a strong attachment to the Bright Republic, then Ves doubted that more than 20% of them would agree to leaving their home state. In fact, the same problem applied to the mech contingent as well. So long as they remained attached to the Bright Republic and their families who resided there, there was no way for Ves to employ them as freely as he wished. Ves began to develop some ideas to address this problem, but he would wait until he finished his current tour before discussing them with Melker. How is the LMC? He asked, changing the topic. The same. The LMC's considerable growth over the last few months has slowed down by now. While we are still selling more and more mechs, this is mostly due to expanding our reach into more distant markets. In the Bright Republic, our sales have completely plateaued. All of the side projects you've spent your time on lately hasn't done the LMC's mech catalog any favors. In addition, the controversy that has developed around your mech models has really started to pick up steam. Ah, yes. The controversy. Ves grimaced. Have the LMC's attempts to deflect the criticism been effective? No, he said. We don't really have a dependable spokesperson who can speak to the public on the company's behalf. While Professor Ventag has spoken up in your favor, the Ansel guys are doing everything they can to foster the rumors about the potentially dangerous effects of your mechs. Bang! My mechs aren't brainwashing anyone. Ves slammed his fist against the table. These rumors are ridiculous. My customers just love my products when they begin to use them, that's all. We all believe you. The conspiracy theories completely neglect the fact that the MTA always certifies our mechs. If the LMC's products truly pose a threat to the minds of our customers, then we would have never been allowed to bring them to market. There's no way we can argue against those who aren't open to facts and logic. Ves understood that his business rivals finally found a way to impair his business success. It got to the point where their chosen attack strategy seriously posed a threat to his reputation and the reputation of his company. What can we do to halt the rumors? For a start, you could return home and address the concerns of the public. There's not much you can do besides that. Haters are always going to hate. Don't forget that the LMC has developed a small but dedicated fanbase. Word of mouth has always been favorable for us. Our growth may be hampered, but we aren't in any risk of dropping off from the face of the galaxy. That sounded far from ideal, but Ves understood that barring some exceptional circumstances, this might become the new normal. The only way he could break this deadlock was if he came up with something explosive that forcibly rearranged the current landscape of his company. Publishing a number of fantastic new mech designs ought to do the job. Chapter 1447 No Disclosure. Once Ves finished his morning routine, he was ready to depart from the planet. Gavin already booked transit to Hisneck 8. He mainly intended to go there to gain entry to the temporary marketplace set up by the Circle of Moda. However, it would be rather inconspicuous if he traveled all the way to Hisneck 8 only to spend his time in a hotel all the time. For this reason, he added another goal to his trip. He intended to visit one of the Sentinel Kingdom's renowned mech universities and see if he could fish some benefits. Benny. He spoke as he got ready by donning the Pride of Dusk's overcoat over his casual business attire. There was no need for him to try too hard in dressing himself up for a simple interplanetary transit ride. Have any of the mech design universities responded to our request to visit their premises as a guest? The responses have been quite good, boss. A number of them are even willing to host you and show you some of their research in exchange for giving a guest lecture. Ves frowned as he placed his soft, fluffy decorative cat ears over his head. Because why not? Guest lecture? Yeah. The professors want you to speak in front of a class of mech design students for at least 2 hours. What do they want me to talk about? As far as I know, they want you to impart some of your experiences to the students. In particular, they want the students to get a more practical impression of the life of a mech designer who leads their own business. Personally, I think you'd do great. You should consider the offers. I think they are really sincere since they value you for your rapid advancement to journeyman. You're an example to all of the students. Though Ves felt flattered by the praise, he knew that the only reason he shot up so quickly was due to his hidden advantages. There was no way he could set himself up as a responsible role model to the impressionable mech design students. He shook his head. I'm thankful for the offers, but I respectfully decline. I don't think I'm suitable to lecture about my career trajectory to the students. Why not? Gavin frowned. You're a great mech designer. Sure, your life is anything but normal, But that's what makes it so exciting. In addition, guest lecturing will do wonders for your personal and professional brands. By accepting you as a guest lecturer for a day, the university in question essentially lends some of their credibility to you. That's vital in painting your reputation in a better light and rub away some of the stains it acquired. That put Ves to pause. He and his company did suffer quite a bit from the accusations that their products brainwashed their customers. Giving a guest lecture or two did not do anything to lessen the spread of rumors, but it would doubtlessly help in blunting the negativity. Building up his credibility as a mech designer essentially granted him an invisible suit of armor that was exceptionally suitable to deflect these kinds of attacks. Give me a list of offers. Ves stretched out his hand. I want to see which institutions value me to such an extent that they're willing to put me in front of a class of promising students. Hisneck 8 hosted a lot of universities and educational institutions. Not all of them taught mech design. Only 4 universities sent him an offer to give a guest lecture, and only a single one of them was highly acclaimed. The Rawlings University is one of the best mech design universities in the Sentinel Kingdom, right? They're in the top 10. How they rank within the top 10 is a matter of intense debate. None of the noble houses who sponsor their universities are willing to give ground. Gavin shrugged. Rawlings is definitely the best on Hisneck 8, so I highly recommend you accept their offer. All the other mech design universities aren't worth your time. Ves briefly frowned at Gavin's dismissive words towards the other universities. He personally attended one of the lesser universities, and he had nothing to complain about. Sure, if he had a choice, he would have rather attended a more prestigious institution such as the Ansel University of Mech Design, but his alma mater was not that bad. Still, in terms of reputation and credibility, Rawlings beat out all the other local institutions. If Ves wanted to maximize his benefits, then he really had no other alternative. Ves sighed. Okay then, Benny. Reach out to Rawlings and tell them that I'm willing to give a guest lecture. Please ask if I can give my guest lecture on short notice, preferably within the week. I don't want to linger in the Hisneck system any longer. Great! I'll get on it right away. You made the right choice, boss. As the enthused Gavin went on to hammer out the arrangements, Nita suddenly arrived in front of him with a deeply concerned expression. Sir, I've just received some alarming news. We need to speak in private. Ves dropped all joviality and led her to the hotel bathroom. Once he activated his jammer, she began to reveal what she learned. It's about the mech you recently built. When you finished it, we packed it into a secure container and shifted it to an empty warehouse to await further transport. When the smugglers arrived at the warehouse to bring the container off planet, they reported that they haven't found any cargo containers inside. What? Ves became alarmed. It's missing? Yes. The smugglers weren't able to fulfill the commission because there is nothing for them to sneak past customs. Did they lie to us? Nita shook her head. No, that's not the case. I've arranged some monitoring and nothing suggests that the smugglers have lied to us. They genuinely arrived this morning without encountering any cargo containers. Then how can the container that stores my devil tiger be missing? The smugglers haven't found any containers, but they did find something strange in its place. I think we should visit the warehouse in person. Then let's go right away. We need to get to the bottom of this. The devil tiger is my first masterwork. No one steals it from under my nose and gets away with it. No one. Ves stewed in fury and rage as he brought his entire entourage aboard a shuttle. While he did command them to take an obfuscating route in order to cover some of their tracks, he was too impatient to dance around for half a day. Soon enough, they arrived at the dilapidated-looking warehouse. The warehouse sat squarely in the middle of a manufacturing district that had fallen on hard times. Almost no one frequented the place other than the gangs that held on to the ruins that remained and tried to eke out the last bit of money they could earn from the worthless facilities. As Ves entered the warehouse, he encountered a completely empty, dusty space. He could spot a lot of disturbances in the dust from the recent movements. As Nita went on to check some of the monitoring devices installed in the warehouse, Ves walked up all the way to the middle of the massive hall. Lucky perched up his shoulder as usual and gazed in every direction as if trying to find some clues of what had happened. A small toy figurine of a mech had been left in the space occupied by the cargo container. The large, rectangle-sized disturbance in the dust noted the complete absence of what should have rested here. When Ves approached the mech figurine, he began to sense something strange in the surrounding air. It made him feel as if it was a really bad idea to bring his hand closer to the toy. He frowned. This is not a normal toy. Despite the unusual sensation, his intuition didn't warn him of anything dangerous. He even whipped out his Vulcan eye and scanned the toy and found nothing explosive or toxic. Strange. Due to his impatience for answers, he decided to press ahead and pick up the toy. The instant he touched the figurine, a strange impulse suddenly shot out from the figurine and shot at his mind, passing straight through the defenses of his mind. His perception momentarily changed. He no longer saw anything, but could still feel his body. In addition, a very familiar voice started whispering in his ears. I snooped around before I left this star system. Imagine my surprise when I discover this remarkable mech of yours. Although it is rather more feral than I like, I'm sure your father would love it. Please don't mind if I bring it back to him so he can suppress his rivals with this fine machine. Your present is appreciated. The strange experience quickly ended, leaving him with nothing but a cheap mech figurine like the ones he played with in the past. A tense pause ensued as Ves took in his mother's message, because there was no doubt who took his devil tiger. Mother! He burst out in rage. He violently threw the mech figurine against the ground, the force of its fall breaking its cheap composite components apart from each other. He wanted to scream and rage. This was outrageous. How did she know about his devil tiger? What possessed her to decide it would be a lovely mech for his father to pilot? Didn't she realize what an immense risk the mech posed to its mech pilot? Ves designed the devil tiger as an outlet for his repressed desire to experiment. He planned to treat the scumbag pirates of the Nixian pirates as his test subjects for his dangerous mech. He never intended for his devil tiger to be piloted by someone he cared about. His father would be putting himself in immense danger if he actually went through and piloted his smart metal tiger mech. Nothing about the devil tiger deliberately warned its mech pilots of the risks they incurred if they piloted his mech. Ves didn't wish to scare away any potential mech pilots after all, so the devil tiger did not openly broadcast its risk factors. Once he calmed down a bit, he realized the worst might not necessarily happen. As far as he knew, his father only piloted humanoid mechs. It shouldn't be easy for someone to adjust to a bestial mech. If he's smart, he'll assign a subordinate who specializes in piloting bestial mechs to pilot the devil tiger. Would that truly happen? Ves hoped so. If anything dangerous happened, then his father would just lose a single subordinate. Yet, his mother's words left open the possibility that his father might pilot the devil tiger in person. Due to the lack of disclosure on his part, they would never know what kind of a disaster they invited. Even if his mother sounded as if she might be able to keep Sigra's spirituality under control, that did not detract from the devil tiger's other dangers. The hostile design spirit represented only one facet of the devil tiger's double-edged nature. What Ves worried about more was the illicit neural interface model he incorporated in the cockpit of his masterwork mech. The words of old man Terrence came to his mind. The specialist in neural interfaces spoke quite vigorously about the dangers of neural interfaces with looser restrictions. The greater immersion and feedback they provided may strengthen the mech pilot's performance, but also expose them to potentially greater brain damage when a battle went awry. This was a problem inherent in the hardware of his Devil Tiger. No matter what kind of spiritual sorceress his mother turned out to be, there was no way she possessed any idea what kind of threat its neural interface posed. Ves couldn't rely on any of the mech technicians or mech designers under his father's employ either. In order to prevent others from rummaging through his neural interface and finding out the truth, he implemented a lot of measures to camouflage its true nature. Unless a journeyman or hire manually inspected the neural interface in person, no one would know the ugly truth. Neither his mother or father would be able to realize that the Devil Tiger's strength came with an even greater price. Ves wanted to warn his parents, but his secretive mother hadn't left him with any means to contact her. He had no way of disclosing the full extent of the risks of piloting his Devil Tiger. Aorg. Chapter 1448 Questionable Wisdom. During the interplanetary transit ride to Hisneck 8, Ves constantly glowered. Not even Lucky's playful antics could lift him from his tempestuous mood. The hostile air around him did not do him any favors. Along with the pressure exerted by his pride of dusk, hardly anyone could stand to be in his presence. Fortunately, they booked a private suite aboard a larger passenger transport, so Ves had the entire compartment to himself and his followers. Nita and Gavin both knew that Ves lost one of his precious mechs again. While they were a bit confused upon who actually took the Devil Tiger, there was no doubt that Ves took its absence poorly. Boss, if you really care about that mech so much, why not stay behind in Hisneck 12? As long as he can find out who's responsible for the theft, we can still get it back. Ves shook his head. We won't be able to find it. I know who took it and I know I won't get it back. All of the investigation we did in the late morning didn't result in any useful findings, and I don't think we'll be able to find anything considering how careful the thief is in covering her tracks. He didn't even know how his mother managed to make the huge container disappear. Did she bring lackeys with her to the Hisneck system who took care of the transport of the mech container? Or did she whisk it away in an alternate dimension with her spiritual sorcery? Whatever the case, his mother's extreme measures to keep her presence hidden meant that Ves had no chance in hell in tracking her down. His mother had no idea what she was dealing with when she made off with the Devil Tiger. Ves really regretted adding no warning about at least some of the threat his mech posed to the health of its mech pilots. He really hoped his father didn't pilot the Devil Tiger personally. In fact, he shouldn't since he didn't specialize in piloting bestial mechs. This realization made him feel a little bit better. His mother may want to put the Devil Tiger to use, but his father should know better. Dad used to serve in the Mech Corps, Ves softly muttered. He should know what is proper and what is not. Piloting a mech type that you don't have any proficiency in is a big taboo in the service. What would his father want to do with a land-bound Tiger mech anyway? Most battles in the Nixian Gap took place in space. His father originally specialized in piloting land-bound melee mechs, though like any Larkinson he diverted enough training to raise his space-borne combat proficiency to at least a basic level of competency. If his dad had any sense, he would have probably focused on raising his space-borne mech piloting skills even further. Otherwise, how could he ever keep himself space in the predominantly space-borne fighting environment of the Nixian Gap? Splitting up his precious training time by learning how to pilot a Tiger mech from scratch made absolutely no sense. His father should possess enough logic to realize what a monumental bad idea it was for him to learn how to pilot a bestial mech well past his Mech Academy days. At his age, learning how to pilot a completely new mech type was a waste of his father's time. Ves silently sent a prayer hoping that his father hadn't forgotten all of his Larkinson and mech core training while he slummed it out in the Nixian gap. As Ves cast his eyes downwards, they swept across the fabric of his overcoat. His eyes suddenly shone. Perhaps he still had a way of contacting his parents. 2 ways, even. His Pride of Dusk's overcoat still contained a separated fragment of Zygra's spirituality. The latter in turn inhabited both the Devil Tiger's design and its physical masterwork copy. He began to concentrate his mind and cast it towards his design. He immediately sensed the main body of Zygra's spirituality. As Ves went on to brush his spirituality against it, he immediately encountered a hostile reaction. Ouch! Zygra blindly lashed out at Ves as soon as the crown cat recognized one of the people responsible for killing his organic body. Stupid cat! Behave! Meow! Lucky raised his head from V's lap in alarm. As Ves attempted to make contact with Zygra's spirituality several times, the intelligent but very feral huge cat's spirit only grew more vicious and unwilling. There was no way Ves could get through to Zygra. Ves tried to do the same towards Zygra's spiritual fragment locked inside his overcoat, but its connection to the crown cat's main spirituality meant that he encountered the exact same response. You're weaker, though. The critical difference between the fragment and the whole spiritual entity was their strength. Ves easily managed to push his spirituality past the defenses of the fragment, but he had little to go on from there. Because the fragment only possessed a loose connection to its main spirituality, Ves had no way of ascertaining the state of the Devil Tiger mech through its design spirit. This method turned out to be a bust as well. Without turning Zygra friendly, Ves saw no way in convincing the stubborn spiritual entity into passing on a message to the Devil Tiger mech. However, this was not his only recourse now that he thought about it. He also left open a means for him to retrieve logs from the Devil Tiger and upload some new instructions to the mech through the galactic net. Ves could still warn his parents of the incredible danger surrounding the Devil Tiger's use. For example, he could upload a change in programming that would plainly project a giant message in the cockpit that explicitly detailed all of the risk factors of the mech in question. He could even go a step further. The programming of the Devil Tiger was like an incredibly complicated virtual machine with many interlocking components. As long as Ves uploaded a software update that purposely sabotaged some key coding in its programming, his mech would no longer be able to fight. In fact, Ves could even program the pure asthmas to destroy the entire Devil Tiger from within. In that way, he could eliminate the chance his father would endanger himself by piloting the smart Metal Tiger mech. As Ves began to figure out the programming required to turn the Devil Tiger into an inert pile of broken materials and nanomachines, he realized one crucial precondition. The Devil Tiger had to gain access to the galactic net in order to upload its status and download his software updates. All of the wonderful programming that Ves planned to prepare might remain unused and forgotten in an obscure corner of the galactic net so long as his father never connected to it. Do the pirates of the Nixian Gap connect to the galactic net? Ves asked all of a sudden. No idea. Gavin shrugged. As far as I know, they rarely do so. Nita spoke. The Nixian Gap is well known for its prevalent spatial anomalies. I don't understand the science of it all, but I've heard that most quantum entanglement nodes no longer work right when they are brought to this turbulent region of space. You're right. Ves palmed his face in despair. The Nixian Gap might as well be a separate realm from the main plane of reality. As someone versed in the sciences, Ves understood more about the effect the anomalies had on the Nixian Gap. Nita was correct that most of the space in the Nixian Gap was too turbulent to connect to the galactic net. There were exceptions, though. In some rare regions of space, the spatial fluctuations were less severe, allowing for limited connections to the galactic net. However, even if his father entered such a space, would he ever patch into the galactic net, knowing that he was under constant pursuit? If his father and mother truly insisted on hiding themselves, they would never allow an insecure connection to the galactic net to give themselves away. Ves assumed that most pirates and dark mercenaries were too sloppy to care too much about virtual security, yet he knew his parents would never be that stupid. Damn it! I really hope they aren't as paranoid as I think they are. Who can live without the galactic net these days? He continued to groan into his palms for a while until he recovered. Regardless of whether his worst fears might come true, he still maintained hope that his father would see sense, or that he would check in onto the galactic net once a while. I have nothing but hope to go on. Ves immediately summoned a small interface from his comm and rapidly programmed some preliminary coding. He laid out an outline of what he wanted to implement in the software update for his Devil Tiger, and planned to flesh them out over the course of the next few days as he waited for his various appointments to arrive. He also realized that Zygra presented another avenue for him to ascertain the state of the Devil Tiger. As long as Zygra did not exhibit any changes, the Devil Tiger was probably fine. Ves could even use the huge cat spirit as a middleman to communicate a message to his parents. Unfortunately, trying to make friends with Zygra was a nearly impossible challenge. Who would ever want to forgive their killer? For a short moment, Ves contemplated breaking Zygra apart, or removing him from his position as the Devil Tiger's design spirit. Ves could not predict what would happen if he acted rashly. He had a feeling that he would only be breaking the bond between the intangible design and its only physical copy. In fact, his intuition hinted to him that Zygra's spirituality might even cut itself off from the design and reside solely in the masterwork mech in order to escape V's reach. Zygra might even cut off all ties to its spiritual fragment that Ves held hostage in his overcoat. I should reduce his hostility towards me. Ves grimaced as he looked down on his coat. Turning some of Zygra's remains into an outfit and a mounted display piece didn't sound like a good idea anymore. I can only work at it slowly. Time healed all wounds. As long as enough time had passed for Zygra to forget his old life and his traumatic death, Ves might have a chance to earn its friendship. Well, let's see what I can do for now. The passenger transport eventually brought them to the surface of Synac 12. Once there, they checked in an upscale hotel where Ves holed up in his room. He held a small programming marathon session where he programmed a thorough, multi-layered software update that if applied to the Devil Tiger would certainly render it inert, or warn its mech pilots of its dangers. Ves encrypted the coding and discreetly uploaded it onto a very specific address in the galactic net. This is all I can do for now, he sighed. As much as Ves wanted to agonize and beat himself up for unwittingly handing over an extremely dangerous mech to his father, he couldn't ignore his other responsibilities. Ves emerged outside of his hotel room like a recluse who hadn't seen daylight in years. Are you back to normal, boss? Gavin cautiously asked. Yeah. Ves rubbed his tired face. What's on the agenda? Nita managed to arrange the time and date of your pickup for your more delicate appointment. It's in 2 days. As for the guest lecture at Rawlings, you're still expected tomorrow. Are you well enough to speak in front of a class? I heard that news of your guest lecture has led to a large explosion of interest among the student body. Rawlings already notified me that they decided to shift the guest lecture to a larger auditorium in order to accommodate all of the students who want to listen to your tales. Ves looked surprised. Am I really that popular? Why not? Gavin smirked. You're a prodigy and a star to the students. Aside from that, your record is filled with adventure. All of those adolescents at Rawlings are in love with all of the excitement you've lived through. I told you, Ves. You're a role model to the students. Ves seriously questioned the wisdom of treating him as a role model in his profession. Chapter 1449 Independent Mech Designer. Many states had a tendency to concentrate some of their universities on a single planet. The theory was that the academic environment and easy collaborations fostered at these locations led to greater innovation. Having visited the fantastic Lemar system, Ves could see why this might be true. However, he also thought that isolating students on a planet that revolved entirely around their needs might not be the best way to prepare themselves for the challenges they faced in the future. Spending just a brief amount of time in the idyllic, paradise planet of Hisneck 8 firmly gave him the impression of an elaborate greenhouse. The comfort of the students mattered just as much as how much knowledge they absorbed during their time of learning. Frankly, Ves favored the harsh but highly realistic learning method of the Lemar University of Technology. Useless mech design students who weren't able to keep up never made it to their second year of their courses. Still, that was an unfair comparison to make. While Rawlings ranked in the top 10 universities for mech design in the Sentinel Kingdom, Lemar was considered as one of the top universities in the entire Komodo Star sector. Not only that, but Lemar also generously opened its doors a bit to foreign students from third-rate states. The inflow of smart, talented, and ambitious students beggared the mind. If the LIT did not implement a cutthroat regime to filter out the ones who fell short of their exacting standards, it would have buckled under the sheer crush of numbers. That said, Rawlings still attracted an immense amount of applicants from all over the Sentinel Kingdom. Because most of its students came from domestic schools, Rawlings possessed much greater access to the academic records of their applicants. This allowed the university to select those they desired and those who were highly likely to keep up with the course loads. The average excellence of our students is the main reason why our graduation rates are high, Professor Rachel Nexie calmly explained as he guided Ves across the green and verdant campus of Rawlings. Rawlings has produced some of the most brilliant mech designers in the Sentinel Kingdom, and that has continued to attract ambitious students. By picking the brightest among them, our institution is able to maintain a virtuous circle where our graduates continue to set an example. Ves listened respectfully while he walked side by side with the senior mech designer. Gavin was off to take care of some business while Nitar respectfully followed him from behind with Lucky clinging to her shoulder like a wet towel. While Ves wore his full pride of dusk regalia to his visit to Rawlings, this was no time for posturing. He raised the spiritual barrier blocking the aura of his overcoat to such a degree that the Professor Nexie only sensed a subconscious pressure, which she easily ignored due to her own mental fortitude. Right now, it was enough to distinguish his appearance from that of an average student. While his face had matured a bit, he was still young enough that he could easily be mistaken as a student. How could he possibly earn the respect of the class he was about to lecture if he dressed no different from a bro? Sounds like Rawlings has it pretty good, Ves answered with some admiration. Rawlings had it really good once they set up this so-called virtuous cycle. I take that there are still some points where your school wishes to improve, right? The middle-aged woman smiled. There is always room for improvement. Everyone knows Rawlings is among the top 10 universities for mech design. However, why are we not among the top 5 or the top 3? Because the rankings place you in the 6th to 10th rank? As painful as it is for us to admit, that is indeed the case. Ranking in the top 10 is an accomplishment, but it is nothing to celebrate about in my eyes. Professor Nexie appeared downcast. That is still a great accomplishment. Rawlings stands head and shoulders above hundreds of other institutions in the Sentinel Kingdom. Your university has much to be proud of. Even Ansel, my home state's best mech design university, seems pale compared to this fine school. Professor Nexie ruefully chuckled. Come now, Mr. Larkinson. Mech designers such as us base our decisions around facts and logic. If you ignore all of the hype, then our situation is much less impressive than it seems. The competition in the Sentinel Kingdom is immense. Despite our advantages, breaking into the top 5 is difficult for us because we are weighed down by one disappointing criteria. You've already seen a glimpse of what our school offers to our students. Can you guess the answer? As the dean of the Mech Mechanics Department, she possessed a vested interest in the standing of Rawlings. For her to be unsatisfied with a top 10 ranking meant she took it very personally. After a brief moment of thought, Ves responded with his best guess. While the conditions in Rawlings look great, I don't think the students who graduate are sufficiently prepared to pursue their dream careers. That's a good guess. It's very close to the truth. The professor looked impressed. To be more precise, most of our graduates end up pursuing career prospects. The military, noble houses, peacekeepers, mech companies, and many others rate our Rawlings mech designers highly, because they do well when they are working in an existing structure. That was a peculiar way of describing the success of Rawlings graduates. Ves immediately recognized the category that had been left out by Professor Nexie's deliberate wording. What about the Rawlings graduates who decide to strike it on their own and start their own businesses? Are they doing just as well? The professor replied with a blunt answer. No. Frankly, they are not. Despite the financial backing they possess as nobles or the raw ability they possess as prodigies, the mech market cannot accommodate all of them. The competition here is also intense, and only the best startups have a chance of surviving more than 5 years. The universities that ranked higher in the Sentinel Kingdom evidently did better in this regard. A higher proportion of their graduates managed to achieve success when starting their own business. This was a very important metric because mech designers who founded and led their own mech companies enjoyed the highest regard in the mech industry. Every mech designer dreamt of being in charge of their own mech design projects. Those who worked for the military or another mech company simply didn't have the power to set the parameters of their next mech designs. For this reason, those who worked for themselves also progressed the fastest. That said, there was nothing wrong with being a dependent mech designer who worked for others. Some simply didn't have the connections, charisma, or ability to attract startup capital. Most commoners of the Sentinel Kingdom suffered from this problem. Others might possess a high affinity for mechs but a poor affinity for business. Putting such types in charge was just a disaster in the making. Even noble scions weren't exempt from this problem. Noble houses that threw in good money after bad were just wasting their money trying to lift off the poor business prospects of these financially inept mech designers. Ves found something strange, though. Since you seem to recognize this problem, Professor, why haven't you done something about it? Surely you must have some ideas in mind to improve the business prospects of your graduates. Rawlings University is very large. Even though I am a dean of one of its faculties, my right to speak is not as great as you think it is. Every institution on Sinac 8, including Rawlings, answers solely to House Jintefa. Our esteemed noble masters have their own ideas on how all of the universities on their soil should be run, and have maintained the same policies for centuries, with good results. It sounded as if House Jintefa applied a one-size-fits-all solution to every university. No matter if they educated exobiologists, businessmen, psychologists, or starship engineers, it was a lot easier to run their schools if they all followed similar templates. Professor Nexie essentially admitted that her hands were tied on this matter. I see. Surely you must be able to do something within your power, right? That's where guest lecturers like you come on. She smiled at him with renewed interest. I may not be able to steer our curriculum in a different direction, but what I can do is invite independent mech designers to expose my students to those who have struggled through all of the challenges and managed to find their footing in the private mech market. Reading about people like you in a textbook is one thing, but listening to your lessons and words of wisdom in person is another thing. Ves momentarily blinked. Now that he thought about it, that was a great idea. While a couple of guest lectures was unlikely to exert a major influence in the future direction of the students, the added exposure to the problems and practicalities of starting a mech company might raise the chances of success by a few percentage points. This difference might sound minuscule, but raising just 10 or so successful independent mech designers a year was enough to enhance the standing of their school. I understand, Professor. You want me to focus on the business side of mech design, is that right? Correct. I want those who aim to become an entrepreneur and those who are thinking of working for entrepreneurs to gain a realistic impression of the highly competitive mech market. No matter how much our business courses emphasize the difficulty of achieving success in the private sector, the heads of our students are too stuffed with pride to take them to heart. I know the type. Ves snorted. He instantly thought back of the spoiled and pampered Ansel brats he once babysat for Flashlight. While they might claim they have learned the lessons, secretly they think they are too exceptional to be counted among the failures, right? Even if only 5% of graduates, following the independent route, achieve success, none of them will ever admit that it's more likely that they will suffer the fate of the other 95%. To Ves, it sounded as idiotic as 100 lottery ticket holders each believing that they were destined to win the jackpot. Ambition is to be cherished, and failure is one of the greatest lessons our graduates can learn. That said, I would really like it if you focus your lecture on raising the business acumen of my students. Will you need more time to prepare your presentation? No. Ves shook his head. It's just 2 hours, right? I can fill an entire day if you want. Our students have other classes to attend. The professor smiled. I appreciate your enthusiasm. Your confidence is encouraging. I'm sure you will be an enlightening figure to our classes and set a great example for our future mech designers. Compared to addressing the entire Ylvain Protectorate during a farcical trial that decided the fate of his life, conducting a presentation in front of a class of mech design students was a walk in the park. Ves did not exhibit any trepidation at all. Is there anything else you'd like me to address, Professor? In fact, there is. I'm sure you know all about our contentious relationship with the Nixian Gap. It's sad of me to acknowledge this, but there are a number of bad apples among our graduates who failed to achieve the success they dreamt about. Laden with debt and abandoned by their backers, most of them rein in their ambition and become dependent mech designers. However, some can't accept that they've lost. They believe they are winners. They're willing to do everything to prove that they are special. It sounds like you already have a good idea of what I'm referring to, Mr. Larkinson. Ves smirked. I know the type. There are probably several Rawlings mech designers who run off to the Nixian Gap in order to obtain a second chance among the pirates, right? They are a stain upon the reputation of the Rawlings University. Each year, at least a handful of our mech designers go pirate. While we have done our best to instill our students with the proper values, some of them are too deaf to realize that the road to evil is a dead end. So, you want me to discourage the students from thinking about working for pirates? Yes. As an orthodox mech designer who achieved great success, you must set a moral example. Teach them that the only correct path is the righteous path. Ves briefly hesitated a bit. A moral example? Him? Nonetheless, he did not wish to disappoint the professor's expectation. Have no fear, Professor. Morality is one of my strong points. I'll make sure they follow the right path. Chapter 1450 Guest Lecture. Despite the short notice of his guest lecture, a lot of students wanted to attend it. Originally, Professor Nexi only wanted Ves to lecture a single class of senior students. Yet as soon as word broke out that a prodigal journeyman with a colorful track record was about to speak in front of a class, many more students wanted to attend. The demand became so high that Professor Nexi gained the leverage to shift the lecture towards one of their larger speaking venues. At one of the larger auditoriums of Rawlings, a crowd numbering almost 10,000 mech design students eagerly took their place on one of the many comfortable padded red seats. While VS knew that Rawlings educated even more students, he could scarcely fathom the consequences of releasing so many new mech designers into Sentinel's already bountiful mech industry. Rawlings was not the only university who pumped out mech designers. Other institutions in the top 10 each educated enormous numbers of mech designers as well, and many lesser schools also released a tsunami of badly prepared mech designers into the wild every year. No matter how many employment opportunities the Sentinel Kingdom and the Komodo Star sector offered to freshly graduated mech designers, there was no way it could accommodate that many. VS already knew that the vast majority of mech designers would face disappointment and failure and be forced to transition into lesser technical jobs. Though VS lamented the waste, he knew why the MTA pushed for this absurd policy from the top. They wanted to cast a wide net in order to provide opportunities to as many people with psionic potential as possible. The MTA also wished to foster a competitive environment to stimulate every ambitious mech designer. Some of those who survived and thrived in such difficult market environments often went on to become the next generation of seniors and masters. Though VS understood the logic of this policy, witnessing the sheer amount of students who all wanted to join his profession hit home the human cost of educating so many mech designers. Too many of them are set up for failure, he whispered. Right now, VS stood in an enclosure in the rear area of the auditorium. No props were being prepared. Though Professor Nexi offered him the opportunity to call up some mechs to use as props, he declined the offer. If he couldn't show off one of his own mechs, he would rather resort to projections than someone else's products. It's too bad the Sentinel Kingdom is too far from the Bright Republic, he sighed. It would take weeks or months to import one of his existing mechs to Synac 8. That took way too much time, and VS didn't see the need to wait for such a long time just because he wanted to impress his audience. He was confident enough that he could do so without the use of this aid. I used to be one of those students, you know, VS told his bodyguard, gesturing towards the growing audience. Seeing them brings back memories. I never left the Bright Republic. My monthly allowance was but a minuscule fraction of the money I had at my disposal. Nita directed a skeptical glance at him. Surely you must have thought yourself greater than your classmates, right? He knew what she was talking about. He decided to be honest and shook his head. I'm not as exceptional as you think I am. Back then, I was just an average kid who naively thought that my mediocre academic record gave me a shot at success. I was wrong. Very, very wrong. Then, how come you are as great as you are today? I have my parents to thank for that. They are greater than you can ever realize. I'm just the one who reaped the benefits of their sacrifice and hard work. He let Nita process his words by herself as Professor Nexi walked over to him. She eyed his pride of dusk once again. The distinct badge of the Galactic Hunting Club looked very distinctive on the breast of his overcoat. Commanding the attention of so many students isn't easy, but I'm sure your current appearance will go a long way in making the more conceited fellows honest. VS decided to make a dignified impression. He left his decorative cat ears in his pockets. He also decided to leave Lucky with Nita. Is there anything you'd like me to take note of, Professor? This will mostly be your show. While a number of professors like myself will be sitting in the front seats, it is up to you to engage the students. Also, I'd like to remind you that your guest lecture will also be recorded and broadcasted through our channels in the Sentinel Kingdom and beyond. I am aware. That's all in the contract we've signed. Both sides sought to benefit from each other. Ves wanted to borrow Rawlings University's credibility. In turn, Rawlings University to borrow V's prestige and halo of success. For this reason, Ves handed over most of the rights to his guest lecture for Rawlings to use as they wished. They secured the right to slap their logo over the footage and market their institution to the Sentinel Kingdom by using snippets of his own lecture as promotional material. 10 more minutes passed by until the entrances to the auditorium finally closed. Soon, Ves received the signal to start the lecture. "Good luck, Mr. Larkinson. Our staff will support you as best as we can," the professor said before she stepped towards the front row of seats. The guest lecture began in earnest when the vast majority of the large and empty podium began to light up as a massive projection came online. No sound originated from the footage that Ves selected, but the crowd of Mech Design students instantly fell silent. When the professor gave Ves the option to choose the footage he wanted to start with, he declined to show off his mech designs or his participation in the recent crown hunt. Ves wanted to set a certain tone for his lecture. Puffing himself up had its time and place, but the last thing he wanted to do was to come across as a braggart whose mouth was bigger than his accomplishments. He already enjoyed a nasty reputation due to his hateful devil tongue moniker. Therefore, the soundless footage did not depict the glorious Aurora Titan. It did not depict the radiant transcendent messenger either. In fact, either Ves nor any of his products could be found in any of the clips that Ves selected in the montage. Instead, Ves opted to project snapshots of some of the bloodiest battles of the Bright Visual Wars. There was nothing glorious about the battles. The worn-out brighter mechs, whether splattered by mud or leaking air in space, fought desperately against their Visian adversaries. In some cases, the mechs of the Mech Corps barely prevailed, but at the cost of most of their mechs and mech pilots. In other cases, the Mech Legion brutally crushed the opposition, paving the way for further bloody incursions. Amidst all of this eerily silent collage of battle footage, Ves moved out onto the podium and gradually stepped to the middle. While Ves had been given the option to speak behind a lectern, he needed no notes to speak from his heart. He also wanted his pride of dusk to be visible to everyone in the audience. The distracting footage caused most of the students to become enraptured by the desperate struggles of the forces of the Mech Corps. Hardly anyone took notice of Ves at the start. However, as Ves neared the center, he began to weaken the spiritual barrier holding the aura of his pride of dusk in check. The invisible aura around him began to strengthen. Though those who sat closest to the front noticed the sensation first, soon enough the aura grew strong enough to encompass the entire auditorium. With the help of his overcoat, Ves silently managed to command the attention of tens of thousands of Mech Design students. Even the dozens of professors who decided to attend his guest lecture out of curiosity or boredom no longer dismissed him as a flash-in-the-pan sensation. His boots echoed against the surface of the podium with one last crack as he reached the very center. He cast his gaze at the entire audience, sweeping from left to right. His heavy presence, enhanced by Zygra's unrelenting range and pride, forced everyone to acknowledge his existence. If any of the students sat too far away to make out his face, then the side projections of a close-up of his entire body made sure that even the ones sitting in the very back viewed him clearly. No one chatted. No one shared jokes with each other. No one played games on their comms. At this moment, Ves captured the complete attention of each and every person present. Ves gestured his arm towards the battle footage continuing running in the background. "I am not a sentinel. I am a brighter. This is the reality that I have grown up in. The Bright Visual Wars that has marked my home state has influenced our mech culture as strongly as the Nixian Gap has influenced yours." His voice conveyed a lot of weight. Amplified by the auditorium's speakers, his deceptively calm voice pressured the formerly jovial mech design students even further. War has dominated every facet of the Bright Republic. Mech designers like me are not exempt from contributing to the war effort. Though there is plenty of glory and honor to be earned in war, let me tell you, if you're stationed at the front lines, most of the time you're more preoccupied with surviving the next battle than dreaming about the next medal you can pin on your chest. Ves believed he managed to convey the severity of the wars that had plagued the Bright Republic to the students. There is a reason why I showed you a taste of what our wars are like. It is to remind you of the role we serve. In the future, some of you will go on to help the brave Sentinel mech pilots survive their coming battles. Whether your mech will be put to use against the Nixian pirates or some hostile state, know that the responsibility you bear is greater than you think. The fate of not only your customers, but the innocents who they protect all depend on your work. His words caused the people present to feel a lot more solemn about their profession than before. With how self-centered mech designers tended to be about their careers, it was difficult for them to think through the consequences of their actions. Many of you dream of becoming a mech designer of renown. Perhaps you heard about me and decided to become like me. However, ask yourselves, is it easy to follow in my footsteps? Silence ensued. No one dared to speak up at this tense and solemn moment. Come now, don't be shy. He smiled in a wicked fashion. Let me make it easier and pose a simple request. Please raise your hands if you believe you will become a master mech designer in your lifetime. For a moment, only a handful dared to raise their hands. The professors hesitated least of all. They either decisively raised their hands or kept them lowered in an honest assessment of their capabilities. As for the students, Ves still sensed a lot of hesitation among the crowd. Have I visited the wrong university? Am I speaking in front of Rawlings students or not? Come now! Where is your ambition? Raise your hands if you believe in yourself. Don't be shy. Under his encouragement, around 30% of the students eventually raised their hands. What an impressive amount of ambition! Ves dramatically gasped. If each and you are able to fulfill your dreams, then the Sentinel Kingdom would probably be home to more masters than the amount of masters in the Bright Republic and the Hexadric hegemony combined. That was an absurd statement. Everyone knew the chances of advancing to masters. The odds of advancing to masters from those who emerged from third-rate states was microscopically small. In fact, it was pretty much unheard of in the Komodo Star sector. Ves exaggeratingly shook his head. Only about a third of you raised your hand. I'm disappointed. He abruptly thumped his fist against his palm before pointing his finger at the audience in an accusatory manner. I'm disappointed, but not at those who raised their hands and thought they have what it takes to become a master. Instead, I'm let down by the rest of you who didn't have the guts to set your sights higher. The moods of every student and professor suddenly experienced turmoil. What kind of guest lecture was this? Didn't Ves know the awful odds that any of them could ever advance to master one day?